Growing up as a kid in Oklahoma, where I'm from, the Chili Bowl is the biggest race that we have. The Chili Bowl has kind of been my favorite race of the year. Growing up a dirt racer in Oklahoma, that's kind of the holy grail.
Coming for a splash. 3, 2, 1, now. All clear, punch it. Great job, you did really well.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $100,000 in annual prizes. This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Good afternoon and welcome to Yearone Racing TV in partnership with Alpha Live. I am Dan Blake. Alongside me, I have Edward May. We have Graham Sesper producing. And we are here at Nurburgring on the Gesamttrack VLN circuit for the first round of the Nurburgring Endurance Series, round 1 of 9. As I say, I have Edward May alongside me. As Edward, Nurburgring Nordschleife, Nurburgring Endurance Series, 5 classes. It's going to be a thrilling race.
Yeah, and as you can see, it's a typical day in Germany here. Fog filling our screens here, as we can see. It's a very cold track. I mean, it's 19 degrees, 99% humidity, so I don't think this fog's going to be clearing anytime soon. We've got 8-kilometer winds. I think we're going to be in this for the long haul. Yeah,
as you say, we have got the fog very, very prominent today. And in this race, we have 5 classes of action today. We have the GT3 cars, which contain 3 German marques. We've got the BMW Z4 GT3, the Mercedes AMG GT3, the Audi R8 LMS in that class. We also have the Porsche 911 Cup class, utilising the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. We have our GT4 class with the newly launched on iRacing Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sports MR. We have our TCR class with the Audi RS3 LMS, another new car on the iRacing service. It's been around for about 2 or 3 seasons now. And we also have the Mazda MX-5 Cup class. You can see on the top of the screen there, we have our strength of fields. In GT3, there is a 5.2k strength of field. The 911's Cup class is a 4.1k strength of field. GT4, though, a 5.3k strength of field. So these drivers enjoying the new car, and it has the highest strength of field only just in this race. TCR 4.6k, and the MX-5 is the lowest at 2.5k. And throughout the field, I'm noticing some very quick drivers, and all classes that we're going to see some great racing today, Ed.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be some good racing. Average usually, you can say a good iRating is over like 2k, so we're in with the big boys at the moment. These guys are going to be rapid fast. These are going to be some of the best drivers on iRacing at the moment, and we should be in time for some great racing in all 5 classes. GT3 down to the MX-5s. The only difficulty I think would be cars overtaking each other. Obviously, there's a difference in pace because I have to deal with each other in traffic. It's been seen now. We've got the GT3s coming around here. You can see the Audi's really hooked up. These are I think the strongest GT3s on the service at the moment. And you can see that they're getting hooked up nicely coming onto the Nordschleife loop now.
Yeah, cars currently taking part in their qualifying sessions. It's solo qualifying, so they won't have to worry about traffic in this session. It's just about getting the best lap in around this Gesamttrack VLN circuit. It's 15.14 miles, 24.37 kilometers, 165 turns, and each of them just as important. There, that Audi really doing some curb hopping there, and these drivers are driving these cars really at the ragged edge here on this iRacing service. You can see there the fog. You can just see the fog lights and the headlights of that car as it go up the hill on this going through the early section of the lap now here. And as you say, we've got 5 classes of racing. The GT3 class are going to be the quickest, and you've got the 911 Cup class, GT4, TCR, and MX-5. And there is going to be a massive speed difference between our GT3 class, the top class, and the MX-5. And as you said, Edward, the overtaking here is going to be crucial, because one mistake and you go into the back of a slower car and you could be in the pits for many minutes with the damage repairs.
As you can see here, this is our pole sitter here, Sami Matti Trojan, the Finn driving the Audi. He's going rapid at the moment, done a 7-minute 43 lap time. Is the current pole sitter by the margin of around about 3 seconds.
Yeah, Sami Matti Trojan actually driving for Williams Esports Chill Blast. So Williams Esports represented in this split, and as you say, they currently have provisional pole position in the. Let's see what other in the GT Cup class. We currently have the Hexa Racing Team Clack on pole position. Corentin Quinez with a lap time there of 8 minutes 4.358. We have our GT4
Yeah, you can see them now. These Porsche Cup cars have no assists whatsoever, no traction control, no ABS, no stability management. These are out-and-out race cars. So going through the Nordschleife for these drivers are going to have to be on it throughout. Any slight miscalculation of the throttle or the brake pedal, and they will be off, and their qualifying session will almost certainly be over. So these are some of the best drivers in iRacing at the moment, at least in this class as well. You can see there's a reason why iRacing uses the Porsche Cup for its main esports events.
Yeah, the Tag Heuer Porsche Super Cup, the pinnacle of the iRacing road circuits. And as you see, the Porsche Cup cars go around the circuit. We also have the TCR class, which is currently being led by Dennis Neidhart, but the very, very small margins there. His time of 8:48.847. And then you have Yearone Racing's Chris Daines, 8:48.868. 200 separating our top two in the TCR class.
That is an impressive margin there. It's so close, so exciting around here, especially around such a long lap time. It's almost just under 9 minutes, and to be separated by like less than a tenth of a second is absolutely immense. So we should be in for some great racing here.
And in the GT4 class, the Porsche Cayman, it's Alpine Eagle Racing White, who currently have provisional pole position. That is Robert Klotz with an 8:35.025. And he has quite a margin, 2.4 seconds over the second place team, which is Huber Racing Esports Red, Lars Bummeler, and that one. And then the team in third place is RSO, team Rennsport Online, known through iRacing, has been very competitive. Niels Benedict at 8:37.434, so very close between second and third. And then about half a second further behind, you have the HM Engineering car, and also another RSO car, the 397. In fifth place, Niels Carstensen behind the wheel of that one. And Neil is known to be a rather handy driver around this Nordschleife circuit.
Yeah, just to complete the lineup of classes, we have the MX-5s here. Roberto Ferrari is currently our pole sitter in the MX-5 class, car 091 in the MX-5s here. He's done a 9-minute 41.3. He's about 6 seconds up on the next fastest car, which is Luis Santos Grails, who we can see on track now. Yeah, we can see on track now Luis Santos Grails is out. Roberto Ferrari is in the pits. I don't think he's going to be going out for another lap, judging by the amount of time we have remaining in qualifying. As you see, cars getting very loose around the rear here. These MX-5s are going to be quite tricky to pass, I imagine, with the new time models. They have the cars set up quite loose to get as much speed out of them as possible.
Yeah, we're talking about there's about a 2-minute gap between our GT3 runners and our MX-5. So realistically, by about the fourth lap, we'll see Lappery beginning, and it just shows, we said there's a massive difference of speed, but 2 minutes a lap is what separates our top and bottom class. And I think these GT3 cars, they'll have the first three or so laps traffic free, and then they'll be spending the rest of the time going through that traffic of all the 4 different classes. As I say, it is a 4-hour race. It's a very long race, and it can either be done by, I think it's the minimum of 2 drivers and a maximum of 8. Although I do think, am I correct in saying that they can do it as a solo driver in this championship? I believe they are able to do it.
I believe in this championship, yeah, you are able to do it solo. In other championships, for the 3-hour GT3 endurance events, you have to have a second driver, but for this one, just like in real life, you can complete this endurance event solo. So I believe we may be seeing a few of these guys just running by themselves, not having any teammates come in. We'll find out as the race progresses if that will be the case.
4 hours around this circuit will take intense concentration. As you see, there's just so many turns, 165 in total, and not much runoff. Any sort of incident or off track could see you do some quite significant damage. I did notice that there's a driver in this race who has real life experience at the VLN, which is Christopher Zockling, the Austrian driver, 32 years old, and he is actually racing this season in the 24-hour series run by Creventic. He's also previously raced in the Mobile One Super Cup, the ADAC GT Masters, the Blancpain GT Series, the VLN Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. So Christopher Zockling, very well versed around this circuit, and he's someone to watch out for. I've seen a lot of real life drivers due to the current climate getting into iRacing. So be interesting to see how Christopher Zuckerling gets on today.
That would certainly be one to watch. He's going to have a lot of experience on the track, as you just said, and we can see now our pole sitter, Sammy Matty Trojan, he's just going around the last few corners. He's getting on the gas now, going for his flying lap here. He's going to see if he can better his time of a 7-minute 43.4. It's very impressive lap time, around about 3 seconds up from the next fastest car of Sergio Inacio.
That last lap by Sammy Matty Trojan is just 3,000 slower than his previous time. His best, a 7:43.541, and that one is a 7:43.545. So extremely close to getting his time, but 3,000ths is difference between him bettering his time and not. And the car in second place, the off-crack car of Sergio Inacio, is a 3.3 second gap. Then you got Maniti Racing Blue, Tim Matska in third place, Phoenix Racing Esports Green with Kevin Volk fourth, and in fifth place is Sir Stroming Racing Jerry Veer. And out of these top 6, 7, 8 cars, all of them have an I rating of above 6,000. So the only one who's an exception to the rule is Kevin Volk in fourth place. His I rating 4,436. So doing extremely well is Kevin, considering those around him have a much higher I rating. And for those of you who are new to iRacing, the way that the I rating works is if you finish in the top half of your race, pretty much you are going to gain I rating, and if you lose it, you will be in the bottom half, although it can fluctuate a little bit. So in the regular race, what iRacing will do, it will number you based on your I rating. So the driver with the highest I rating will be 1, and it sort of goes down to like 20, 30 in some of these endurance races. But as I say, the way you can gain I rating is by finishing in the top half, and the I rating system really, it rewards consistency. So for a driver who's got 2,000 I rating less than those around him to be doing so well, I think Edward is it's a great display by him.
It's very impressive to see, as we can see. You can see now we're on board. We're following Kevin Volk coming around now, just on the GP section, just starting his lap. We're going to see what he can do. He's not miles off the pace. Obviously, it's very impressive what Sammy Matty Trojan is capable of, doing very, very consistent lap times, even in practice, getting within tenths of his previous times. As we see Kevin Volk now, he's just filled up. He's just started his lap, so we're going to be coming around now. You can just see how well the Audis just ride the curves around here and how little they seem to move about. We can see in the Nordschleife section when he comes up to it, the cars seem really planted, whereas when we look at other vehicles, maybe like the Mercedes, they just seem so unsettled by the curves and the bumps.
Yeah, as I say, the Audi, very well planted, and these GT3 cars, they really are on the ragged edge. They are in qualifying trim, and we've had 22 minutes of our qualifying session. We've got just under 8 minutes to go, so there's about one more lap left as we now go on board with the car there of Kevin Volk going through the Nordschleife section.
Yeah, coming up through I believe Hassenbach now. Only other slight lift, as you can hear in the engine now, but he's really running this car in. Going to get on the brakes here. Shift down just into third gear now, trying to get as much speed through as you can see. He's trying to kiss the apexes just right, not take them too much. That one you can take, but then this one you want to stay well off of. Get on the exit here and take a bit of curb on here as he does, you can see here. This one's not so much, and you just want to get this good run through here. You've got a long run to the next corner coming up to Flugplatz now. Going to be a slight lift, I'd imagine, when he comes over here. We're hearing the engine. Yeah, just a slight lift, but only as much as he dares. Now we're coming down this long straight. You're going to keep it pinned for this fast left-hander.
Yeah, and as you say, it's a very challenging circuit. You can see on the left-hand side that we actually have our qualifying times up for you. So, as you say, we have got Sammy Matty Trojan on pole position, Sergio Inacio second. There's a big 3.3 second gap. An improvement though has come in there in our GT4 class, or is that a Porsche Cup class even? Tai Kim is going fastest, going 24.8. He's back on the leader, and he's actually about 4 seconds slower Then his class leader, Christopher Zockling, is racing in that Porsche Cup class, and he is currently sitting in 4th place in that class. So he said that maybe he'd be one to watch, and he is now 4th in his class, although he still has about 2.5 seconds, or maybe a bit more than that, to find on the pole position man in that class. But Christopher Zockling near the front.
Yeah, as you can see now, we've got the pole sitter out in the GT Cup, and also the GT4 classes go around now. They're going to be trying to defend their pole positions. In the TCR class, 2nd place is out on his lap, trying to better the time of Sandro Petrozelio. Ollie Peacock is out at the moment in the TCRs. Going to be interesting to see how that develops. There's a 2nd gap between them currently, but around this long lap, that time could easily be made up around the course of it, as long as you're consistent and you just hit your marks, as you can see. Kevin Volk doing right now, just hitting his marks consistently, very few mistakes being made, getting as close as he dares to the cars without hitting them, just keep the car settled. You don't want to have the car settled under throttle, otherwise you'll lose speed all the way up this section uphill.
Just listen to that Audi, fantastic sounding Audi R8 as it goes now through to the nearly 2nd part of the track, and corners to look out for. There are quite a few on this circuit. I think the one though, the most iconic corner on the Nordschleife is the carousel, and get the carousel, it's a fine art to get that right. It may seem like a quite easy corner, but if you get washed up onto the outside going through the carousel, you can lose a lot of time.
Yeah, it's you need to use almost like an oval racing technique of steer the car with the throttle, try and keep it within the hook of the tarmac, just try and keep it on the bank and keep it in, because as soon as you get spat out, that is when you lose not only a lot of time, but you could easily get thrown into the wall and damage your car, and could result in a race over if it helps the suspension in any way.
Speaking of the corner, we're just about to see Kevin Volk go through the carousel now. As you see there, keep to the inside. That's good driving by Kevin Volk on the carousel. It's sort of the banking takes you around it, but as you say, you need to take almost an oval line on that one to stop it from making it's going up, washing up high, because as we said, it can cause damage, it can cause loss of positions, and I've seen drivers before go high on that carousel and even hit the guardrail on the outside. So he's doing well on this one. I'm going to see if he's got and Kevin Volk has actually got green sectors at the moment, and also a purple sector for himself. So it looks like Kevin Volk may be on for an improvement. It'd be interesting to see what happens towards the end of the lap, but at the moment Kevin Volk looks like he may improve on his 7:48.867 as he now comes towards the conclusion of the lap, as he now turns right, and we don't have too much more longer left of this lap. As you can see now, he is now just coming through towards that is, it looks like the right hander, and then we go down towards Ice Curve Plathengarten. Down around here, yeah, round Plathengarten he goes, and then we have the long run up towards, we've got a 2nd carousel as well, the Klein's carousel, not quite as banked as the 1st carousel, but we'll see here, 2nd carousel, turns to the left there, gets a bit of air there going through the 2nd carousel, but what that will do now is that he will get a nice run now into Gelgenpoff, and then onto the very long dot into straight. An improvement for Tim Matska in 3rd place, a 7:47.026. He's about just under 2/10 behind the car of Sergio Ignacio. As Kevin Volk, this will be his final lap, I believe, although he might get another one in if he crosses the line. He probably, yes, he will get another lap in with Kevin Volk, but this will be his penultimate lap. He's coming down the Dottenhauer now towards Tiergarten at the end of the lap, and so far the sectors are looking good for Kevin Volk to improve on his time, but looking at the time, we'll see what it is. He now comes towards that final section. It's gone through Tiergarten, and now he will power onto the straight for the final time. It's Kevin Volk looking like he's going to go any quicker. I don't think he is. The time not as good, it doesn't look like, as we see Kevin Volk cross the line now. A 7:43.0 0.5. No, it's no improvement there. It's not. It says improvement. 7:47.966.
As you can see, he's just gone up into 4th place there. A very impressive lap there by Kevin Volk, as we see some other cars out on track, just trying to see if they can get their final laps in. It's going to be tricky to see if they can get it done, because I don't believe once you're finished, once the qualifying is over, that is it. You don't really have much more time to complete your lap, so it might be touch and go for a few of these cars to see if they can complete their lap times here, as we are following now Pedro here, just coming to the end of his lap. I don't think he'll be able to get around in time, but he started the lap, so he must be confident in it.
Yeah, as you see, we're going to go through these classes again as the session winds towards a close. And in the GT3 class, obviously, Sammy Trojan is on pole position for Williams Esports Chill Blast. In 2nd place is the off-crack driver Sergio Inacio, and then Beniti Racing Blue Tim Matsko in 3rd place. And it looks like Kevin Volk has actually been dropped down to 5th again, because João Vaya has done a 7:47.136, puts himself into 4th place, and that is our checkered flag session over. So, our GT3 grid, we have Sammy Matti Trojan on pole position with Sergio Inacio second, 3.3 between them. Tim Matsko is on the 2nd row, he's 3rd. Jari Voya is in 4th. Kevin Volk is in 5th. Keith Camilleri in 6th for KC Racing Esports. Jarno D. Hull is 7th for No Nonsense Racing, with Andreas Lycum 8th place for Riley Sim Racing. Talk Freak Racing have Chris Fuller in 9th, and rounding out your top 10 is Philip Oldak. And 11th place, and the final GT3 runner is Philip Schallenberg. On pole position for our Porsche Cup class is Corentin Guinness, the French driver. 2nd on the grid is Fabio Garel, with Quentin Violet in 3rd for Kids Sim Racer VLN. Christopher Zocklin is in 4th place for Simpson Esports NLS. Philip Herc is 16th. Ty Kim, the Canadian driver, is in 17th. Stephen Walkup, another Canadian, alongside him in 18th place. 19th place is Nick Thiessen for Nab Racing Pink, with Luan Sousa in 20th. 21st is Ashley Finch, the British driver for F4H Racing Redgate. Danny Fonte Pedro, 22nd. And 23rd is Justin Rame. And Ed, would you looking through the GT4s with us?
See now as well. In the Porsche Cup class, we have for the Porsche Club we have Dennis Arasfabi, I believe.
But GT4s, we got Robert Klotz is 2nd. We got Niels Benedict in 3rd. Niels Carstensen is in 4th. Alexia Lema, the former iRacing World Championship Grand Prix driver, is in 5th. Guyton Ango is in 6th. We've got Norbert Lientner 7th. Baz Slob is 8th. Conor Grigger 9th. Enzo Johansson is in 10th, with Michael Houghton 11th. Guillaume Rakuten 12th. And then our TCR pole position is Sandro Petroziella. We've got Ollie Peacock, Dennis Neidhart, Daniel Albelman, Daniel Kraft for CQR, Chris Daines for Year 1 41st, David Baker 42nd, George Augusto is 43rd, Miguel Freitas for Team Mad 44th, Quentin Young is 45th, Adam McNally, Excite iRacing in 46th, and 47th is Jan Dirks. Our MX5 class, Roberto Ferrari has pole position with Lewis Grells, James Bunter, Radak Sakura, David J. Velasco, Sergey Real Lapart, Ariel Menez, John Fraser, Michael Messenger, Yaroslav Coleman, and Adrian Boyer, rounding out our 58 car field.
As we'll now believe they're going down, getting ready to go green as we see here.
Yes, this 4-hour race in the VLN Endurance Championship. Sounds like a bit of contact there as well, which is not what you want to see.
You can see the race leader is going now. He's set the pace, and he's trying to get away from the cars behind, keeping the tight line, trying to prevent anyone getting a dive on him now, as we see here. It's just holding the inside, keeping it nice and tight, now sweeping out wide to try and get the best line possible through this left-hander. Keeping them all, it'll be insensible. It's a 4-hour-long race. They have no need to try and battle as hard as they would for, say, a sprint race. You can see now they're just trying to be sensible, and the Williams Esports Chill Blast driver is trying to build that healthy gap, trying to see if he can stream away from the field as he's been doing in qualifying all day long.
Yeah, looks like we've got the GT4 and now the TCR cars starting their race as well. I say we have 5 classes in this. We have the GT3s, we have the Porsche 911 Cups, we have the GT4 TCR and the Mazda MX-5s. And as you say, there is 4 hours of racing, so it's no good putting it into a barrier or hitting someone on the first lap because you have plenty of time. It's no sprint race here on the Gesamttrack VLN circuit. What can you see on the track at the moment, Ed? Is there anything going on that you can see?
At the moment, we're currently following Sandro Petrozelio in the TCR class, now leading ahead of Dennis Neidhart here and Ollie Peacock behind him. Those are the top 3 in the TCR class, as we see them just trying to be reliable. These TCR cars gain a lot in the draft, so it's going to be Dennis Neidhart. He's going to try and see if he can get past them into the Nordschleife. It's very difficult to overtake once you're into this sort of northern loop, as they call it. You see through the fog, you can see the fog thick and make it very difficult for at least us to see. I'd imagine the drivers, obviously being low down, might struggle a little bit more as well, but they've got these lights blaring ahead, as you can see. He's trying to look around the outside, nothing doing. He's got last ditch move to try and make it into the corner, but he's not going to do it. He's going to try and keep it safe, keep it clean to the inside as they now just push around. And now following the MX-5 leader of James Bunt, who managed to get the jump on Roberto Ferrari, who was our pole. James Bunt has had a very good start. He's currently only got 2,000 I rating and is doing better than a driver who's got 1.5 more I rating than him. So very impressive start there from the Australian driver.
Yeah, as you say, a very impressive start with the... it looks like I've seen Sergio Nascio dropping down the timing screens. He did start the race at 2nd place. It looks like he's now down into 8th place. So not sure... Well, it looks like Ed, if you can go through the replay, it looks like we have a replay what's happened.
I believe we have a replay. I can't see anything currently on the replay, however. I don't know if that's an issue with me.
So, as you saw there, that's what happened with Sergio Ignacio losing places. And so Sammy Matt Trojan leading with Jairo Vera just under 3 seconds behind. Then we got Ryan Barneveld in 3rd, Keith Camilleri for KC Racing Esports is 4th, Phoenix Racing Esports Green, Kevin Volk in 5th, and Riley Sim Racing in 6th with Andreas Lakam in the GT3 class. And as you see there, going through the side, we have our leaderboard going on. So in the Porsche Cup class, it is still the car of Guinez leading with Goral 2nd, Vialati in 3rd, and Christopher Zorkling is 4th in the Porsche Cup class. And they are already about 20 seconds behind our GT3 leaders.
Yeah, we have Greeners here currently leading for Hexa Racing Team Black. Very nice paint job, as you can see with the new paint finishes iRacing has managed to put out here. You can see the nice chrome shining off through the fog here as he's trying to build a gap to Goral behind him. However, Goral's not going to let him get away that easily. He's going to be trying to stick with him all throughout. Just under a second, the gap between them both. Just coming up now on this long straightaway. This gap's going to reduce, but not enough, I don't think, for them to make any moves. They're going to try and, like I said earlier, just keep it clean. There's no need to try and be too aggressive here, but it's a very, very impressive start. Very good start from Greeners up here.
As you see, it's the cars, we're looking at, it looks like Nick Thiessen at the moment, and I am having a few technical problems at the moment, so I'm not seeing what's going on the track, unfortunately, but from what I can see on the timing screens, it looks like it's quite close throughout the field at the moment, and just looking now to see if I can, it looks like I am just starting to get my pictures back, which is always a good sign. We've got Nick Thiessen there in the NAB Racing Porsche Cup car in 19th place, and behind him is the car of Sousa, and then got Ashley Finch, the British driver, not far behind him as well. And this is, as we say, it's a 4-hour race. We're on the first lap now, and actually finished that F4H Racing Redgate car is also running quite well in this class. He's kept on the track so far, and as far as I can see, we don't have any retirements as of yet.
No, I can see there's a few cars out of the order. Baslov, I believe, is behind 2 of the TCRs, so he must have had some form of incident there. The number 78 Porsche Cup car. So let's see if anything happened there, or if he just started too far back. So, we're following Chris Daines here in the TCR class. He's going to be right up behind Daniel Craft, the other UK and Ireland driver. British drivers going at it, as you can see here, just trying to keep the nice train going, really. They're getting in the draft for each other and trying to stick with those leaders, not let them get too out of sight, as we're now coming up to the carousel here, I believe. Coming up, going to be seeing all these TCR cars barreling in one after the other, trying to stay in. All of them going to manage to hold it in. All of them just about managed to hold it in, but you'd like to think that when you're at this level, you see in the background, beautiful sight of these the RSC LMS TCR cars just hooking it in nicely.
Yeah, Chris Daines in the Yearone Racing car, as you say, doing extremely well, and all these TCR cars running very close together still in this one, and it's a fantastic way for these guys to go racing. Really, we just say we got the lack of real racing due to the COVID-19 pandemic going around the world at the moment, and it's great to see that we're able to produce some great motorsport action for you, despite there not being any real racing on the iRacing simulator.
You can see a lot. You're going to be seeing a lot more of these IRL in real life drivers going around. As you can see, I've got some issues with my picture, I believe, at the moment. I'm not sure if things going on. But what can you see out there, Dan?
Yeah, I'm having some problems as well on mine, but just seeing Chris Daines at the moment going through there, and also Kevin Volk's gone up to 4th place. I can see in GT3 had a Keith Camilleri, so that's an overtaking move that's just been made as well. No, as we're looking through now, we've got.
I think we're on board now. We're following Kevin Volk here on the outside, just going down through the start-finish straight now. Starting the second lap. First lap he managed to have a good start. Started 5th, back up into 4th place. So he's going to try and see if he can onto the back of Ryan Barneveld up ahead. He's going to be having Keith Calamari just filling his mirrors a little bit, trying to put him off, but he's wise to that and managed to hold his line and keep in front and see if he can catch up to the cars ahead. He hasn't lost too much time, and obviously there's still plenty of time to go in the races. We're only 8 minutes into this 4-hour endurance race.
Yeah, first lap underway, and for some drivers that first lap will enable them to sort of settle in. This is their first lap in racing conditions around this very long circuit. As we say, it is 15.14 miles, 24.37 kilometers, 165 corners. And these drivers, some of them who are driving solo, they are going to have 4 hours of the Nordschleife to go round. So concentration needs to be at the top level. But I think that first lap will just help settle them a little bit more.
Yeah, as you can see, it's going to be, in concentration, like you said earlier, it's going to be the most important thing to have around here. Any slight lapse, especially around this track, is very unforgiving. You will almost certainly be in the wall no matter where you are on the track. The walls are very close here, and as you can see now, we're following Christopher Zoschling, I believe. Forgive me if I've absolutely butchered that pronunciation here, but he's in 3rd place currently in the Porsche Cup class. Just going through the chicane here on the GP circuit. Going now just around a very tight line as you would do through here, trying to maximise the exit here. And now starting the northern loop here. This very nice looking SimCity Esports MLS Cup car. Just managing to build a little bit of a gap to the cars behind. Philip van der Hoek is around about 1.5 seconds. And Stephen Walkup is around about just about 4/10 off of Philip there. So you can see Socialing's going to be very happy with this gap he's trying to build up, but he's seeing if he can get closer to those the two cars of Goral and Yearone up ahead. Tricky, I'd imagine, just due to the amount of pace they had in qualifying. But Endurance Racing, anything can happen, and as long as he can keep it on track and keep it steady, that's going to be very impressive. Obviously, he's got to deal with traffic as well. A lot of these drivers make up a lot of time if they're good at dealing with the faster classes when they try and pass them. So it'll be interesting to see how that will develop later on in the race.
Yeah, Christopher Zokling, as we say, he did start the race in 4th place, up into 3rd now, onto the podium, and he is closing up a little bit on Goral and Guinez in front. Just looking through the sector times now, and Zokling, he was catching up, but he has dropped a little bit. On the last sector, he dropped half a second. I'm going to need to step away for a couple of seconds to try and sort this out, Edward, so I don't know if you'll be okay to go solo just while I sort these technical gremlins out. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. As you can see, Zofling now just coming down into the compression here. I believe the fastest error on track for this Porsche Cup, so you can just hear the engine notes. The cars are going full chat around here. Just going over, just trying to get the cars stopped. It's very tricky on the brakes in these Porsche Cup cars. No ABS, no ABS to help them on the brakes. They've got to be really good with their foot on the pedals, just trying to get it perfectly done. Just now coming up to this fast left-hander here. Try to kiss the apex, but not hit it, just due to the way it unsettle the car. Get it stopped in time. As you can see them just tighten, very, very consistent, very impressive lines they're taking now. The lines haven't been good enough from Christopher. As you can see, Philip van der Hoek is a lot closer in that picture now. He's just within the second bracket, so you can see he's got a walk-up harassing him over, but it doesn't seem to be putting off, just going through hit, miss, hit, miss. Very nice lines, just trying to keep in that 1 second margin now as I'm really trying to look back through the rest of the fields of the Porsche Cup, if that's alright, Mr. Correctly here. It's the Porsche Caymans here. My cameras are working here. We can see the Porsche Cups now. Dennis Arras-Fabi getting harassed here by a few of his other competitors here. Just trying to keep his car. He's got Benedict up behind him, Niels Benedict, but he's just keeping his line. No real errors to pass here. But it's a very impressive train, as you can see. 4 cars very close, and you can see at the moment our leaders just around up at this 30-minute mark. In the lead of the GT3 class, we have Sami Matti Trojan, we have Rines up in first for the 911 Cup class, whereas Fabi in GT4 lead, Petrozilio in TCR lead, and Ferrari has managed to regain the lead of the MX5 class. You can just hear these Porsche Cup cars going around from Niels Benedict. Going to try and get in the draft. These Porsche Cup cars do get helped a lot by this draft. Not, I think, as much as, say, the MX-5s, but it's definitely going to help them get closer and try and reduce the gaps. We're going to try and do it as we see up ahead, just slightly on mistake by Fabi up ahead, not running a bit too wide, and that's going to see if that will allow Niels Benedict to try and make a move. He's going to try and cover him off, try and make his car as wide as possible. Just trying to poke a nose around the outside, see if he can get to the inside for this next corner here, but there's nothing doing there. Fabi's just going to try and hold it, going to cover the inside now. Benedict trying to push as much as he can, just a couple of wheels out of the grass, as you can hear from just the in-car sounds. He's just trying to look everywhere, trying to put off the car ahead, see if he can manage anything, but nothing doing. Backing off a little bit through this corner here. Not really worth getting too close in case there's any mistake. And now coming up to the carousel, I believe they're just going to slot in this train now and see if he can make a move down this long back straight with draft. That should be his best opportunity. As you see, he's fighting the wheel. So the car's a little bit unsettled. These Porsche Cup cars are. Of course, GT4 cars are on the ragged edge here. You've got to have them set up just right to get it good. As you can see, dip it into this banking here, getting it stopped in. Have your technical issues been fixed at all, or are they still a little bit of a gremlin? I believe Dan is rebooting his PC, so you're going to be stuck with me for this duration as we now follow Nurburgring. Chasing now as Fabi, just listen to this nice in-car sounds. Following the line nice and smooth. We now go back to X5 class if we can, just to give them a little bit of love. You see those Porsche GT4s were very close, and you can see Roberto Ferrari now has built a rather handsome lead to car behind James Bunter there, just around about 4 or so seconds. You can just see him in the back of our shot here. Very, very commanding performance by Ferrari. He managed to get pole, but just lost out through the first lap, but has managed to redeem himself and come back up through the order. As you see here, just this long straight. It's a little bit of a during these MX-5s. You don't have to fight the car too much. You can see there's a little bit of a battle going on between Bunter and Santiago Grails now. As you see, they're trying to go too wide here through this corner. He's got the inside line, but it's just holding it around the outside. James Bunter very good there. Very also sensible by Santiago there, just to sort of just relax a little bit and keep it safe. There's plenty of time to go in this race just yet, and with new tyre model as well, any slight little misjudge from one of the two cars going side by side and they'll both be out of the race. You just see him now going through, and we follow this larger train here. Going to be a beautiful sight as we see them just come through the carousel section here, try to dip in and keep it tight. Very impressive sight to see, as we can see Sakura just trying to get on the back of the Sergio Ray low part here. I believe he's using a Mazda 787B tribute livery on his MX-5. Very nice to see. He's trying to just harass him a little bit, make sure he's within that draft range for this long back straight now. Just going through this sort of last sector loop here. And this is the time in the race where a lot of the guys will try and get into their rhythms, try and keep it steady, not try anything too ridiculous. They're going to 18 minutes into the race, still plenty of time to go. We're going to be saying this for most of the first hour of this race, I believe. Maybe try and keep it steady. There's got to think about fuel saving as well. A lot of these guys might not even want to go for the move. They'll try and sit behind the car in front and lift and coast using the draft. Just save a bit of fuel on through to these corners, taking a little bit less speed in, getting off the throttle, and just eking out as much fuel as possible, make their stints longer and making their final stint as short as possible. I believe these MX-5s have a stint that's just over an hour long, so for the end they won't be on full tanks. They'll be trying to take as little amount of fuel as they'll dare get away with, just to maximise any amount of time they can get. Now we've got Adam McNally here for XI Racing Blue in the TCR class. He's currently basically in the mid pack of his class here, just 9th in class, trying to stay within the tow range of Miguel N. Freitas, who's a very quick driver in his own right. I've raced with him plenty of times in the SRW TCR league. He's been dominating that championship by a considerable margin. I think he's won 6 races of his last 7. Which is definitely no mean feat. See now, the cars with their lights coming through the fog. This is a very tricky weather conditions. A very cold track. That does mean that in this sim, that cars will be able to go a little bit faster than they normally would. But with that means the tyres are a lot harder to warm up, and these TCRs, tyre temperature is the key to getting a good lap time and getting a good pace. You won't want too much in endurance when you want to keep it managed, just due to the tyre wear. These TCR cars do munch through the front tyres a lot. These rear tyres, however, should see them through to the end. You can see the cambers on the cars aren't actually that much. You can just see slight details of the rear cambers, however, trying to get as much out of them as possible, try and keep the temperatures through them. We've got long straights through this course, which means that the rears don't get worked as much, and as a result the temperatures go down, and by the time you can come up to a corner, your tyres have gone cold again. It's a very tricky balancing act, but you can see Manny's trying to work the car as much as he can throughout these corners, but Yearone Freitas, you can see at the front of our shot here, he's just starting to pull a little bit of a gap, getting about 1.5 seconds roughly the margin now. Had a good exit out of here. Coming up to fluid plats, he's going to be, McNally's under pressure here, as you can see from Quinton Young, the American driver. Going to try and keep it safe, and there's no real way you could get past through fluid plats here, just going now down this long back straight. And because Quinton Young had to back out, that's now put him in the grips of David E. Baker. It's just less than a second, but these cars, TCR class, has always usually got very good racing. Very close, very usually exciting as well. Over an endurance race, the cars can get spread out, so it'll be interesting to see how it will develop throughout the course of the race.
Yeah, as you say, these TCR cars, they do have they're very close together, and there's quite a few drivers that viewers of the British sim racers would be aware of as well. People like Adam McNally, David Baker, they are drivers, and also Chris Danes, of course, of Yearone Racing. They're part of the British Sim Racers Club as well. It's been running for probably a good 8-9 years on the iRacing service, one of the biggest sort of community clubs, as we now see, looking at Sammy Matty Trojan, currently our race leader, by just under 13 seconds as he goes round through the second part of the lap now. We're just going now the side through down towards the Brunchen and the S curve again, and Sammy Matty Trojan for Williams Esports Chill Blast is led the first 3 laps in quite some style at the moment. He's not really had any real challenge as he now goes through towards the second carousel, the Kleins carousel. And that Audi just looks really planted, and Sammy Matty Trojan, although it probably doesn't look like it on the stream, he is still having to hustle that, but it's just looking so planted, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, as it goes through Geltenhofen onto the Dettenhauer Ho for the 3rd time. And as you say, this race, we are nearly 1/6 of the way through it already, well, 1/8 of the way through it, shall I say. We're coming up now towards the half-hour mark. We've done 22, just short of 23 minutes. And the gap, also, we were looking, I think, at the gap for the Porsche Cup, the 911 class. It looks like the Guinness and Goral are very close together, just over a couple of seconds separating these two. But Sammy Matty Trojan coming down towards the Dottenhauer now, towards Tiergarten, to complete his 3rd lap. And as we say, the Williams Esports team, they are with the affiliated the Williams Formula 1 team. So a lot of engineering, practice and expertise in that Williams Esports team, as Sammy Matty Trojan crosses the line now. His last lap was a 7:47.8, and that lap a 7:48.190. So some great consistency when you consider the track is over 15 miles in length. The fact that they're 2-3 tenths apart just shows what sort of level that these drivers are. And he's pulled out another 4.5 seconds on this lap. Jarvoya a 7:42.7. Kevin Volk up into 3rd place, done a 7:52.6 on the last lap, and Keith Camilleri is a 7:54.1. As we now look at Kevin Volk in that Phoenix Racing Esports Green Audi car, he's just going through the GP section in the arena. What they do here, they take the right-hander, and then they go down and take the cut through. On the full combined circuit, you do the Grand Prix loop, but on this one, you take the shortened sprint circuit section, and it cuts out the Schumacher S in the bottom half of the Nurburgring Grand Prix circuit. But Kevin Volk, as we said, his I rating is substantially lower than the people he's racing around. So Kevin Volk in that Phoenix Racing Esports Green car doing a fantastic job as we now goes up towards the chicane at the end of the Grand Prix circuit section, and he'll go on to Hassan back. And this corner here, the chicane, it might look like it's a simple corner, but it's not really, because it's so easy to get the first bit wrong and go skating through the gravel. As we see now Kevin Volk going through towards Hassan back, and starting his 4th lap on the Nordschleife.
As you can see here, we were mentioning earlier about how close these cars were able to battle and how close the TCRs were. But you can see the lead gap between Trojan and Kia gotten so large now. It's over coming up to the 15-second mark. He gains almost every corner, every straightaway. So the Williams Esports driver must have that car very well set up and is driving it very well. It's, coming on to lap 4, we're going to start to possibly catch up to the back train of the MX-5s in a lap or 2 time, I believe. Where they're on track.
Yeah, they'll be catching them very shortly. What we did see, though, was a good battle going on before 5th and 6th place. The car of Chris Fuller right on the back of the Riley Sim Racing car of Andreas Leikam. So that's a battle for 5th and 6th. And here we are on screen now. And the Audi's having some pressure on the BMW Z4. So Andreas Leikam under pressure from the Talk Freak Racing Blanchimont car of Chris Fuller. They're now going down in towards the right-hander, and let's have a little, puts the nose out, does Chris Fuller, but not quite able to make the move, but he's right on the back of that Audi, and the BMW Z4, it's not really a car that we're seeing that much in this race, but the BMW Z4 putting the Audi under real pressure as they now go through. We're now looking again at Sami Matti-Trojan, Williams Esports Chill Blast leader, riding the curb there, and Sami Matti-Trojan, as you can see, he really is having a very good drive at the moment. They're pushing the car to the limit, as you see. He took that curb a few more centimetres there to the left, and he would have been off. But Sami Matti-Trojan in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, as we say, he is the pick of the field at the moment. His I rating is 5,224. He has a 15-second lead at the moment over Jaya Veer, and he's already put, as you can see here on the track map to the right, he has got quite a big gap, and he's also actually going to be catching up to one of the MX-5s pretty shortly as well. You see there, our 56th place runner, he will be getting caught pretty soon by the Williams Esports Chill Blast driver, definitely by the end of this lap. And we can say it will take 3 or 4 laps before they start hitting traffic, and Sami Matti-Trojan will be finding that traffic. And just looking at the gap now, nearly up to 16 seconds, and Sami Matti-Trojan from Williams Esports Chill Blast really is, as you say, the pick of the field at the moment. No one seems to have anything for him in this GT3 class, and the battle for 5th and 6th still as it was. Leikam ahead of Chris Fuller, but also their fighting is going to allow Philip Schallenberg in the Racing Fuel Academy car to catch them up as well. And so that will be a battle. And Fuller's gone past Leikam off camera. We're just looking at it now. They're side by side. It's got the 3 marks. We've got the BMW, the Audi, and the Mercedes. The BMW goes through. So Chris Fuller makes up the place, but the slipstream will help Philip Schallenberg behind in the Mercedes. And he is not taking this line down. Leikam is going to try and stick his nose in, but the Racing Fuel Academy All-Stars by RSO driver of Philip Schallenberg is off. And so that's another battle to keep an eye on, but we're now looking at another battle between 2 of the Audis. It is, it looks like it's Philip Oldak who is racing with the car of Ignacio, and it looks like Ignacio has gone past Oldak on this lap. As you can see from the numbers on the windscreen, it was Ignacio in 11th place and Oldak in 12th, but Ignacio actually qualified in 2nd place, so he did, looks like he's dropped down a few more positions. As we now look into that Porsche Cup class, this is the 4th place driver, Stephen Walkup, and he's caught up to the back of Christopher Zokling, the driver who has raced in the VLN previously. Just like we are having a few minor issues here, but we're looking at the MX-5 leader, that is Roberto Ferrari, going down the Dockenhoer, and he has pulled out a 16-second lead pretty much over the car behind him of Bunter. So it's very similar to what we see in the GT3 class. We have the leader pulling away, and there is a driver in the pits as well, the car of Nick Thiessen for Nab. It looks like he's coming into the pits and he's out of the race. So Nick Thiessen, unfortunately, looks like he's going to be a retirement in this one. So he's got on the grass and lost it as Nick Thiessen. So Nick Thiessen has crashed his car, and we said before about what would happen if you got a wheel on the grass or made a mistake, and that's what's happened to Nick Thiessen. So that Porsche is going no further. Nick Thiessen for Nab Racing Pink out of the race, which is a shame for Nick Thiessen. But the gap between Sami Matitrojan and Volk, we've completed the lap, and he must have gained at least 6 or 7 seconds on this lap. Sami Matitrojan, gap now up to, it looks like the gap up to nearly 24 seconds, and we've lost our second place runner, Via. I can't see him on my timing screen. I think he's had enough and is in the pits. Drama in the GT3 class. It looks like we have lost the car with Jaya Via. I think we've got a replay coming up now, Graham. It looks like a collision with an MX-5 is what has put Jaya Via in the pits, and we said that going through the traffic could cause an issue. Which MX-5 was it that it looks like he's collected there? Has the MX-5 been able to continue? It looks like it could be Ariel Guerra-Monez, who is a driver that Via's had the accident with, and Via is in the pits, and that is not what you want to see. He was in the second place, but what that has meant is that Kevin Volk up into second place, and the gap has extended by 6 seconds on that lap. The lap for Sami Matitrojan is 7:48.054. Kevin Volk is 7:54.468, and the Williams Esports Chill Blast driver, as we said, dominant as he goes past one of the MX-5s. They're very slow on the inside, much slower than normally an MX-5 would go. So I don't know if that MX-5 was having problems or just being overly courteous, but Sami Matitrojan goes past him without a problem. And he's got another one of the MX-5s he's going to go down the inside of now. And in the fog, seeing these MX-5s may be a little bit more difficult than normal. As you see, we can see on the camera that the fog is causing a lot of problems with the drivers. And Sami Matitrojan now going through onto the Nordschleife section for the 5th time in this race. And we've had over half an hour, 32 minutes on the clock. You are watching the first round of the Nurburgring Endurance Championship here on iRacing. This is a Yearone Racing TV presentation in partnership with Alpha Live. We'd like to thank Alpha Live for the partnership we have with themselves. This will be the first of other esports events you'll see us broadcasting. On Tuesday night, you'll see more MX-5 action. We'll have the BSR Pro Series, and there's a lot of MX-5s now for Sami Matitrojan to go through. Goes past the first one there, so Sami Matitrojan picking through the back markers in a manner which is safe, unlike what we saw with the Via in second place. He had the instant. The next one is the 444 MX-5. Goes around the outside of that one, no problem at all. And these MX-5s are actually racing pretty close together here. Oh, that is close. Sami Matitrojan though, precise. So what we're going to do, we do have a few technical problems, so what we're going to do is we're going to step away for a couple of minutes, and we hope you join us back on Yearone Racing TV in partnership with Alpha Live. Welcome back to the iRacing Nurburgring Endurance Championship. I'm Dan Blake. We have Evan May also in the commentary. Graham Sessler producing. Thank you very much to everyone involved in this. What we have is look at this battle in the Porsche Cup class for the lead between the car of Corentin Guinez, and also we have our second place driver in behind him as well, who is the car of Fabio Garel. They have got a 12-second lead over third place driver Christopher Zockling, but these two Porsche Cup cars at the front, we saw Sammy Matej-Jojen early on. He's now safely negotiated all of that MX-5 traffic. But this battle for the Porsche Cup class, very intense, because the gap between them, as you can see, is very, very slim indeed. The last lap they did, Fabio Garel was the quickest driver, 809.635. He was 8 tenths quicker, but the slipstream will help. But Garel for Dutch Mountains Racing, all over the back of that Hexa Racing Team Black car of Corentin Guinez, the Frenchman. And Corentin's I rating 5.311, and Fabio Garel 4.169. So Fabio putting Corentin under a lot of pressure on lap 5 here at the Nordschleife, as you see. Guinez pulling away a little bit, but as soon as we get to the straight section, Fabio Garel will have a slipstream and will be able to edge closer to the back of that Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. The 911 GT3 Cup class is the second fastest of our 5 classes. We've got the GT3 class with our 3 German marks. We've got the BMW Z4 GT3, the Mercedes AMG GT3, and the Audi R8 LMS. Then we have what we're watching now, which is the Porsche 911 Cup class, which is the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. We have our GT4 class as well, which is the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport MR. Very new on the iRacing service. Only been out less than a month, I'd say that one's been out. About 3-4 weeks. We have our 4th of the 5 classes, which is our TCR class with the Audi RS3 LMS. Another relatively new car to the iRacing service. That's probably been about 6 months that we've had that car. And then we also have the slowest car on this race in this championship, which is the Mazda MX-5 class. And as we've been talking about the classes, Guinez has started to pull out a little bit of a gap on Fabio Garel. But what will happen is here, you see the straight section now, Garel is getting a nice slipstream off the back of that Hexa Racing Team Black car. And if he can stay close enough to the back of Guinez, going through the second part of the lap, as they go down the Dottenhauer, you may be pretty close, but we're now just going through towards the carousel section of the track. They've just gone through Klosterwal, and they take the sharp right-hander and the lead up to the carousel. As we say, the carousel, one of the most iconic corners on this circuit. We're going on board with Fabio Garel through the carousel section. Doesn't seem to have lost too much time to the car in front of him of Corentin Guinez. And what they're doing now, they're just going now through towards Hoact, and then we have Wipperman is the next one here, with left and right section through the second half of the Nordschleife. They're going through Brunchen, and then what they do now is they just start to go downhill towards Flansgarten here, which is one where we do see quite a bit of action around there. And there's nothing like Fabio Garel is a lot closer to Guinez than he was on the previous lap, and he'll get the slipstream there. So Guinez could have a good opportunity. So he's going to have to defend, because Garel will be doing all he can to try and get past. Sammy Matej-Jojen is now starting his 6th lap. His last lap in the GT3 is 7:48. That gap up to nearly 30 seconds. But what we're concentrating on now is this battle on the Nordschleife section of the circuit for our lead in the Porsche GT3 Cup class between these drivers as they go now through towards Flansgarten now, towards the carousel, which is the second one, Klein's carousel. Then I have the short straight, and then we go on to the Dottenhauer. Fastest lap of the race for the 4th place car, Leicam in GT3. He's done at 7:56. His fastest lap of the race. Gorel very close there to the grass in that Dutch Mountains Racing Toucan car. And this will be where we should see him make a bit of headway on Guinness as they come up to lap an MX-5, it looks like as well. He tries to get the draft off the MX-5, the slower car. Look at the speed he goes past that MX-5. That is truly breathtaking as they go down the dot in Howard to see just how much quicker they are than these Mazda MX-5s. But the good thing about this is, there's another MX-5 there on the inside. Both these drivers have...
Although the gap is just too much, I believe, between Quentin Guinness and Fabio Gorel. He managed to catch a lot under the brakes, just shows how committed he was. You can see of the Porsche Cup cars, a little bit damage to put off into the pits there. That might be very slow if that was. I believe that was Chris Fuller. I think he had just maybe an accident with the wall or something. Car didn't too healthy, as you see now. Gorel is just trying to get right on the back of Guinness up ahead. Trying to stay with him. He's gained a lot for this first section here. Just Guinness just seems to get a better run out of the corner, which is need to have in these cars. It's all about the control you have on the throttle and how much you're daring to go on the accelerator as we now get through these MX-5s before the corners. As you can see, the MX-5s have much less corner run speed than these Porsche Cup cars. Getting out of the way very nicely for the faster class. It's not their duty to do so, obviously. The faster class need to make the pass themselves, but it's very nice to see the MX-5s facilitating that in a nice and safe manner now as we come down now to the last section of the I guess the race circuit before we get onto the Nordschleife of the Nurburgring GP section. It's going up now through the GT chicane. Very committed, as you can hear, and just trying to get on the throttle, coming off a little bit when they feel the car's not going to quite stick with them, getting back on as early as they dare, just trying to keep the car balanced as well, using the throttle a little bit to try and manage the rear, manage the fronts, try and keep them biting in. It's still not enough. Guinness has managed to keep that gap, and I think Guinness will only extend it now for this sector coming up. Has pulled out 2 tenths already through these 2 corners, but now is being held up by 5, so more goes around comes around. Anytime you can gain, you can always lose it again in traffic. It makes these races more exciting in my opinion, is why I love multi-class endurance racing.
Yeah, as you see, they're going past those MX-5s, and Guinness maybe a little bit compromised by one of the MX-5s there he was going past, but hasn't lost too much time to Fabio Gorel. As you say now, they're going through the early sections here of the Nordschleife circuit, and then we've got the downhill section down towards down towards run through Plug Pass, and then we're going to go down to the right hander down at Arlenberg. Going through the Cottonbond now, that little twist, and then they go down to the right hander of Arlenberg, and Gorel so close to the back of Guinness, but not a lot he can do about it at the moment. But when we soon hope we're going towards a pit stop, so I should think on this. As you see, we've been running for 43 minutes, so in the next couple of laps I think we'll see the pit stop start to make an influence on the race.
I believe, yeah, the pit stops might come in either next or the lap after. I think usually most of these cars have around about an hour's worth of building. I know the MX-5s go around about an hour and 15 minutes, I'd imagine, on a full tank, but it's we'll see how that pans out towards the end of the race. With fuel saving as well, a lot of the cars might try and eke out an extra lap if they can, or at least eke out as much fuel as they can to get a shorter pit stop and see if they can jump the car ahead in the pits. That's when most of the overtaking will be done, is on strategy in these endurance events. Also, the nature of the Nordschleife makes it very difficult for cars to make a clean pass when you go onto the northern loop. Through the GP section, it's a little bit easier as the track is wider and got nicer curves that you can go over and ride with to try and either hold your line or try and make a move. As you can see through this car, the curves are very high. It's very difficult to ride them. The track is too narrow to really fit 2 cars through most of these corners safely.
Yeah, as we can see, it really is. You've got to be very brave to make a move on the Nordschleife. You can make it right, a little bit of squeal there from Fabio Garel, but he's still keeping in touch the car of Corentin Guinez, and between them they have pulled quite a gap towards the next car, which is Christopher Zocklin, but another MX-5 is about to enter the fray, but they're going to catch him in a good place where he can just move over to the right, and then the Porsches will blast past on his inside. As Garel goes past the MX-5, as is Guinez, the gap staying very stable at just about a second. Then they got 16 seconds back, but a battle for third. Zocklin and Walkup very close together, and Christopher Zocklin is going to be under all sorts of pressure from Stephen Walkup. So we've got a battle going on for the lead, and also for third. As we go stay on board now with Stephen Walkup, he's going to have the slipstream on Christopher Zocklin. This is a Tempest Motorsports car of the Canadian driver, and we said you've got to be very careful to make a move. Is he going to let down the inside? Zocklin defends, and that'd be a very risky place to go down the inside. Stephen Walkup knows it's a long race. We're not even 1/4 of the way through. But the GT3 Cup class and the Porsche Cup class, they are producing some fantastic racing for us, Edward.
These Porsche Cups are very close. As you see just ahead, Zocklin just getting a little bit wide on exit there, but it's Walkup tried to capitalise, but Walkup had a little bit of a slide current, got on the throttle a bit too early, saw the position and was a little bit too eager on the throttle, I feel, but right through this carousel section, Walkup is so much more committed. He is able to carry that much more speed throughout the corner. However, you can see up ahead of the shot here, we've got an MX-5 just starting to block, just getting in the way a little bit, almost just hampering these guys, making sure the pass is. I think Zocklin will be very grateful to see. As we see now Trogan at the top of our toe screens on the left there, you can see that he's fastest lap of the race. A purple timings, it's the fastest lap out of anyone on this race, and that's a very impressive time. 47 is basically almost qualifying pace. It's incredibly quick, and even though his tyres are probably been worn down from 7 laps worth of flat out running around this track, he's already gained 30 seconds to the cars behind him. Very impressive drive now, as we see Volk, I think, has entered the pit lane. Kevin Volk has entered the pit lane, so I believe strategy might be going ahead here. Maybe that's his, he's taking his early stop, he's taking a shorter stop earlier, trying to see if he can cement his places. As long as he doesn't get out in too much traffic, that should be right, but we're still going to follow Kevin Walkup now. This is the battle to follow. As we see now, Kevin Volk, yeah, he's going into the pits. I don't think he had any damage. I think this is a purely fuel stop. I can't see the car going up on its jacks just yet. It'll be interesting to see if that is the case. I think the fuel goes in first.
Yeah, looks like it's a scheduled stop for Kevin Volk, who was in second place. Also, the car of Barneveld has gone into the pits as well, who was in 8th place. So that's Ryan Barneveld also in the pit lane. And as you say, Sammy Matty shows a fantastic lap there. The fuel, it doesn't look like he's taken tyres there, Kevin Volk. It looks like fuel only. That's an interesting strategy call. With this new tyre model, the double and triple stinting has been made a lot harder. So as the stint goes on, it will be interesting to see how Kevin Volk's pace goes. But as we were saying about the Trojan, with the fuel load lightening, despite the fact, maybe that backs up the claim of Kevin Volk not taking tyres. The fact that Sammy Matty Trojan's done 48 minutes and now putting in fastest laps.
It'll be interesting to see, obviously, with the track being as cold as it is. I think it's still 19 degrees Celsius track temp, so I think you might be able to manage to take these tyres on double stints. It'll be interesting to see if the cars around him are doing that, but if moved by Kevin Volk, when the tyres get worn, cars get a little bit squirrely, especially in the new tyre model. The car gets a lot looser at the rear, and going around the Nordschleife, the track isn't always as smooth as you'd like. The track can have a few bumps that can unsettle the car, make the rear lighter, make the front lighter. Now come to the TCRs now. We've got Chris Daines, part of Yearone Racing. You can see him now trying to get onto the back of Augusto up ahead. And he's got Freitas behind him, which is Freitas himself is a very quick driver, so it's good to see Daines is going to get races from his starting position now. I wonder what happened to Freitas, and I think McNally's out, so maybe they've had a coming together at some point.
Yeah,
as you
just
see now.
I was going to say, I'm just looking through the TCRs at the moment. We've got Sandro Petrosilio, who's leading from Daniel Kraft and Ollie Peacock. I think now it's the battle for the lead. There's 3 cars, nose to tail, in the TCR class. It looks like they are very close together. That's the Horse Expert and Motorsport car, the CQR Club 117 and Full Send Racing 85. Very close together. And also, as you see here, Chris Danes putting a lot of pressure on Jorge Augusto. And it also looked like there was a bit of a change in that battle in the GT Cup class as well between Zochlin. He looks like Zochlin was overtaken briefly, but he has taken the place back. But in TCR, we're just looking at Chris Danes at the moment in 7th place, going around the carousel, very close to Augusto. And Augusto, as we said, I made a little mistake, but this is our TCR battle. We have 4 cars in very close proximity. Sandro Petroziello for Horse Expert and Motorsport 50 has got Daniel Kraft in a CQR Club 117 car. He's got Ollie Peacock and also Daniel Abelman behind as well. This is 2 drivers from the DH Club, which consists of Germany, Austria, Switzerland. And then we have the UK and Ireland driver of Daniel Kraft in 2nd, and also UK and I represented by Ollie Peacock in 3rd place. So the drivers from the DH Club, this is sort of their home circuit in Germany in a way, but the British drivers keeping them very, very honest. And even in real life, we see British drivers going over to the Nordschleife and doing well. I think Bradley Philpott, the driver who regularly contests in the VLN, I know he did last season in the Peugeot for Net Motorsports. But Daniel Kraft is right behind the car of Petrosilio, and as they go down to the Dottenhauer for this time, the 7th time, it would be interesting to see if he's close enough to make a move as we're going now through towards the end of the lap here at the Nordschleife. Daniel Kraft, 2nd place, and Daniel Kraft is someone who's raced touring cars for a very long time. I raced against him in the BSR touring cars, and when they're using the Kia Optima back a couple years ago. So Daniel Kraft's someone who's been a regular touring car racer, very quick as well. His I rating is 4,483. So Daniel Kraft is one of the quicker drivers in the BSR touring cars, and will he be able to make the move? He's very close to Petroziello. But these TCR cars, they'll probably be coming into the pits in the next couple of laps. So Daniel Kraft will look and try and make that move before he pits. He gets right in the slipstream of Petroziello, and we could see the lead change here in the TCR class down the Dottenhauer.
You can see Daniel Kraft is in the best possible position to try and make that move. However, I think he's going to be he's not really closing up as much as you'd imagine maybe with this. He might be just trying to fuel save a little bit, trying to as much fuel as possible. He's probably been behind Petrosilio for a long time, so he's managed to save a lot of fuel down this back straight by not going full throttle, just a little bit less speed through, use a little bit less fuel, and see if he can get that extra lap out, clean air, see if he's to go around as we see if any of these guys will peel into the pits. I don't believe so. No, they're all going to be staying out, going nose to tail. 4-car train, as you can see, the lights glaring through the fog now as we come in across the start-finish line for the TCRs to begin there, I believe, 8th or something like that.
Looks like we've had word that the TCRs could do up to an hour and 30 minutes for a stint, and that'll be interesting to see if they can go an hour and 30, but this battle is really intense at the front, and Ollie Peacock, Daniel Kraft was trying to go past Petroziello, but Ollie Peacock really caught him up, and it looks like these TCR leaders are now going to have a taste of MX5 traffic. It looks like there is one of them in front. Yes, there is. So the Petroziello, Kraft, Peacock and Abelman have their first taste of MX5 traffic, and depending on where they catch it, this could make or break someone's race, because if you lose a slipstream to the car in front, you're going to have to put it even harder to get past. But on this occasion, all 4 drivers are able to get past. It looks like our race leader, Sami Matishoja, may be in the pits as well.
It'll be interesting to see if Troshan is going to do the same as Volk there and take tyres. It'll be interesting to See, he's coming to the pits now. Still's probably going to be right at the end as he was pulse it. Here we go. Right at the end. Going to be watching the fuel go in. I see the car going up on its jack, so I believe he's going to be taking. Well, it's going to be very impressive because he was taking a lot out of his tyres, going really aggressively through some of these corners. You could just sometimes hear the tyres scrubbing a little bit as he was really attacking it through, just kissing the apexes every time. It's good. Behind him now, Calamari's also peeling into the pit lane now. I think a lot of the GT thieves that haven't pit are going to be doing so this lap. I can't imagine them getting another lap out of the tank, but we shall see. See, Laycam's also peeled in. I don't believe Trojan's going to. Oh,
yes,
Trojan is taking tyres.
Yeah, Trojan's taking tyres.
Interesting. Tyres usually take an extra around about 20 to 30 seconds, I'd imagine. So he's already had the gap when he came into the pit, so it's almost no-brainer for Trojan to take the pits. I think Kevin Volk had to that gamble. He did take an earlier stop, so that means he's probably planning on having his tyres in better shape. It's now just, but you see Trojan now. He's coming out of the pits, and you can see on the track map, he's not going to be under any real threat. I think he's going to come out with a nice enough gap. Volk's just come across the line now, and Trojan is out ahead. He's about 7-8 seconds ahead, so that was a very good stop. And Trojan's going to be on fresh rubber, so you'll expect to see that gap extend more and more throughout this going lap. However, Trojan will possibly be under a little bit of pressure due to the cold tyres they've come on. They don't have any tyre blankets in this event, so they're going to be stone cold coming out. It's going to be job to get them warm. Halfway through the lap, they should get back to temp.
Essentially, what we've seen there from Sami Trojan is a free pit stop in terms of his tyre. He had, as you said, the 45-second lead when he came into the pits. That has allowed him to take tyres and come out still in the lead of the race, and he's got the advantage that his tyres will be allowed to be where the guys behind them we saw the Volk didn't take tyres, fuel only, still 9 seconds behind. And I think Camilleri in third place has taken tyres because he is now a good 40 seconds behind Kevin Volk. So it looks like Kevin Volk has taken a bit of a gamble by not changing tyres on his first pit stop, because it looks like all the cars behind him have in fact taken tyres. So Kevin Volk seems to be the odd one out in terms of strategy. Everyone else seems to have taken fresh rubber. And it'll be, as the stint goes on, it'll be interesting to see how that car of Kevin Volk starts handling. And because the last thing he wants to do is to wear out the tyres too much to the point where it could cause him to make a mistake. Because as we said, there's not any runoff at this Nordschleife circuit. As we've seen already, you make a mistake, you're in the wall, unfortunately. But the gap between Trojan and Volk already it's gained about half a second already just in this quarter of the lap since he's changed tyres. Camilleri is in third place in this one. So the current rundown at the moment, we're just coming up to an hour here at the Nurburgring Nordschleife circuit. This is the first round of the iRacing Nurburgring Endurance Championship, and you're watching this here live on Yearone Racing TV and Sound and Vision in partnership with Alpha Live for the first of 9 rounds in this championship. 8 of the rounds are 4-hour races, and then we have the 5th round in July, which should be held over 6 hours. So the July race, the 5th one out of our 9 races, is the 6-hour one. But Sami Trojan already is proving that he may be in contention for this victory, and as it stands at the moment, I think Sami Trojan is my favourite for the GT3 win. He really has shown some real quality in this Williams Esports Chill Blast car. I'm just looking to see if any drivers may have changed. As we've said, you can do this as one driver, but you can also do it as a 2-driver team. So it'd be interesting to see if any of them have changed drivers. It looks like the top 3 at least haven't changed drivers. Dominic Push, I don't know if he was involved in the early section of the race. Let's have a look now and see if maybe he is a driver who has had a driver change. We'll have a look now and see if that number 83 car has been piloted. Yes, that was a car which earlier in the race had Andreas Laycam on board, so there is a driver change to that Riley Sim Racing car. In 4th place is Dominic Push, now behind the wheel. In 5th place is the Maniti Racing Blue, Tim Matsko. Then we have Philip Schallenberg in 6th. Sergio Ignacio up to 7th place. George Wiseman's 8th, and currently in 9th place in our GT3 class. And seemingly the last car in that class on the... Well, he's not the last car on the lead lap, but there is a bit of a gap there. We have 4 of the GT4 car, not the GT4, the Porsche Cup cars before you reach the number 8 of Dominic Push. Oh, Dominic Push. The number 8 car is currently being driven by, let's see, the Top Freak Racing car that was being driven by Fuller. Is he still behind? Still is Fuller behind the wheel of that one. So as you see, we have had some changes, but there have been a couple of driver changes. But on the whole, it looks like at the moment that the driver changes have been kept to a minimum. Wonder if we go through the classes as well, if there's been any more changes further down the order.
Just to go in there, we can see Dominic Push is just getting right battle on with Tim Matsko. Tim Matsko was not hanging about there. This battle has been developing throughout the time we were on board with Push there, but Matsko has almost certainly got some fresh rubber on and is going out for blood there. It was a very committed move there. Slight contact, but it was only door to door. I don't think there was any real malice in that manoeuvre. Matsko was just trying to get past him as soon as possible. He had the pace, as you can see, and through that section of the Nordschleife there, and has tried to make his mark already. Now, just come back, run through the field.
Yeah, so Matsko has already, as you say, he's pulled away quite a gap already. So Matsko, although it was maybe a little bit forceful, he clearly was being held up. So Matsko is now free from Dominic Push, and that Maniti Racing Blue car can now try and chase down the KC Racing Esports car of Keith Camilleri. The gap between Camilleri and Matsko, though, is quite big. It's just about 15 seconds he's got to catch him up by.
If there's anyone that can go for the move, though, I believe it would be Tim Matsko. He's showing good pace at the moment. There's a large gap, like you said. However, he seems to have his Audi. You can see it now. You can just see it looking rather nice and clean, at least through the carousel section. A lot of these Audis do, but he's just managing to keep his lines just perfect. You'd expect to when we've got such a high strength of field in this GT3 class, and in all classes, in fact. You can see now he's just trying to gain a little bit on Keith Calamari's gaps, reducing a little bit as he comes through these corners, but it's because these guys are so evenly matched, it's not going to close down by a lot. As you can see, he's already managed to pull a little bit on Dominic Push, pull back 2 seconds back, and Dominic Push might soon find himself in the grips of Sergio Ignacio. The gap is around about the same between these in Matsko to Push to Ignacio, so that'll be to see if that battle will develop in the coming laps, as we're already an hour into the race, and the action doesn't seem to be slowing at all.
Yeah, as we say, Sergio Ignacio, he did qualify in 2nd place, so he does have some pace, and maybe suffered some early race problems which dropped him down the field a little bit, but Sergio Ignacio, his fastest lap though, only a 7:56.8, so Dominic Push's fastest lap is actually a bit quicker, so I don't know if Ignacio's maybe got some damage, or the car looks like it's intact at the moment of Sergio Ignacio, but definitely not running as quickly as it was, but he's already caught up to the back of Dominic Push, so going down towards the Dottenhauer, we may see him try and make a move as Sammy Matti Trojan completes yet another lap, and he's pulled about 4 or 5 seconds on Volk over the course of this lap. It's now up to 13 seconds, but what we're concentrating on now is this battle for 5th place between Dominic Push and Sergio Ignacio. Ignacio in the Audi, both cars in fact are the Audis, and the slipstream that Ignacio is going to get should be enough to see him go past the car of Dominic Push, the Riley Sim Racing car. He pulls alongside the Sergio Ignacio, and he'll have that little bit of overspeed from the slipstream. Ignacio is on the outside line. The inside has been held by Dominic Push. Will he be able to clear him? Yes, it looks like he will. So Ignacio move him up to 5th place. Although what this now means, though, is that the car Push is going to have the slipstream at the end of the straight towards Dottenhauer, and as we get towards Tiergarten, Ignacio looks like that he'll just be able to hold on. So the car of Dominic Push has lost 2 places in the space of half a lap.
Ignacio seems to be on a charge at the moment. I think I don't know what happened through the pit stops or if Dominic Push has any damage, but he doesn't seem to have the pace that this car had earlier on in the race. It'll be interesting to see if it's just a momentary blip and he'll head back into the off the pit stops, because obviously after a pit stop, if it almost interrupts your flow, you're not in the flow state as you were previously. Max could use that chance just to try and gain a little bit of time. He's now 3.5 seconds ahead of Ignacio, and around about it was 2 seconds. However, Ignacio did obviously get a very good time at the beginning of the race. So it doesn't look like it is carrying any damage. So I think Max might be under a little bit of pressure as we come on to the in the race. But Drogon has already managed to extend his gap. It was 8 seconds at the start of the lap and is now already up to 14 seconds. So he's gained a substantial amount of time now. As if we can just follow up. And TCR, I believe, is still quite close to the moment, I believe.
Yeah, and also on that, talking to the GT3s again briefly, Matska and Ignacio both actually put their fastest laps of the race in. The time for Tim Matska, 7:54.362, and Ignacio did a 7:55.041. So both drivers putting in their fastest laps. But as you say, we're now back into TCR territory, and Sandro Petruzziello.
You can see here, we've got Peacock trying to show his nose at Craft, so to get in there. But yeah, it's quite intense battling for a second position in the TCR battle here. As we've got Craft just trying to see if we've got a Porsche Cup car now getting in the mix, trying to get through it. That's Icarus Stefancia into the wall. I don't know what happened. I think it was just locked it on the brakes, hit the curb, and it just sort of sent the car around. That was fortunate, and he's going to have to tow back to the pits. Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Estefancia, but that's what happens when you're trying to overtake the faster class. As you can see now on the replay, this is Estefancia. He's trying to go around the outside now, hits the curb. I think he dips to a wheel on the grass. Does he get no contact? I don't think so. I think it's, by the sounds of it, it doesn't seem any contact until he hits the wall. So I think he just gets too much on the brakes there. Very unfortunate for Estefancia.
Yeah, Icarus Stefania had a big accident there, and also looking at another GT4 damage on the front end of it. That's Norbert Leitner in the HM Engineer 19 car, and it looks like, in fact, he's missing the bonnet on that car. Very big, yeah, he is. He's missing the bonnet. So Norbert Leitner has also had a bit of an accident in that GT4 car, but he is in 19th place overall. And it looks like he's currently, is he second in class? I think he is. Have a look now. And in fact, yeah, he is. So Norbert Leitner, despite the damage, is second in class, but he is dropping out to the car of Niels Benedict, who has got about a 20-second lead on him. But now looking back at Daniel Kraft, who is second place in TCR. And we were saying earlier about the traffic, and that really did cost it cost Estefania made a mistake, and it really did cost him. But on board now with Daniel Kraft, and it's Petruzziello in front, and then in third place is Takalo, and Peacock in fourth, and Eberman in fifth. So in fact, our top 6 or 7, let's see if we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, our top 7 are separated by just 16 seconds in TCR, so there is no room for error at all in TCR at the moment. So what we've got is Daniel Kraft, is the same as we were in not too many laps ago. It was a couple of laps ago we checked in, and it was the same thing. Daniel Kraft was putting Petruzziello under intense pressure, but these two drivers really are at the top of their games at the moment. They're driving so close together, they're not making any mistakes, and what they have done is they're trying to drop Takala and Peacock in third and fourth place, but not quite able to drop them at the moment. So what we've had for at least the last 2 or 3 laps is a 4-car battle for the lead in our TCR class.
You see, Jesse Takala is currently in the Porsche Cup class, so he's not actually battling for last position, but instead overall position. Takala's going to try and see if he can get by these TCR cars on the start for straight. The thing is with these the TCR cars and the GT4 cars is the fact that they're quite evenly matched on pace, and the only real time you can get past them is possibly when you're going down the back straight now. As you can see, I think the colour is just appearing here in the back of the shot there. As you can see him just coming around. He might have a little bit of damage, which means he's not able to fully get up to them. So that's allowing Kraft and Petrosilio to have their own little battle at the front, and now they're going to come down for this long backstretch here. Going to be trying to get into the draft. See if he's either going to try and fuel save or go for the move. It's going to be interesting which one. As you see an MX-5 there, getting collected by Petrosilio, such as the closing speed between the TCR and the MX-5. As we see now, Daniel Kraft getting right into the draft there. Is about a second off, and you can just see on closing ever more. He's 3/10 now, going to get into 2/10. He's not showing any signs of slowing down. As you see now, he's trying to maintain the gap. Now he's going down to 1/10 of a second now. Trying to get his nose in. He's going to try and go for the outside manoeuvre. As we see now, the Carla's going for the outside manoeuvre, so that's allowed Kraft to try and go out. Kraft's trying to get in the draft of the Porsche Cup car, but it's not enough. As we just now coming back to them, I think that that Porsche Cup car helped Petrosilio a lot there. Not Porsche, that Porsche GT4 car even managed to help Petrosilio a lot there, and just managed to that Kraft couldn't slip out and get the pass done now. But however, the Carla's going to be providing a draft for Petrosilio again, so potentially working together, I can assure you. But it's just transpiring the traffic. It can work out well for you. As you just see a little MX-5 coming out of the pits there. Hopefully he's not going to collect anyone out of the pit. Actually, no, he's very sensible there. As Kraft is just trying to fill Petrosilio's mirrors through this first sector, but it's not going to force a mistake out at this high level. Drivers aren't that prone to making little misjudgments. They're usually very much on it.
Yeah, the MX-5 that came out of the pits was the 091 of Simone Madoka, currently full. And the one that the car which we almost saw have contact with Petrosilio was the number 19 car of Adrian Boyer in Trying to Survive. We've got another MX-5 now, which is the 444 Risky Racer Michael Messenger, currently third in the MX-5 class. So these MX-5 leaders, sort of the drivers in the front of the MX-5 field, being overtaken by all different classes. We did see a few pit stops as well on that last lap in the GT4 class as well. I noticed there was Nils Carstensen came into the pits, and also another driver who pitted on that lap was the number 9 car of Norbert Leitner, which had that damage. Leitner now is down to 8th place in class. So, and also it looks like the RSO car, which has been driven by Nils Carstensen, has had a driver change. Patrick Lancao now behind the wheel of that one as well. But currently leading the GT4 class is Niels Benedict in another one of the RSO cars. That's RSO 497. So Benedict leads from the Huber Racing car of Dennis Aris Fabry. The gap between them is about 22 seconds. Then there's a further 9 seconds back to Guillaume Radukon in 3rd place. Conor Grigja is in 4th. And rounding out the top 5 currently in the GT4 class is Robert Kloss.
I believe we just saw Patrick Langau have a little bit of a incident there. Just when we were coming through the GP chicane there, just saw, I think, a car come across the screen ahead of one of the GT4 cars there, so that'd be interesting to see what happened there, but there's been that from Benedict. And again, we're having some slight technical gremlins here, but we're going to just go to a little quick advertising break, and we'll make sure you stay tuned with us on Yearone Racing TV in partnership with Alpha Live. We'll be back very shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the Nurburgring Endurance Championship here on iRacing. We are Yearone Racing TV in partnership with Alpha. I'm Dan Blake. Alongside me we have Edward May, and we're now going to go on board for some of the Nordschleife circuit with Niels Benedict. Welcome back
see
to
we're
the
back.
Racing Nurburgring Endurance Championship. I'm Dan Blake on commentary. Got Edwin Mayer alongside me. We also have Graham Sessford producing the action for us this afternoon. And just looking at the car of Sami Trojan, the gap up to 21.9 seconds. So taking fresh tyres on the pit stop. Looks like it has done him some good. He's just catching up now to one of our GT4 class Caymans, and is it going? Oh, it's a car in the wall. An MX-5, number 7 there, clouting the wall. I'll tell you what happened there with that car. But Sami Trojan being held up a little bit here by the number 6 Porsche Cayman. Number 6 Porsche Cayman is the car of Lars Bummler. Yeah, Lars Bummler.
Currently 7th overall in his class, the number 6 car. As we've seen Sami Trojan just going through the flue parts there. And as flat as he dare through there, he's got fresh tyres, but obviously with the extra, it doesn't mean that you can always go flat out everywhere. This new tyre model that's been added to these GT4 cars within the past so weeks has taken a bit of getting used to for some drivers, but some drivers like Sami Trojan just seem to be able to drive quick in whatever they manage to drive, and they've got this setup very nicely done by this Williams Esports Chill Blast Audi R8 LS GT3 car. So we're going now down to the compression here. Well, the fastest areas, if not the fastest area on the track. Flat out, just getting on the brakes a little bit, shifting up to 5th, shifting down again, trying to get it into 3rd, now in 2nd. Trying to get the front pitched in, as you can see, pitching it again. Using as much of the track as they dare without upsetting the car. Very impressive driver, and this is why he's got a nice healthy 21-second gap to Kevin Volk behind him.
The car looks like it almost on rails. The MX-5 that we saw having an impact with the barrier was the PS Race Red Team, Jaroslav Coleman, that would hit the barrier, which we saw earlier on. But as you say, Sami Trojan, the car does look pretty much on rails at the moment, which is really helping him out. And as you say, the new tyre model has taken some getting used to. And when you iRacing introduce these things, it's all about who can sort of learn the tyres the quickest. The quicker you get to grips with it, the quicker you can get the advantage from it. And teams like Williams Esports, the bigger teams, they have the resources available to put that time in to learn the tyre. And they're reaping the benefits in this race as Sami Trojan now comes up towards another one of the Porsche Cayman cars, overtakes it down the inside there. So that is another Cayman as well. So just going through, that's an MX-5, number 25. That was the number 25 MX-5. That is the car. It's quite a way down in the timing screen. It looks like it's not in the top 10 of the MX-5 class, number 25. So one of the cars a bit further down, but Sami Trojan now starting to go through the early parts of our Porsche Cayman field. There's 2 GT4 Caymans fighting in front. As we go on board with Sami Trojan, they're fighting themselves. It's a number 96 car, which is the first one, which they are looking to go. It's not 76. It's a battle for 4th place. Enzo Johansson and Yearone Racing. He's gone past Racing. They're trying to go down the inside now of Enzo Johansson, but Adrian Johansson not very keen to do it because he knows that if he moves over to let Trojan through, that Racing could get through. But at the moment, it looks like the positions are still the same. So that GT4 battle unchanged. Enzo Johansson, the Canadian, just edging out the Finnish driver of Yearone Racing. And totally the top 4 or 5 in that GT4 class. You've got Niels Benedict leading Team RSO 497, Guillaume Racadon second for Team Guillaume Racadon, Alpine Eagle Racing White, Robert Klotz in 3rd, and then that 4th place car, as we saw, the 76, the Devotion Sim Racing 46 car. As we see there, we've got our team standings there. So the gap is. It looks like the gap has come down a little bit at the front, but that's because we saw that the car of Sami Trojan did have that GT4 traffic to negotiate. He's going to have a bit more to negotiate as well by the end of the lap. He's got the top 3 in class, but they are currently running 19th, 21st, and 22nd overall. So Sammy Matty Trojan coming towards the end of the lap now. He's now just coming down towards. He's just going through towards Flansgarten at the end of the lap, and then we'll be going towards that second carousel. But Sammy Matty Trojan about to complete his 11th lap very shortly in what has been so far a dominant display from the Williams Esports Chill Blast driver. Just coming out towards Klein's carousel, and I believe you have something for us, Edward.
Sure, I was just looking down at the timing tower at the classes and if there's any close battles. And at the moment, at the top of the TCR field, the battle for first, second, and third is all covered by about 1 second. I think. Look at that battle. You can see the as are just around about close. They're getting a little bit split up by these guys coming in, but you can see Daniel Kraft and Ollie Peacock there having a little bit of battle nose to tail, and Sandro Petrosilio managed to take a little bit of advantage of that GT3 coming through the field to try and get a little bit of a gap. However, he's going to be coming up to this long back straight, and that's not going to fully do it. So you can see Ollie Peacock there in the full Send Racing 85 car, just trying to get on the back of Daniel Kraft really and make sure that the gap isn't too big when he comes down to this long back straight.
Yeah, so Ollie Peacock is actually putting Daniel Kraft quite a bit of pressure. They went past him in the GT3 was Tim Matska, and we saw Tim Matska make a move earlier on. Just looking through our TCR standings, we currently have Sandro Petrosilio leading. You'll see Daniel Kraft second, Ollie Peacock third. We can see them all 3 on screen. Then we have Dennis Neidhart in 4th for .x Esports. Daniel Aberman is in 5th for MPM Performance. Team Mads Miguel Freitas is 6th. Jorge Augusto is in 7th for Pro Sim Tech Racing. Chris Daines is 8th place for Year 1. Batmarta Motorsport 91 is 9th for Quentin Young. And in 10th place is GTN Racing 2, Jan Dirks. And 11th, Excite Racing Blue. But as we say, this battle for the top 3 in TCR, very close at the moment. Daniel Kraft just seems to have pulled away a little bit from Ollie Peacock.
Yeah, I think just due to how close Daniel Kraft is to the rear bumper of Sandro Petrosilio there, he's just getting more of a draft as you see the MX-5s just getting on the brakes, getting out of the way. That's very sensible of that driver there. As you can see, however, Ollie Peacock is, because he's not right up behind someone, he can take this car just at the speed he wants, and has managed to close that gap a little bit. As we see all 3 of the TCRs now coming into the pits. I'll be imagining that all 3 of these guys, with bang on an hour and a half as we were informed to our amazing race director there.
This could be crucial for this battle because the pit entry, the pit exit, it all is going to really matter because these drivers were separated by less than a second when they came into the pits, and very correctly so. Our producer, Graham Sess, would reckon they could go an hour and a half. It's 30 seconds short, but we'll give him plus or minus that. It looks like a driver change as well. Pete Newman stepping into the CQR Club 117 car. Pete Newman, another BSR touring car veteran. I've raced with Pete Newman for many years. Pete Newman, driver who very quick. He's a quick driver, Pete Newman. He is his I rating is 5421. So Pete Newman, very well versed in touring car racing. What I want to see though is what happens with the Petrozelli. Yeah, when racing in as well. Chris Daines brings in the 900 car from 7th place for Year 1 Racing. This is the Petrozelli's car has left the pit stall before the Pete Newman car. Pete Newman's lost 2nd place as well. So a big drama there in the battle at the front of the field because Pete Newman has lost out to the Full Send car, and the Full Send car has a new driver on board. That is Fraser Smith, and it also looks like there's been a change in the Petrozello car as well. And Petrozello not in the driver in that car anymore. It looks like it's Niels Koch on board that one. Yes, it is Niels Koch in the Holt's Burton car. He's got a humongous iRating of 8087. So Niels, a very talented driver, his iRating would suggest, 8087. That's probably one of the biggest iRatings in the whole field in general. So Niels is leading the TCR class. He's got Fraser Smith in second, Pete Newman third. There is another car which is leading because it hasn't been into the pit. That's just Dennis Neidhart in the .X Esports car. He is the only one of the TCRs who didn't pit on that lap. So I hope he has got enough fuel to go another lap, because if he has, it means he saved a lot of fuel along the way, and that is something that is a really creditable fuel saving on a lap, as long as they're taking just over sort of just under 9 minutes to be able to save that amount of fuel in an hour and a half. That really will be credit for Dennis Neidhart if that is the case. But as we say, Dennis Neidhart, the only one of those TCR drivers not to take a pit stop, but out of the ones that have pitted, it's Niels Koch in the lead, with Fraser Smith in the third overall, second out of the ones who pitted, and Pete Newman, the big loser there really in that one. The CQR Club Mechanics not having a very good job for that 117 car. They're down in now 4th place, and Pete Newman will have some work to do to try and catch up to Fraser Smith. And these TCR tyres, we say about tyres being cold, on the TCR, you really have to get them up to temperature. I know Ed was saying earlier, but TCR, they can be extremely slippery for that first half a lap or so.
You and I both know that all too well, as we've raced together in the Sim Racers World Endurance Championship in the TCR. So I think we're both well versed with cold tyres, and just the way these cars handle over an endurance length. You really want to try and make sure you've got the setup right, so you're not taking too much out of the tyres, but you're still getting the lap times out of them. It's a very tricky balance to get right, but as you can see, those at the front of this field must have managed to do at least something right, because they're all quite at the front and they're all must be really quite close together, so they're able to fuel as well. It'll be interesting. I reckon around about 3 hours into the race now, at the 3 hour mark, we should see the cars come in for their final stop, and they'll do a little bit less fuel, and they'll probably try and save as much fuel as they can on this lap to have a short stop, if they can get track position. As track position around this track more than ever is everything, especially when you've got TCR cars. You can't really do too many tunistic maneuvers as you can with other classes, say like the MX-5s, where the brakes are a little bit more easy to get late on and get it stopped in time. As we see now, Chris Daines is having a little bit of a battle, I believe it's for position, with Giorgio Augusto ahead of him, who's
oh, it's a car, is that
off the track? It was Rene van der Bosch, I believe, going off the track there. So it was Rene ahead, and now it's Giorgio Augusto ahead of Chris Daines there. It's interesting to see what happens. That's probably the curse of the cold tyres coming into effect, because we were mentioning earlier, as they come now through the compression there. But yeah, we can see Chris Daines managed to get through unscathed. He's managed to work these cold tyres just to effective. I believe he's going to be keeping the same rears on. As you see, the cars are sliding a little bit, just not getting the same amount of speed as you could take previously. It's not fully up to temperature yet, as we can see the GT3 cars now coming up through, leaving plenty of space. Chris Daines is, and so he doesn't have to go side by side into this corner, which is almost always going to be a recipe disaster when you've got a fast car approaching and you're in one of the lower classes here.
Yeah, the TCR car is quite unique in this championship, as in they are the only cars which are front-wheel drive. So with these TCR cars, they actually only replace the front tyres in the pit stops rather than all 4 tyres. So the TCR is exceptionally slippery. We saw Chris Daines there having a little moment himself. The car just slid a little bit loose, but he was able to control it. But it was going through Arenberg. He had that slight moment. He's having another moment now on the grass, Chris Daines. So Chris Daines struggling maybe with those tyres, but what that could allow is Rene van der Bosch, the car that we saw hit the wall earlier, to go past. He's on the inside as van der Bosch, and he will make that move stick. So Chris Daines has lost a position down into 9th place. He's also got the Porsche Cup car trailing down the inside, but Chris Daines, full attention, I think, is on van der Bosch, and this could be very, very intense. Oh, don't go onto the grass, please. Porsche Cup car going 3 wide. That is not advisable around this second, but they're going to get through just about. The Porsche Cup car there, number 16. There's another one behind, so maybe they're in a bit of a battle. Chris Daines really looks like he's struggling at the moment with that Yearone Racing Audi. Car just doesn't seem to be, it just doesn't seem very settled at the moment, Edward, in that one.
That was an amazing move by Chris Daines, though, going around the outside, 3 wide. He was the furthest right out of all 3 of those cars, and yet he managed to make the move stick on his competitor, René Venderbosch there. That was a very good move. As you see, Chris Daines is trying to get everything out of this car, trying to get those cold tyres to the best temperature they can, but he's just not getting enough grip. He's going onto the grass there. But he's going to have to try and make his TCR car, his Audi RS3 LMS car, as wide as it can go. Just trying to maximise the amount of track he can take up without trying to block him. Just coming into now the section here, trying to get it stopped, going up to the carousel now. So I don't think there's going to be any moves coming up now. You can see the front of the car is just sliding a little bit. The tyres are not up to temperature. It'll take around about a lap, maybe a lap and a half, to get these TCR tyres up and running to their capacity. As we see Chris Daines just coming through the carousel now, keeping it hooked in nicely, getting on the throttle as early as he possibly can, maximises the exit, and has managed to pull a decent amount of gap to Venderbosch. Venderbosch is still within the 1 second mark, which is definitely enough to get the good draft coming down this long back straight, but he's going to have to worry about this BMW, and he's had to worry about him so much he was looking more in his mirrors and not in front of him. Has gone off the track there. That was a very risky manoeuvre there. When you get on the grass in these new tyre modelled cars, you're going to be going straight on, and you could quite easily have gone into the wall there. So that was well done to not have that happen. As we see Chris Daines, the car sliding about still. These are just not coming to him. The track is still, I believe, 19 degrees, so he's trying to work it as much as he can, as you can see there, Dan, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can get him working soon.
Discovered by these Porsche Cup cars are so quick to try and make it 3 wide, try and get through. That was actually the lead battle, and Fabio Guerral has got in front of Corentin Quinez. So that's why these GT3 Cup cars, the Porsche Cup class, and there we are looking at them now. They are literally nose to tail. They were the leaders in the GT3 Cup class in the Porsche Cup. So that's why maybe a bit more risk taken than needed from Fabio Guerral, but you can see why, because Corentin Quinez right on the back of that Dutch Mountains racing car, and these two have been fighting pretty much on the whole race. I remember about just before the pit stops we were looking at them and they were this close as well. As we now go on board with Quinez towards the second carousel on the brakes, and he's got to lose a bit of time there, and I think the braking of Guerral in front maybe surprised Quinez a little bit there. He almost went into the back of a Porsche Cup leader in the 911 Cup class, but the gap they got behind is they've got a massive gap behind. David de Witt is in 3rd place in that Porsche Cup class, but he is nearly 40 seconds behind these two. So it is between Quinez and Guerral. They go past the MX-5 there on the inside. It looks like it's standing still compared to the Porsche 911 Cup class. But Quinez, he lost that little bit of time going through the second carousel, but because he was not dropping a second and a half behind, he will be right on the tail of Guerral. There's another slower car, however, that these two are going to have to negotiate as Quinez off the power there. That's how much he's. That's a lot of time lost by Guerral. Looks like a TCR. Is it TCR? I think it is. Yeah, it is a TCR that slowed them down. So the leaders have been slowed down by a TCR car. But it doesn't look like there's going to be any change in positions. Across the line, it is Fabio Guerral leading, Corentin Quinez second. Well, Quinez maybe have a look into turn 1. He's close enough. He's going to shoot the nose. Goes for the late braking down the inside. He's going to give him room, and they're going to be side by side. Quinez and Guerral. This is fantastic racing. Guerral is still on the inside, but what Quinez will try and do here is get the cut back. Will he be able to make it stick? No, let's go down the inside to Quinez. This is good racing, and Quinez starts to get a little bit loose. That Porsche Cup car getting very unsettled. And as they come down towards the cut through of the VLN section of the track, they're still running as close as can be. They've got a GT3 there about to add to the mix as well, the number 88 car. And if I was that GT3, I would be a bit careful about this, because these two are fully focused on themselves at the moment. Guerral and Quinez, we saw as I go through into TCR, but Quinez on the inside of Guerral. What a move from Corentin Quinez. That was a picture-book move. He saw the opportunity, it made it stick. Guerral maybe trying to get past, but that BMW, he's stuck behind him. He's got the best view in the house. He's thinking, well, what shall I do? I don't think he really wants to stick his name. Oh, it's not a 3 wide. That is very brave. And there's contact between the two of them. And there's an MX-5 in as well. Oh, they're collided again. And our two Porsche Cup leaders around. The MX-5's round. And the BMW going down the inside of those two has caused absolute pandemonium. But Guinez has got out in front of Garel. But Garel does seem to have damage to the front left of that Porsche Cup car.
If we had any race stewards here, I think there'll be both. I think all three of those guys might be on a little trip to them. I think the BMW is going to be getting the full force of it. After that was very, very. Again, I'm going to say optimistic manoeuvre from the BMW there. It was going down the inside of these two cars. You could see they are battling. I guess he was a bit impatient. He had to worry. He had to wait for that entire GP section, just sitting behind him. He was there from basically turn 2 up until. Chicane where he made the move, the fateful move, and poor MX-5 was just trying to get out of the way and then was collected by the two Porsche cars that would go off the track and trying to rejoin. And obviously, we're out of control. They don't have traction control or ABS, so when you go off, it's very difficult to get the car pointing the way you want to see on board. Trying to see if there's any damage in his steering.
A lot of damage around.
A lot of suspension damage there. I think that was a whack on his right side there, which just really hampered the car. It's left side as well. None of the car is looking too pretty, so he's going to be coming to the pits, and this could be his race done. He's going to have to go through this entire lap, and it's a very, very long lap. He's going to take around about 9 minutes maybe with his damage, maybe 8. We'll see how it goes. It's not going to be too pretty. As we see now, the GT Cup leader is now getting past, I believe that's Rene van der Bosch again. Van der Bosch has been seeing these cars pass 3 times in the past couple laps now. They've gone past him, gone past him, then had an off. So he's been getting very familiar with these cup cars. That's allowed Chris Danes a little bit of breathing room as well. He's got 33 seconds on Rene van der Bosch, whereas the previous lap they were nose to tail. So in the TCR battle, they've gotten a little bit more of breathing room, I think, now in the TCR. They're starting to cool it down a bit, and you're going to see it for most of the race.
What that has done, though, is it has ruined what was really good battle between Guinez and Garel. And Garel, the victim in that one, he's come off worse. And as you say, I think that BMW driver was a tad optimistic there. I just don't think he had to make that move. And what it did is it's ruined the race for the Porsche Cup, or Porsche 911 Cup car. So we got a car slowing down as well. That's our place car, Philip Schallenberg in the Mercedes. So I don't know what's happened there to Schallenberg, but the car pulled over onto the grass, and the Mercedes of Philip Schallenberg race, not race over potentially, but he's in the pits, and that is really going to dampen their race being into the pits. One person who doesn't have so much problems though is Sami Matti Trojan in that Williams Esports Chill Blast car. We are approaching the halfway mark in the race. They've raced for nearly 2 hours, and it looks like the car of Sami Matti Trojan has a bit of a gap, and looks like we may have lost Kevin Volk along the way, or there's a bit of driver change in that one, because from what I can, I've got Sami Matti Trojan leading with Keith Camilleri in second, and Sergio Ignacio in third, with George Wiseman in fourth. So looks like somewhere along the line we may have lost Kevin Volk. Just watching Sami Matti Trojan get down the inside of that number 19 Mazda MX-5. The number 99 car in our MX-5 class is currently running in second place. That's Daniel Valspear in the R21 Endurance car. He's got about a 20-second gap to close down on the MX-5 leader, who's currently Sergi Real Lopez. He's on the Iberia. He's comes from Club Iberia. We're looking at him now for Team Sergio Real Lopez. So privateer driver in his own team, but he's doing extremely well in the opening round of the iRacing Nurburgring Endurance Championship. He is leading the way. His iRating is 27.05 as well, so one of the less experienced drivers in the split, but he is doing extremely well. As we see our leaders now coming up onto the screen, our leader in the GT3 class is obviously Trojan. We got Guinez leading the 911 class. We saw that dramatic battle there which was curtailed by, I have to say, a rather optimistic GT3 BMW car, the number 88, I believe it was. We'll see who that was. That was the car of that was Yearone. So Yearone, who was racing earlier on quite high up, as now Sammy Trojan goes round the outside of Sergio Rial Lapart. But yeah, I'm wondering maybe if Yearone thinks he maybe should have been a bit better. We got Robin Haas though leading GT4. We're just looking at him now in the Team RSO 497 car. He leads our GT4 class in the Porsche Cayman GT4, the only current GT4 we have on our race. And although it will be joined by one of the BMW GT4 cars, I believe, later in the year. So later in the season, we could see a second GT4 car added to this series. And second place in that class, you have Norbert Leitner. We saw Norbert Leitner going around earlier. Quite a bit of substantial damage to the front of his car. It looks like it's been fixed now. He now has a bonnet. So Norbert Leitner in second place. We've got Lars Bumala in third. Stefan Nikelic in fourth. Eric Hafner in fifth in the GT4 class. Now going into the TCR class, it's Niels Koch who is in the lead of our TCR class. He leads by 10 seconds from Fraser Smith, but Fraser Smith has pulled a big gap out to the CQR Club car of Pete Newman. They came out the pits pretty much nose to tail, and Fraser Smith has pulled 15 seconds on Pete Newman. Pete Newman, if anything, will find himself under pressure pretty soon, because there's like a quite good battle going on for fourth in that class. We've got Dennis Neidhart and Miguel Freitas on the pretty much nose to tail, I'd say, looking at the timing screens. That's a battle for fourth place in TCR. Yes, we see it on screen now. Thank you very much, Graham, for that. We've got Neidhart fighting off Miguel Freitas, and as Ed said earlier, Miguel Freitas has some serious form in this TCR car. Sim Racers World Touring Cars in the TCR Championship. Miguel Freitas, I think I said, won 6 races in a row. So Miguel Freitas really is sort of the man in the TCR, especially in that championship. And so it will be interesting to see if the car of Freitas able to make a move on Dennis Neidhart at the moment. But I think they're both going to be catching up to Pete Newman, although the last lap from Pete Newman is at 8 minutes 58. And Dennis Neidhart, in fact, pitted on that last lap. He was the car that managed to get the extra lap on fuel in the TCR class. So Dennis Neidhart does have that extra lap of fuel, and his tyres still a little bit cold there, having a little bit of a slide. And that will be music to the ears of Miguel Freitas, seeing that Dennis Neidhart maybe not quite up to speed in his TCR car. As we see, we got that going on there as well. We got so they're fourth and fifth. We got George Augusto in sixth, and then you have Chris Daines in seventh with Rene van der Bosch in 8th place. Also, we got 9th Jan Dirks, and we also have in 10th place in that TCR class Lee Diemer. So Lee Diemer has taken over that Excite Racing Blue car from the grasp of Adam McNally, who started that race. So Lee Diemer, another driver I think you've been racing against, Ed, in the TCR Championship at Sim Racers World.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few familiar faces in this TCR grid. It's interesting to see how they're handling the endurance side of things. The TCR Championship, the Sim Racers World TCR Championship, that's I think on the Sim Racers World channel, is more of a sprint series. This is more endurance racing. As you see Lee Diemer there coming through in his Excite iRacing blue car. Very nice looking livery, of course. One of the standout cars on the grid at the moment, and yeah, they're all very quick guys. And well, I was fortunate enough to be in the mix with them at the Monza Junior round, where I was leading for a brief period of time. I say brief because I didn't have as much talent as the rest of them, but I mean, that's why I'm doing commentary and not racing.
It's nice to have you in the commentary box, Ed. We enjoy having you. Just looking at our battle for the lead, though, Trojan's pulled out he's pulled out over a minute to Keith Camilleri, who is in second place. So Sammy Trojan really has pulled out a massive lead of over a minute in this race. As we said before, I think it's really a case of it's Sammy Matty's race to lose at the moment. No one else seems to have the pace of the Williams Esports Chill Blast driver, and the gap, as we say, to Keith Camilleri is a staggering gap, and he's pulling it further and further each lap, 2-3 seconds at least every lap. Keith Camilleri we got in second place. We've got No Nonsense Racing 888 in third, and Sammy Matty Trojan's pitting. So Sammy Matty Trojan has ended his stint in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. We've had 1 hour and 51 minutes of racing here. You're watching the iRacing Nurburgring Endurance Championship here on Yearone Racing in partnership with Alpha Live. And this is our race leader, Sammy Matty Trojan, in the GT3 class in his Audi R8 pitting for Williams Esports Chill Blast. Will he take tyres?
I believe he probably will take tyres. Healthy enough gap, and I'm just looking back through the tyre order, and I see that Tim Matska, who was initially, I think, in 6th place, has now overtaken Dominic Push that last lap. It'll be I was looking on the timing sheet to see if it was happening. He was gaining a lot and has already pulled out a 3 and a bit second gap by the looks of things. That's very impressive. But as we're now watching,
got a driver change as well.
Dominic Stabe.
Yeah, so Dominic Stabe has taken over from Sammy Matty Trojan. And Dominic Stabe, the Williams Esports Chill Blast, his I rating is 6950. Car goes up on the jack, so they're going to take tyres again. And with the position they are in, it's, as you say, it's almost like I said earlier, it's almost like a free pit stop for them, because they're going to stay in the lead no matter sort of what happens on this pit stop in terms of how much time they'll lose through tyre changing. So Sammy Matty Trojan, a fantastic effort in this first hour and 50 minutes. He's set up a great position for Dominic Stabe, who now leaves his pit box. He's done the first pit box, they qualify first. Off the limiter he goes. And Dominic Stabe now exits the pits. Keith Camilleri is in the pits for KC Racing Esports as well, our second place driver. So that's another one. Dominic Stabe just going past our MX5 leader. But Keith Camilleri is in the pits from second place.
It's interesting to see what the Williams Esports by Chillblast guys are doing with their car setup. They must have been doing a lot of running beforehand to work out which would be the fastest setup. Would you go for more of a speedy sort of sprint setup, more camber, more aggressive, take more life out of the tyres, and take tyres every stop, meaning that your pit stops will be longer, and you're trying making up that time in the actual race stints when you're out on track? Do you go for a more sort of conservative approach, take less camber, less toe in, sort of work the tyres a little bit less, but double stint the tyres, so your pit stops are roughly around about 30 or so seconds, 20 seconds shorter when you're coming into the pits? It's very interesting, but obviously the guys at Williams have done the calculations, done the maths, and it's certainly paying off well for them, as we see Dominic Staves come out to a rather decent enough gap ahead of Daniel Longerich.
Yeah, just looking at Keith Camilleri, and Keith Camilleri is also another driver who races in real life, the Maltese driver. He raced in the 2014 Italian Formula 4 trophy, so Keith Camilleri with some real life racing experience as well. The Maltese driver now leaves the pit lane, and he is, let's have a look, see where he is, down in 4th place at the moment, but there are cars in front of him who have, as of yet, not made pit stops, but Keith Camilleri, the Maltese driver, in 4th position currently. Despite the fact that the Williams Esports Chill Blast car took tyres, they are still 45 seconds clear of the driver in second place, which is now Daniel Longerich in the Phoenix Racing Esports car, Esport Green. So the Audi of Daniel Longerich has 45 seconds to catch up, and as I say, Dominic Stabe in his first stint in the race, probably the first lap. As I say, the GT3 is this new tyre model. They do take some warming up, a bit less time than the TCR cars, but you still got to be steady on them for those first 2-3 minutes. So I'm sure when we get up sort of halfway through the lap, Dominic Stabe will be feeling a little bit more confident, but just easily easing those tyres in, I think is the best way to say it in this one at the moment for Dominic Stabe. But the gap between Daniel Longerich and Tim Matska is about 5 seconds, and Matska was 3 seconds faster on the last lap than the Phoenix Racing driver. Tim Matska racing for Manatee Racing Blue, the DH driver. And in fact, our top 3 drivers in the GT3 class, all from that DH club, which is drivers from Germany, Austria and Switzerland. So the DH drivers doing well on, as I said earlier, one of their home circuits, the Nurburgring Nordschleife circuit here on iRacing. And Tim Matska in 3rd place is definitely catching it sector by sector. On the last sector alone, he took half a second out of Daniel Longrich. Just coming through to complete the next sector, that's another half a tenth as well. So the gap between Daniel Longrich and Tim Matska, the battle for 2nd and 3rd, definitely dropping down. It was 6.1 at the end of the previous lap. Was that the current one? Let's have a look. It looks like, in fact, the current one is just under 5 seconds about. So it looks like that gap is dramatically falling. Has there been a problem maybe for traffic there for Daniel Longrich? And that just proves what can happen in these endurance races. You catch a bit of traffic. It's the MX-5 leader, the number 13 car, which is the one that slowed down Longrich, and it looks like, yep, Matska probably gets a bit of a better run on it than the car of Longrich did there. But that is our MX-5 leader, number 13, Sergio Rio Lepart. So he wants to be careful as well. They're racing position. Lepart is leading his class, and as we near the halfway point in this race, you don't really want to be in position where you don't position any time in the race where you have unnecessary contact. But as we've seen earlier with the Porsche Cup cars, the lead battle getting ruined by a driver in a faster class, maybe making a move that wasn't necessary at that point in the race. So we have seen it already today in this race that there has been some moves made which were maybe a little bit rash, but Tim Matska does it well, and he didn't lose too much time, and what it has allowed is the gap to come down. It's now about 4.5 seconds between Matska and Daniel Valspear. It'll be interesting to see if either of those 2 drivers will be pitting though on this lap, as we saw our race leaders come in on the last lap.
I believe, to clear up any confusion, I think Tim Matska is still yet to pit. I think Longrich just pit, which is why we see that gap go from about 45 seconds to about 6 seconds, I believe. Because yet to pit, so I think he's probably going to be coming in this lap.
So we'll have a look and see what happens on that battle. But as you say, it's Tim Matska in the Manatee Racing Blue car is currently in 3rd place. Keith Camilleri's on the off-crack car. We have Francisco Asensio now behind the wheel of that car. Looks like a driver change in that one as well. So he's in 5th place. No Nonsense Racing have had a driver change as well. George Wiseman was handed over to Jarno D. Howell. So he'll take the next stint of the race. We've got Riley Sim Racing in 7th place. Andreas Lakam now back behind the wheel of that one. He sat out the 2nd stint. And Talk Freak Racing Blanchimont in 8th place in the class. Bram Reniers behind the wheel of that one. And then you have your the first of our Porsche Cup cars, which is the number 18 car, now being driven by Joel. No, in fact, it's full speed ahead now leading. We've had some, it looks like they've been made a pit stop. It's the full speed ahead car of David DeWitt leading that one. He has an 8-second gap over F4H Racing Redgate. Ashley Finch behind the wheel of that one, the British driver. And then the Hexa Racing Team Black, Joel Diemenschow, who was our race leader, down into 3rd place. We now see the British driver of Ashley Finch for F4H Racing Redgate. It's got a bit of a gap between himself and Joel Diemenschow. Quite a big gap as well, so maybe pretty sure they might owe us a pit stop. But Ashley Finch in 2nd place in that F4H Racing Redgate car. Nice livery on that one as well, the F4H Racing car. But he currently sits 2nd in class in the first round of this Nurburgring Endurance Championship here on the iRacing service. Looking at Matthew Epstein, it looks like he's got a Lego helmet there. Looks like a Lego head. So, interesting helmet there for Matthew Epstein in the Tempest Motorsports car. And Matthew Epstein is not the only driver. Look at that helmet. Bit of give me a bit of a laugh on that one. And he's not the only driver in that number 21 car. That one has been it's previously driven. It was the Canadian who was in that one earlier in the race. We'll see exactly who that was very shortly. The number 21 car, it was driven in the early stages of the race by the driver of Stephen Walkup, and there's also a third driver connected to the server, Chris Trickett. So Chris Trickett, I'm not sure if we will see him or not, but Chris Trickett actually disconnected from the session, so it looks like it will be a driver effort of Epstein and Walkup. Let's see if there's any more out of the drivers that we've got. So the 997 car, they got another driver. Was Ashley Finch going to run it solo? There's Andrew J. Rogers in the server as well, but he could be a spotter for Ashley Finch. As you know on iRacing, if you may not know, if you're not new to it, there is you can have spotters in the session as well. You join and will look after you to make sure things aren't going badly. And speaking of things going badly, I thought Keith Camilleri is dropping down on times, but he's not. So Keith Camilleri is still running. Just want to see if there's any out of our leading cars. Do any of them have extra drivers that haven't been in the cars yet? Thinking like the Manatee Racing, Tim Matska. He's taken over from Ryan Barneveld. So Tim Matska and Ryan Barneveld, the driver team in that one. The 106, the car currently in second place. That's the Phoenix Racing Esports Green. And that's a car which was driven by Kevin Volk. So Kevin Volk didn't have any issues. He handed over to Daniel Longrich. So Daniel Longrich and Kevin Volk in that car. And Daniel Longrich actually has a much higher I rating than Kevin Volk. So Daniel Longrich could actually be the faster of those two drivers. As we now look at the number 6 car of Lars Barmelo, that's like in the Cayman GT4. And he's got the no-nonsense car going round the outside of Jarno de Haal. So Lars Bumela and the Huber Racing Esports red car letting the GT3 pass, and both of them not losing much time. And we're now, Edward, past the halfway point of this race.
We've now just gone past the halfway point, and it's still very close in the TCR battle. I'm looking at the time screen, and I think the battle from 3rd to 4th to 5th is rather close. I'm seeing there, I don't know if it's accurate or not. And there's battle for the leading GT4, so no matter where you look, there's close battle. And we can see Robin Haas is around about half a second off of the leader of Norbert Leitner. We saw that car earlier have a lot of damage in the race. You picked up on that one there, and the bonnet was missing, the front of it was crumbed. Pit stops, they seem to have managed to have rectified that, and they're just trying to manage the traffic just to the best of their ability. Now we can see the 5th place GT3 coming through now, just managed to get it through just safely, didn't lose too much time. Leitner's going to get a bit of a drive through there, and Haas is going to try and just about Haas is dropping back slowly just thanks to that good exit that Leitner managed to get. Going through now through Hudson back. Going now onto the TCR car of, I believe, the Excite Racing in blue, getting out of the way. Very nice, very sensible drive in there by Lee Diemer, just getting out of the way of this battle. However, that's managed to hold up Robin Haas. I think Robin Haas still got stuck behind him for a little. Just managed to get around. So that's given the race leader in the GT4 class, Norbert Leitner, there a big gap of around 2 seconds the margin now, 2 and a bit seconds the margin, which is rather unfortunate if you're on Haas, because he probably would have fancied himself for a move at some point of this lap, but now he's going to have to do it all again and try and get back, and he hasn't got the draft to help him out this time, so he's going to have to do it on pace. Luckily he won't have too much aero push or anything. You don't get much, but it's noticeable in these cars, getting unsettled around these GT4 cars, as we see the GT3 car making a very, very late move. That's the number 6, 6th place GT3 car.
That's the no-nonsense
GT3 cars are not hanging around. Yeah, that was, I think it was Jarno Howe. So that was and they're no nonsense, taking no nonsense as you'd imagine with their namesake. Still following Robin Haas here, under the pressure. He's still dropping back from Norbert Leitner, now coming on to Sergei Real Lopart, our race leader in the MX5 class. A little bit of damage, as you can see on that right front, just slight deformation there, as we can see just how much the pace differential is between the GT3 and the MX5s. Absolutely blitzed down, and this is the fastest part of the track, definitely for the MX5s. The downhill with an extra bit of speed, just see the compression really squeezing down that suspension, and how sort of it's a little bit squirrely, but he's managing to hold it just about. Very exciting, these MX5 cars to drive, and you can get plenty more action of these MX5s on the Tuesday series that we'll be streaming as well, the BSI MX5 Pro series on Tuesdays, so around about 8 o'clock BST, I believe.
Yeah, so Sergio Lopart's got a big lead in this MX5 class. It's nearly a minute to Roberto Ferrari, who was our early leader. And as you say, these MX5s are really tricky things to drive. You see the GT3s looking really planted and sort of that's much more of an easier drive maybe compared to these MX5s. And Sergio Lopart looking like he's really throwing that MX5 around, but it's obviously a quick way of doing it. As you say, it's got nearly a minute lead. So the car of Real Lopart in the number 13 car, as you see there, in the late 80s Group C replica livery. I believe that's a similar livery to what the Group C Mazdas used to run in Le Mans, sort of late 80s, early 90s. So a bit of a throwback there for the Sergio Real Lopart, who's representing Club Iberia, which is Portugal and Spain. So Lopart in the lead, with Roberto Ferrari, the Italian, in second place. And then there's another Iberia driver in third place, which is Daniel Vallespir. We're now looking at Roberto Ferrari, who, as we said, does have quite a gap between himself and the car of Sergio Real Lopart. Oh, very loose there, getting onto the curb. And the gap, as we say, is nearly a minute between Ferrari and Lopart in the lead.
Watching these MX5s go around, they're very exciting cars to drive, as you were mentioning. You've raced these cars in real life. How do you find, obviously it's a different generation to the one that you race, but how does it feel between the two cars that both been seen in real life?
There's a lot of similarities between them, really. I mean, even with you still need to push them to get the best out of them. I think I'm only really discovering in the past few months really how to get the best out of my car, and a test day recently at Silverstone and found a lot of time there. It's just it's all about getting in the car, seat time, and sort of finding out how to drive these cars. But with them being rear wheel drive and very low on power, this momentum and sort of the way you drive them really does make a difference. And the car in the sim does drive quite similar to the real one. It does take a long time to find how to get the best out of them, but sometimes the fastest way to drive an MX5 isn't really the way you consider to be fast, where something like a GT3, you need to be precise, you need to be very gentle with the steering, whilst with the MX5 you can really throw them around and they respond well to that. There's sort of back end coming out, it helps you go through the corners and things like that. There's little tricks that you may not think would make a race car quick, but the MX5s do just that. And Roberto Ferrari, you see here, second place in the MX5. The driving style around there, very precise. When you get to the corners, as you see there, a lot of steering input. He's literally throwing it into the corners, and that is how you drive one of these cars quick. I know that may sound very counterproductive, and you're thinking, well, if you're throwing them around, surely you're losing time, but it's not. It's because it's really hard to explain, but sort of the MX5 enjoys being driven in that way, and that is really how you tease the most time out of it.
Do you find that what the iRacing calling the new time model, the version 7 of the time model, has that made it closer or a bit further away, or is that sort of different in terms of how it comes in real life, do you reckon, to the previous iteration of the time model?
I drive on tyres which they're not slicks, they are road tyres, so they don't need to be warmed up probably as much as I'm pretty sure these cars are running slicks on the iRacing service, but it's true, you do need to you can't just go out and push even on the road tyres first lap. You still need to get that little bit of a heat cycle through them on the first lap just to sort of get them ready to go. But yeah, I think the V7 tyre mod is definitely a step in the right direction for iRacing, and it's definitely a big improvement on V6 where we had some problems. I think V6 was a little bit unrealistic in some way, but with the V7 ones, definitely a lot better. It looks like is there a problem for our race leader Dominic Stave? It looks like on my timing screen he's had an issue. Oh, Dominic Stave's running fine. It looks like we're just having with the timing on this one. He's still running. Any Williams esports fans, he's fine. There's nothing wrong.
It's definitely the problem, I think, with at least having grids of this size, is our tyring doesn't really know how to handle such a big grid. But it's good for watching racing with such a large field, and it's a testament to show how popular sim racing is. I think at the sign-up time there was well over 1,000 registered, and even more drivers registered to race. So definitely a testament to how sim racing is growing, especially the current climate. Not many people are doing real life racing, as is to be expected, and everyone's now deciding, you know what, I'm gonna hop in the sim for about 4 hours and blitz around the Nordschleife, which it's opening it up to more and more people. Not all of us are fortunate enough to be able to race in real life and race tracks like the Nordschleife or say Spa-Francorchamps or any of the other big name tracks around the world. So it's good to see, and it's good to see it's getting a lot more coverage and sim racing's coming to the forefront.
Yeah, Dominic Stave's last lap a 750.602. Daniel Longrich in second place, a 754.9. So the gap, it looks like between them all is very stable. In terms of pit stops, all of our 8 GT3 cars have made 2 pit stops. In the Porsche Cup class, though, I've only got Ashley Finch is only making 1 pit stop. So I'm not sure if he's due a pit stop. He has got quite a big lead as well in that Porsche GT3 Cup class. And speaking of pit stops, here he comes. So Ashley Finch bringing that F4H Racing Redgate car into the pits. We did see there was a second driver registered to that car, but will he get in or not is the question. Ashley Finch has taken this car since the start, as a rating of 4412. So Ashley Finch, definitely no slouch. In fact, all the drivers in this split are no slouches, and it looks like we are going to see that driver change as the car disappears. Ashley Finch has changed over to Andrew J. Rogers. So Andrew Rogers will be getting behind the wheel of that car. His iRating 3023. So out of the 2 drivers, statistically, you'd say Ashley Finch was a stronger driver, but we have seen in these series before where some of these drivers who don't have maybe so much iRating, they can be specialists at certain track. I know there's a few drivers I know who've got lowish iRatings, but they are Nurburgring specialists. Andrew Rogers now getting 4 tyres on his Porsche Carrera, is a GT3 Porsche 911 Cup class car. The second fastest of our 5 classes here this afternoon. We got the GT3 cars with the 3 German marks, the BMW Z4 GT3, the Mercedes AMG GT3, and the Audi R8 LMS. We've got the Porsche 911 Cup class, which you're looking at on screen now. We have the GT4 class, which is our Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport MRs, the TCRs, the Audi RS3 LMS, and the MX-5s and the Mazda MX-5 Cup cars, as Andrew Rogers now leads the pits, and it looks like he is just been dropped down to 3rd in class, but the 4th in class. So it looks like there's some battles to be quite close. I think Epstein and Demon Shell were not far away. And as you see there, we do have a battle on our hands with Andrew Rogers. It's got a good battle going on, but what that hasn't meant is that our new race leader in that Porsche Cup class is Philip van der Herk for full speed ahead in a 206 car. It looks like maybe a little bit of damage to the front right of that Porsche Cup car, but he leads. In second place is Joel Demon's Show with Matthew Epstein the third for Tempest Motorsports. And in fourth place is the F4H driver of Rogers, who's taken over, as I say, from Ashley Finch. We saw his pit stop. And as we see now, the race leader in that class is Philip van der Herk, number 206 for full speed ahead. And he is now just completing the GP section of the circuit, and he will be going on to the Nordschleife very shortly. As we see now, onto the Nordschleife section goes Philip van der Herk. And these Porsche Cup cars are actually still on the lead lap at the moment, although Dominic Stave just completing the lap now, so not too far away from lapping them. But all these Porsche Cup cars, or at least the leaders in the Porsche Cup class, the first 3 or 4, all on the same lap as our leader. As it looks like that's the CQR. Oh, we've got some TCR battling. That's what we like to see. We've got Philip van der Herk catching up to 3 TCR cars. And I think Pete Newman, he said he was... is that Pete Newman? I'll have a look. It's a CQR TCR car, I know that much, and it is...
I can see Miguel and Freitas as well is in the mix in that battle. I think he's in the middle of the TCR sandwich here, as we see the Hook just trying to go through from the classes, thinking better of it, trying to balance his throttle just enough, moving around the outside of Freitas there. Freitas wants to keep the inside line, not lose too much speed. As you see the headlights flashing by Van den Herk, he wants these guys to get out of the way. He does not want them compromising him. He's in the lead of the race and he wants to keep it that way. He's got a decent margin to the cars behind. However, from first to fourth in the Porsche Cup class, it's covered by just over 5 seconds. So at this stage in the race, we're just over the 2-hour mark. It's very impressive that these cars are still within 10 seconds of each other. It actually just shows how competitive these cars are in this class.
Yeah, that CQR car was Pete Newman, and Pete Newman has dropped 2 places because Miguel Freitas and Dennis Neidhart have both gone past the CQR Club 117 car. Pete Newman would. That car was in second place before the pit stops. Daniel Kraft was behind the wheel of that one, and we saw him he's having a very good battle with the Horse Experten driver, Petriazello, but since the pit stops, that car has actually lost 30 seconds on the lead. So Pete Newman will be disappointed that he's losing this time, which his teammate Daniel Kraft has gained. But as we see now, he's the car of Dan de Herk just catching up to the second place car of that is Fraser Smith in the full send car. But it does look like though as well that Neidhart and Freitas are actually catching up to Smith, and Smith's lost a bit of time there. And he was lucky he pulled out of that one, otherwise he would have lost a lot more time if he'd had a collision. But the gap between Fraser Smith, Dennis Neidhart and Miguel Freitas, those 3 cars are covered by less than 4 seconds. So we could see a bit of action in our TCR class. But Niels Koch, the leader in our TCR class, has pulled out nearly in fact it is just over a 20-second gap. So Horse Experten Motorsports 50, they are leading the way in a TCR class at the moment, and he is 2 seconds at least a lap quicker than the rest of them. A bit further down, we've got Pete Newman in 5th place. Then there is George Augusto in 6th. Chris Daines for Yearone Racing and the Yearone Racing car. He is in 7th place. Looking at Chris Daines now in the Year 1 car. Chris Daines, Year 1's only driver in this split, and we did have quite a few cars out for this one as a team. So Year 1 getting the drivers out for the races, and also for the Nurburgring 24-hour, which you'll be able to see on iRacing at the end of April. We have provisionally 6 cars enter for that one as well in different classes. So Yearone Racing getting a lot of cars out for these special events, and it's great to see that we have so many drivers in the team who want to come out and race and who are enjoying their racing. So 6 cars spanning, I think it's 3 or 4 different classes for the Nurburgring 24-hour. And as I say, you'll be able to catch the Nurburgring 24-hour at the end of April, 25th and 26th, I believe that one is. So Chris Danes, the only Year 1 driver in this split on the Nurburgring Endurance Championship, but there are a lot more Year 1 drivers in further splits. But Chris Danes currently running in 7th place in this one. He's got about a 20-second gap to catch up to Jorge Augusto. And Chris Danes there, as we say, the tyres and the fuel on this, they last about an hour and a half. So we've got about 40 minutes before our next TCR pit stops. But I think Fraser Smith is going to find himself under a lot of pressure soon, with both Dennis Neidhart and Miguel Freitas catching him quite quickly.
Yeah, in this TCR battle, we're getting to the point now where they're about just over halfway through their current stints. Now they've got past the phase of the tyre warm-up, and now they're going to go into the phase of the tyre degradation. These TCR cars, because they are front-wheel drive, the rears stay fine, but these fronts take a battering. As we see, Neidhart is finding that these tyres aren't grippy as they once were, trying to take the same out of speed as he has been previously, and going out wide. That's just allowed Miguel Freitas just to get right up behind him. He's going to try and see if he fit his TCR car in anywhere, but you can see him moving about in the rear, but there's a way to do it as he's coming up now. Just did this past left-hander, right, left, with a nice flowing section of the track, probably one of my favourite bits of the track to drive through. Just this last little sector of the track before you come up to the long back straight. As we see, Freitas is blinking a little bit for me there, but he seems to be fine. It doesn't seem to be nothing any majorly, so when they come together there shouldn't be any net code. But you can see Smith is just having to get on the brakes so much. His car doesn't look as as Freitas, so Freitas has probably got a car that's a bit more tuned for longer run pace. Maybe he's got less cambering or something, but is just able to keep those tyres working at the best window possible without getting too much wear. And as we're coming now through this long right-hander now coming onto the start finish straight, Freitas has want to get a good exit now and try and get the run on Neidhart up ahead, but it's going to be very tricky as you see him blinking a little bit more now. It could be a small cause for concern, but I'm sure it's nothing too major now as you see the headlights blaring. Fog. The fog has refused to go. It's going to stick with us. I think it's going to stay with us till the end. What can you do about it? As you see, just.
So we got Dennis Neidhart in 3rd. We got Freitas 4th, Pete Newman 5th, and they were all actually faster than Fraser Smith on the last lap. So we could have a 4-car battle very shortly, and you can visibly see that Neidhart and Freitas are catching up. Freitas getting very loose there across the curbs. Miguel Freitas will be licking his lips at that after seeing that car get unsettled. And that's not the first time this lap we've seen similar things happen. I think Freitas will be thinking enough's enough. I'm going to make this move. He's behind the car of Dennis Neidhart currently. And they are both catching the car. In fact, all 3 of them, Pete Newman behind as well, they are catching up Fraser Smith to the tune of about 2.5 seconds a lap. And the gap between them is now 2 seconds. So by my reckoning and my calculation, by the end of this lap, we will see potentially a battle brewing between Smith, Neidhart, Freitas and Newman. I say that, maths isn't my strong point, but I do believe by the end of this lap we could have a very close battle for second in class featuring 4 cars, and I think that will be something to keep our eyes on, because that could be pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I'm no race expert, but I'm going to say that Miguel Freitas is going to need to get past Neidhart sooner rather than later, otherwise he's going to be under pressure from Pete Newman. You don't really want to be the middle filling in a 3-car sandwich. You want to try and be in the front. You want to dictate how you go about the corners, where to defend and where to attack. You can, when you're at the front, you need to worry about one car. If you're in the middle, you need to worry about the car ahead, where he's going to brake, is he going to cover which side? And the car behind, is he going to send up a move? Do I need to go to the left? But is that car ahead already in the left? You've got so many things about in your head in the 2.5 hours now coming into this race. So fatigue's starting to set in. I don't think Miguel Freitas is going to have a team. I think he's more racing by himself, or at least he hasn't swapped out with anyone yet. So he could be doing 4 hours by himself, which is certainly going to be a workout on his arms in this TCR car. You need to be committing to these corners, and gives your arms a nice workout. At least that's how I found it.
Yeah, and as you say, in the position Freitas is in, he's got to have one eye on attack and one eye on defence. But Pete Newman, we thought he was dropping back, but Pete Newman actually getting himself back into the race. Maybe that CQR car is set up so it's not so good at the start of the stint, but towards the middle end of the stint, it comes alive. But Pete Newman on the last lap showing a very similar pace to the two in front of him. They've got an MX-5 to negotiate now. That's going to stick well to the inside, and all three of them, well, two of them are going to get through. Pete Newman may be delayed a little bit by that MX-5. He's got through now, but I expect that cost Pete Newman maybe half a second a second. Yeah, you can see Pete Newman's lost a bit of time, but speaking of losing time, Fraser Smith is definitely losing time to Neidhart and Freitas, and once they all start getting together, that'll give Pete Newman the opportunity to catch up again, I believe. So TCR is where we're getting the action at the moment. These drivers fighting for second, third, fourth and fifth. So there's podium places on the line. And I think at the moment that's probably the best these drivers can hope for, because the gap between themselves and Niels Koch, the leader, is now it's just over 30 seconds. I think it's the leader is pretty much away. He's going to need to have something go wrong for them to catch up. I don't think they'll be able to catch him on pure pace, or at least no one at the moment has shown that they're going to be able to catch him on pure pace. We're just watching Pete Newman now. I can hear a Audi GT3 rapidly approaching, and I believe that's our race leader, you know, Dominic Stabe in the Chill Blast. Yes, it is. You can see by the one on the top of the windscreen. You go down the inside of Pete Newman, and Pete Newman pushed a little bit wide there. That's going to cost him. Pete Newman losing some time there, but Dominic Stabe's also got to get through. Miguel Freitas, Miguel Freitas really blinking, and from personal experience, something like that is really unnerving. You just don't know where that car's going to be, especially in Dominic Stabe's position where he's a faster car. You don't want, that's the sort of thing you don't want happening, where you suddenly appear in the middle of another car. That can be very fraught, because if you go into the car at the wrong point, you can end up being crashed through netcode.
Yeah, that was always heart and mouth moment there for Dominic Stabe there. When you're leading the race by such a commanding margin, the smallest things could take it away, and just slight things that's not anyone's fault, just a bit of netcode or a bit of blinking, and that's it, your race is over. So Dominic Stabe did very, very well there just to manage that and get through. You can see that with his gap, he was able to afford to be cautious. He's got a large enough gap to the cars behind him that he doesn't need to worry too much. But you can see Miguel Freitas is blinking in and out of existence. He must have some form of internet issues, I'd imagine, as we've seen now. Neidhart just taking a nice tight line through here, trying to get in the draft of a car ahead as they come up to an MX-5 that's going to stay out wide, I'll hope, and not be too much grief for these fast approaching TCR cars. Just get out of the way. You can see beautiful sight, these headlights gleaming through the fog, but I would like it if the fog would just clear off so you could see these cars in a lot more detail and not have to worry too much about these longer shots.
Ooh, Neidhart!
As we see, Neidhart having a little bit of a slide coming on there. Very, very dangerous when you get on the grass. These TCR cars, they'll just get magnetized to it, and you can almost tramline. As soon as you get on the grass, you just go straight on. There's nothing about steering that you do. You'll just be going a straight line, no matter how much you try and fix it. The only real thing you can do, it sounds counterintuitive, is just try and use the throttle a bit to try and point the front tyres where you are and just get it out, but it's very difficult to manage.
Yeah, Fraser Smith lost a lot of time there in the carousel behind our MX-5 leader, so they've all got to try and negotiate the race leader in the MX-5 class, which they have done. And I don't know what's happened to Pete Newman. It looks like he's dropped back a bit, but Neidhart and Miguel Freitas have caught up to Fraser Smith as predicted, and that battle is going to be happening, although Pete Newman looks like he's definitely dropped back. I don't know what's happening to Pete Newman. Pete Newman maybe in a spot of bother. That's one of the Porsche Cup cars which has gone past him. That is the number 4 car, which is being driven by Gustavo Pereira, the Brazilian driver. That's the Project FGT car. He's currently 5th in the class. So top 5 is not bad in the Nurburgring Endurance Championship. Our MX5 leader gets out of the way. He doesn't get any chance of being involved in a collision. And of course, our MX5 leader is Sergio Real Leopard, the Iberian driver. And looking at him now as he comes down towards, he's on the last quarter of the lap. So yeah, our MX5 leader, as we say, he has have quite a big gap from Roberto Ferrari, although it looks like Ferrari may have caught up quite a bit on this stint. Let's see if I can see the gap. It looks like the gap is actually now down to about 10 seconds. So the gap that was at one point over a minute for Sergio Real Leopard is now down to 10 seconds. So maybe he's had a bit of drama somewhere not seen on the camera. But Sergio Real Leopard is now going to be under pressure. In fact, Sergio Real Leopard's last lap was a 10:03.3. Roberto Ferrari, 9:51. Roberto Ferrari was 12 seconds quicker than Leopard on the last lap. So in the MX-5s, we've got something brewing as well. And all these MX-5s seem to have little bits of damage here and there on them. You see a little dink there on the side of Ferrari's car, but Ferrari actually lapped, as I say, 12 seconds quicker on the last lap than our race leader. And by that tune, by the end of the next lap, he may be again our race leader. Roberto Ferrari was the driver, the Italian, who led the MX-5 class at the start of the race. And Sergio Real Leopard has probably led for a good hour and a half. But Ferrari looking like he will try and catch back up to Sergio Real Leopard. We've had 2.5 hours gone of this race, down to the final 90 minutes of the opening race, and this is the iRacing Nurburgring Endurance Championship being brought to you live in sound and vision by Yearone Racing TV in partnership with Alpha Live for our first broadcast here on Alpha Live. And over the coming weeks and months, you'll see more of Yearone Racing TV on Alpha Live, thanks to the partnership we have with Alpha Live, and we thank them for their support. We'll have the Tuesday night, as we say, BSR MX5 Pro Series, 8 o'clock British time. You'll be able to see the best MX5 racers in the UK and some of the best MX5 racers across the world coming out for that one as well. And looking forward to that one on Tuesday night. But speaking of the Nurburgring Endurance Championship there, Leopard, a bit of a mistake, but Roberto Ferrari is now in the pits. So that may be why Ferrari caught up so much, because he owed us a pit stop. And he now parks his Mazda MX-5 down the pit lane, and Roberto Ferrari will be taking a pit stop.
That also most likely explains the amount that he managed to gain on that last lap as well. Was when Leopard came out of the pits, he was going to be on cold tyres, so they would have had the tyres up to temperature. They might have had a little bit of wear on, but they still would have been temperature and faster than a fresh, colder set of rubber. So now we'll come on with Lee Deemer in X-Lite Racing Blue in the TCR class. Currently down in 10th in TCR, but has managed to keep his car free of any damage. Looks almost spotless, as you can see it coming now through this slow left-hander. You want to keep it, it's almost one of the slow corners on the track, really, around the Nordschleife here. Just coming down, very nice looking livery, but it's unfortunate for him. He's had good pace in the TCR, at least in sprint races, but the endurance side of things hasn't seemed to have worked out for him.
Yeah, that's a car which was started by Adam McNally, another experienced TCR driver. They are kind of top. Looks like we have had a couple of retirements though in that one. We've got Daniel Abelman for MPM Performance, and also CQR Club at 116. The car that was started by David Baker, that is 14 laps down, so that is out of the race and has had some issues as well. And looking at that battle we were speaking about between Smith, Neidhart and Freitas for second place, I wonder if they're still nose to tail in that TCR battle. We know they were earlier on. Looking at Miguel Freitas, oh yes, they are nose to tail, there's 3 of them. And Pete Newman has dropped off the back. He had a very slow last lap, Pete Newman, an 8:57.1. Freitas did a 8:51.2, Neidhart an 8:51.1. But Fraser Smith lost 2 seconds at 8:53.2. And I think it's going to be a matter of time before Neidhart and Freitas get past that full send 85, full send racing car of Fraser Smith. Dennis Neathart's putting him under a lot of pressure. And this could be a great battle, because the Neathart is quicker, but as the old motorsport phrase goes, catching is one thing, passing is a completely another thing. Neathart maybe pushing a little bit wide there, but Fraser Smith still feeling the definitely feeling the pressure, because he's got the car behind him of Dennis Neathart now, and Dennis Neathart is I rating of 4.945, so nearly a 5k I rating drive is Dennis Neathart. Fraser Smith's I rating 28.40, so Fraser Smith doing well to be in second place at the moment, but Dennis Neathart and Miguel Freitas catching him very quickly. And as this race goes on, and this lap goes on, I think Neathart and Freitas will be trying to get past Fraser Smith with some urgency.
Yeah, definitely. And also at this stage of the race, you can see that we've got 90 minutes remaining. The stint length of these TCR cars is about 90 minutes. So the pit window is open for these guys. If they want to come in now, fueled up till the end of the race. A full tank should last them until the very last lap. So it'll be interesting to see if any cars in this pack will try and pit early, maybe if they think they can get clear air and have got the pace. If they can do an undercut on Smith up ahead, or even if Freitas can try and get the undercut on Neathart. It'll be interesting to see what happens, or if they'll just go till a few runs out. It's going to be certainly a head scratcher for the guys in the cars at the moment, when they're not obviously thinking about getting past the car that's filling their front windshield.
Yeah, well, the only thing you've got to think about there maybe is if you take the you're going to stationary in a pit lane a lot longer than if you were to do the pit stop at the 3-hour mark, which is only in about 20 minutes time, 23 minutes. So here we go. Dennis Neathart looking to go past Fraser Smith. Smith there has maybe moved over a little bit, but Neathart, it looks like it's got the inside line, and that's what he will need. They're very, very close. This is our battle for second place in TCR. Contact between the two. Neathart into Smith. Smith grazes the wall, but I don't think there'll be too much damage. What that has allowed, though, is Fraser Smith drops down in place, but Miguel Freitas it is who goes through. So the battle for second place ends in contact there between Neathart and Smith. Maybe I'll have to another look at that one again, but Dennis Neathart takes second place, Miguel Freitas up to third, Fraser Smith's down to fourth. But I think for Fraser Smith, the fact he hasn't got any damage and maybe a bit of net code there on that first contact potentially, Ed.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was too much in it really between the two cars when they were coming side by side. I would never really want to go side by side to that corner regardless, because accidents can happen and netcode can happen. However, the only saving grace I'd pose maybe for Smith is that if he does have damage, like I said earlier, he can go in and pit and fuel up till the end. He won't need to pit again. I don't think he has any damage. I'll look at his onboard. I think his steering's alright. It doesn't seem too off, and the car doesn't seem to have too much deformation on the bodywork, which is usually a telltale sign of anything.
Maybe a little bit of damage, you know.
A little bit, yeah.
Maybe a little bit more damage than I thought. I thought he just grazed the wall, though he did give it maybe a bit of a clunk, but I think maybe there, we'll see on when we get down to the Dottenhauer. I think, yeah, that car doesn't look very happy at the moment. It seems like the steering wheel maybe a bit to the left for Fraser Smith, so it looks like Fraser Smith may have suffered some damage in that collision. Doesn't look very, compared to how that car was driving earlier, it just seems maybe a little bit more steering input going into that car. Maybe not quite as smooth as it once was.
I imagine we'll be seeing Pete Newman gaining a lot through this these last few turns here. You can see him gaining. He was 2 seconds back, now is almost a second back. So yeah, Fraser Smith is almost certainly carrying some damage, but go on board when we get to this long back straight. We'll be able to get an assessment of just how bad the steering damage is, and if he's going to be able to manage to take it out a little while longer, if he'll dive straight into the pits. Start finish straight.
You can just tell by the way he's driving that car. He's not very comfortable now behind the wheel of it. A little bit erratic potentially. You see there, missing apexes. And I think there is some quite significant damage to that car of Fraser Smith. And I think we'll definitely see the steering is out, but Pete Newman will see this as an opportunity to get 4th place, of course, in the CQR Club 117 car. But now onto the Dottenhauer straight, and Pete Newman going behind the car of Fraser Smith, and yeah, look at that. He's got a lot of slipstream, and we have seen TCR cars fighting before, but maybe a bit. I think there is maybe damage on Smith's car because Pete Newman made that look pretty easy. We saw earlier Daniel Kraft trying to get through Paciello, and yeah, there is quite a bit of damage actually. If you see Ed, so if you look on the steering angle there,
I can see it's not a good way. That steering angle is off by around about maybe like 15-20 degrees, which is especially around a technical track like the Nurburgring Nordschleife, where it's not going to be a circuit you want to have really any steering damage.
It doesn't look like a very happy TCR car, does it?
No, definitely not. I think he'll come to the pits and try and get it all repaired. I imagine if it's not required repairs, then there'll definitely be a healthy amount of options, possibly around about 5 to 8 minutes, I would have a guess, depending on how severe. It didn't look like a lot of contact, mostly just only suspension, so it shouldn't be the worst as his pit box is there early on, and you can see him coming on the jacks. He's taking tyres, he's going to be fuel and taking the repairs, so I'm very excited with how close the TCRs have been running. That won't be for him. He's probably going to finish the race down in last position, which is disappointing because he was running quite handily in second position there, but it's just the contact between himself and Neidhart that kind of doomed him, which is why you don't really want to go too wide on the Nordschleife. No matter where it is, even if you think you can chance it, it's not worth it. And if you're on the outside, almost certainly going to be finding yourself in a wall if you're not too careful.
I think there was an element of netcode there potentially, but there is a driver change in the Forsen car. Fraser Smith has been replaced by Ollie Peacock, who started that car, but it is in the pits, as we say, taking repairs. And what that meant now is Jorge Augusto has moved up to 5th, and Chris Daines for Yearone Racing up into 6th place as well. So Chris Daines is a benefactor of Ollie Peacock having issues. Ollie Peacock actually back on the track, so I don't think there was a meatball for that car. I think what's happened there is Fraser Smith has got onto the radio and said he's not happy with the way that car's handling. And also she said that it's within the pit stop window, so they maybe pitted a little bit early, a couple laps earlier than they would like to have done. But in the circumstances, it might be the best thing to get the more experienced driver, Ollie Peacock, back in that TCR car.
Yeah, and they're also going for the thinking that if they have track position, no matter how bad the damage is, as long as they're relatively on pace, you can see they've wanted to keep ahead of the likes of Van der Bosch, Dirks and Diemer behind them. That's because if they spend all the time repairing the car, it'll take longer than it'll take those time in the race for them to get back, if that makes any sense.
Looking at Peacock steering now, that actually looks more straight than when we saw Fraser Smith in the car, so maybe they have been able to carry out a little bit of repair. I'm not sure. I don't think there is. Maybe there is the option for a what iRacing call a fast repair, which is where you get the option to get a brand new car. I have to look at the rules and see if there is a fast repair in this series, but oh, that was close to going on the grass there for Ollie Peacock, and repair. That definitely wouldn't be a repair.
Just had a look, and yes, there is a one fast repair limit. So I believe that's what they took. They took the fast repair, but that means they won't have any room for any more mistakes or any more contact. So that's why they did that. They managed to take that fast repair and get out on track and not have to worry too much. There's a little bit of confusion there. Sorry about that on our part. We thought that this series didn't have that rolling in, but they've got a whole fresh car now, no damage whatsoever. It's like they started the race, the brand new car again. So they should be good till the end, unless there's any untoward contact.
That's good to see that they have got a fast repair, because it means that. So potentially, that also means that the Porsche Cup car is have BMW. Hopefully, that was able to gain a fast repair. But we're just looking now at our race leader, Dominic Stabe. He's closing up on the TCR Excite car of Lee Diemer. Lee Demo will pull over to one side, let Dominic Stave go through. It looks like the gap between Dominic Stave and the Maltese driver Keith Camilleri in second is now up to nearly 2 minutes. I got 1 minute and 57 on my timing screen. So Dominic Stave really is carrying on the great work that Sami Matishojan put in that car in the first 2 hours. And as I say, it's the only thing that's going to stop Williams Esports Chill Blast winning this race. I think is going to be Williams Esports Chill Blast, because they're in a position where unless they make a mistake or they have a technical issue, I can't see anybody being able to catch them on pure pace alone. That sounded like a spin ahead of that Williams Esports car. It sounded like a car losing grip maybe. There's an MX-5 ahead of him, the number 25, and there's also two cars. There are two MX-5s. That number 25 car's got a bit of damage at the front of it. Dominic Stave has to go down a gear. Hard on the brakes, down a gear, just to get round that MX-5. And he's passed the second one with plenty of time. But Dominic Stave currently in the lead, as we say, by just under 2 minutes. And we got about an hour and a quarter left of this race. We've done 2 hours and 46 minutes of our 4-hour race, which is round 1 of the Nurburgring Endurance Championship here on Yearone Racing TV in partnership with Alpha Live. As we see Dominic Stave coming down the Duttenhauer for the 21st time, and there's another 2 cars in front of him that are fighting hard. It looks like 2 Porsche Caymans, 2 Porsche Cayman GT4 cars fighting ahead of our race leader, and he's going to catch them at a really bad time because they are going too wide, and in fact they take the slipstream, and he could have done that sort of that is that 14 of 15 in our Porsche Cayman class. So that is the cars currently of
so Christopher Barrett and Gaten Anger, I believe, just going having a battle at least for track position as well.
And in comes Dominic Stave. So Dominic Stave on the in-lap, and it looks like the Cayman, and indeed that is battle for 4th place. Gaten Anger and Christopher Barrett. Anger racing for Team R Sim Racing Green, and GTN's Christopher Barrett. And Dominic Stave coming into the pits now for what I'm guessing will be the final time for...
I believe they'll have a splash and dash. They'll probably take tyres this step, but then for the last stop they might just do a fuel stop. So I think we'll expect to see the fuel going in, the car go up on its jacks, get the tyres put on, and then it will come back down and they'll come out. We're still with their healthy lead, obviously. Like you said, they were 2 minutes basically clear of the rest of their class and the rest of the field. So comfortable race so far for the Williams Esports Chill Blast guys. Almost in the middle of their performance is nothing short of dominant really at the moment, but Calamari's had a good stint in at the moment. I think he came in the car when they were 4th and is now sitting comfortably in 2nd place, so that's a good drive from the driver of the BMW.
Yeah, so Dominic Stave in the pits, and as we're saying, it looks like he may have to make a splash and dash at the end. We have about an hour and 10 minutes left, and it'd be interesting to see if any of the drivers have been able to stretch out the field so far to the point where they won't have to make that splash and dash. Because not having to make a splash and dash can gain you 30-40 seconds, I'd say, by the time you've gone down the pit lane, got your fuel, and gone back out again. So that'd be worth watching. Now, currently on screen we have Chris Fuller in his BMW Z4 GT3 for the Talk Freak Racing Blanchimont team, and a bit of a lonely race really for Chris Fuller. He's 5 minutes and 26 seconds behind our leader. He's got 2 minute gap between himself and Andreas Lakam in 5th place. Both drivers have only taken 2 pit stops, and Keith Camilleri into the pits for KC Racing Esports, so he's not able to go an extra lap compared to Dominic Stave. Dominic Stave now out of the pits, back on track, but Keith Camilleri into the pits for another pit stop. And Daniel Longrich and Ryan Barnaval has taken over that Manatee Racing blue car since the last time we saw it. That car was being driven by Tim Matska. It looks like those are the last of the GT3 cars in the top few places to make pit stops. Williams Esports Chill Blaster made 3, KC Racing Esports 3 pit stops, Phoenix Racing Esports Green have made 3, and Phoenix Racing Esports Green takes second place. So Daniel Longrich back into second place. Manatee Racing Blue and Ryan Barnavald, will he take their position? Yes, he does. So Keith Camilleri down into 4th place due to strategy. But what will be good to see is at the end of the race how these strategies all come together as we now look on board with Andreas Leikam currently in 5th place. But if Keith Camilleri takes much longer in the pit stop, it doesn't matter because Leikam is coming in as well. He does owe a pit stop, as does Chris Fuller behind him as well. So Andreas Leikam coming into the pits in the Riley Sim Racing car in 5th place. Will he stay in the car or will he hand it over? It looks like No Nonsense Racing changed drivers as well. George Wiseman back behind the wheel of that No Nonsense Racing 888 car, currently in 7th place, and they are 6 minutes and 56 seconds, so they are nearly a lap down on our race leaders. Well, wheel on the grass there for George Wiseman, and that keen end's quite interesting if you put a wheel on the grass at any of these circuits in iRacing. So George Wiseman may be best not to try that one too many times because eventually it will bite him. But as we say, Keith Camilleri is now back on track. He is in 4th place with Dominic Push back in the Riley Sim Racing car. So right, they've done 2 stints each. And we now look at our Porsche Cup leader, which is Philip van der Herk, but he's under pressure behind. He's got Matthew Epstein in the Tempest Motorsports car, who is literally, you can see there, about a second and a half behind Philip van der Herk. Philip van der Herk has made an extra pit stop though, so the car of Matthew Epstein has got down. It's only making 1 pit stop so far. I'm not sure that's correct, but Matthew Epstein and Andrew Rogers. Andrew Rogers is 3rd in the F4H Racing Redgate car, but he is quite a way back behind this battle for 1st and 2nd. 4th place in the class is Hexa Racing Team Black, Joel Dimonshao behind the wheel, and he was one of the drivers that was involved in the collision that we saw earlier in the race. Oh, that's Matthew Epstein really on the ragged edge, wheel on the grass in exactly the same place that we saw earlier from George Wiseman. But this battle for the lead in the Porsche Cup class, very intense. They're going down towards the carousel. There is a slower car as well, and that's one of the Caymans. But Matthew Epstein right on the back now of Philip van der Herk. And could this Cayman play a role in the GT3 Cup battle? Oh, that's not good. Van der Herk's been compromised. Matthew Epstein is just trying to wait for the right moment. Both of these drivers being very cautious at the moment. They know there is still an hour of this race to go, as the move's been made there by van der Herk. Now, how long will Epstein get stuck behind the number 15 car in our GT4 class? Not for very long. Down the inside goes Epstein, although maybe makes him a little bit loose though, because he hit the screech of the car. A bit of a lock up there. The car they were overtaking was that number 15 car of Gaitan Anger, currently in 4th place in our GT4 class. So Gaitan is someone who's also quite high up in his class, but what this has allowed is the gap to pull away a little bit for Herk, and Epstein is not far behind, but he's lost a bit of time there through the...
Very impressive dive there by Epstein, but yeah, it was heart and mouth moment. I was worried that he wasn't going to be able to make it in time. You could hear the brakes locking up. That's due to these Porsche Cup cars not having any assists, no ABS to help on the brakes, and no TC. So you could hear the tyres scrubbing as he was trying to get the car turned in. So it was on the ragged edge, and you just see how much he's fighting the car, just digging it into these corners as we're on board with Matthew Epstein here, going through now the second of the carousels, going to get it in, take as much speed as he dares, and I think he's just about within the draft range in these cars, just below 2 seconds. And coming through this, he's just going through this corner now. He's about 1.5 seconds back, so he's going to get a nice amount of toe. It won't be a whole lot, and I say now that gap's increased to 1.7 seconds, so he's only just about going to get into the title match. We'll see the just start to creep down a little bit, but it won't be enough to have any real chance to move, just to close the gap up a little bit, and hopefully through his GP section you can see he's going to. Well, we can see now on our screens now. We can see the timing of the previous laps. The amount that Simon Hook's been gaining, and you can see that Hook's been trying to keep FC behind him for numerous laps now. But the pace is starting to fluctuate a little bit. Is he going to go which way or the other? Come down here, up here. Managed to put a little bit on this thing. Now we see everything coming to the pits now. Taking his pit stop. I think this should be enough to see him through to the end, but I'm not 100% sure. He might require more splash and dash.
Yeah, Matthew Epstein coming into the pits, and I think that will be enough just about to see him until the end. Just in a TCRs, we've had some changes as well, because the car that was leading, the House X Burton car, has made its pit stop. So what that means is the race leader currently in TCR is the .exe esports car of Dennis Neidhart. So Dennis Neidhart actually is currently the leader in class, with Miguel Freitas in second place in the class, with Pete Newman in third. Now Jorge Augusto is in fourth. Sandro Petrozelio is taking over the car from Niels Koch, and he is now in fifth place, with Chris Daines in sixth, and Ollie Peacock for Full Said Racing in seventh place. You saw Ollie Peacock though take that early pit stop due to the collision that Fraser Smith had with Dennis Neidhart, but it was within the pit window, so they shouldn't lose too much time, although I think they will maybe lose a little bit of time, but they had to take that fast toe. They would have lost more time dragging around a wounded car than they did by taking the fast repair and getting back on track. But what we're seeing at the moment is a battle between Dennis Neidhart and Miguel Freitas for lead. And these TCR drivers, I think we'll see them popping into the pits on this next lap, because they have got 1 hour and 2 minutes to go. By the time they cross the line the next time, I think they'll be out of fuel. So I think what we're seeing now on this TCRs, they will be coming into the pits. So I'm expecting to see those top three dart towards the pits on the next time by. That'd be something you have to keep an eye on, is those TCR pit stops. We're now looking at the Porsche Cayman GT4. That is Lars Bamela, and Lars is currently leading the GT4 class, but he's got some pressure behind him from Niels Benedict in the 497. That was the car that was driven in the previous stint by Robin Haas. So Lars Bumela is in the lead with Robin, the car which was driven by Robin Haas. Now Niels Benedict behind the wheel in second. Gaetan Anger is in third place. Robert Klotz is fourth. And Conor Grieger is in fifth place for GTN Racing. As currently, it looks like we've got 7 of the Caymans still in contention at the moment. And then it looks like we've got Dennis. This is still Neidhart leading in the TCR class. As I wonder if TCRs are coming to the pits, because if they're going for an extra lap, they are going for an extra lap. So we hit the hour mark, and we said they could do about an hour and a half on fuel. So looks like these TCR drivers have managed to drag another few minutes out of that tank. So the second run is going to be longer than the first one. They lasted an hour and a half, which should take them up to the 3 hour mark, but their lap times are around 8 minutes 53, and they're carrying on. Although some drivers have come into the pits. We've got Jorge Augusto into the pits, and also the car of Pete Newman is in the pits, and he's handed over to Daniel Kraft to finish the race. So Pete Newman's stint is over, and Daniel Kraft gets back behind the wheel in that CQR car. Also, Chris Daines is in the pits for Yearone Racing, I see on the timing screen as well. So we are seeing a flurry of TCR pit stops.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was wondering if either Neidhart or Freitas would pull the trigger and pull into the pits earlier to try and see about getting the undercut. But no, they're happy to keep behind each other, keep drafting, and you'll imagine I won't see any manoeuvres done by them just yet unless they're desperate for that track position to the pits. It'll see if they're confident that they can save enough fuel at the pit stops to try and jump the other one. This is where the calculations will come into full effect. They've already been working out how much fuel they've been using per lap, just to work out how much they've got left in the race and then how many is to put in. So every litre you can save is certainly going to be enough to try and jump the other in the pit stop. You've also got to get a good pit entry, but in endurance racing, it's not just about battling and doing the fastest laps you can do. It's about managing your race, managing your fuel and your tyres. If your tyres are in good enough shape, even be able to get away with not changing your fronts. But it'll be see when they've got an hour left in the race. I doubt anyone will go for that unless they're absolutely desperate to make up positions.
I don't think the tyres will last 2 hours around here, but at the moment, I really think you see past Sandro Petruzziello because he's made his pit stop and he's still only about 20 seconds behind these two of Neidhart and Freitas. I'm glad to say, looks like Miguel Freitas' technical issues have solved themselves. Not blinking so much now is the Team Maz car, currently running second in class, and he's saving a lot of fuel in this stint, being stuck behind Neidhart, but I don't think he'll be able to get an extra lap on Neidhart. But I think this whole stint, Miguel Freitas has been that far behind Dennis Neidhart. So the gap at the front between Dominic Staged and Longerich is now 2 minutes 25 as we now look at our third place car in TCR, Sandro Petruzziello. But when the cars of Neidhart and Freitas come into the pits for their pit stop, he will get the lead back for Sandro Petruzziello. He's driven very well, and also Neil car for the last stint. He's also had a very good stint in the car as well, and it's those two drivers which could very well potentially give House Expert and Motorsport 50 the TCR victory in the first round of the iRacing Nurburgring Endurance Championship, which you're watching here live on Yearone Racing TV in sound and vision in partnership with Alpha Live, as we have down into the last hour. And we'll go through the standings for after hour 3. So in the GT3 class and overall, our leader is the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, currently with Dominic Stabe behind the wheel. He's going to take his second stint of the race. That car was also driven very well earlier in the race by Sammy, and he is he's done his stints, and Dominic Stabe will be driving that car to the end. In second place, we have Daniel Longrich for Phoenix Racing Esports Green. He's our driver in second place. In third place is the Manatee Racing Blue. We've got Ryan Barnaby watching him ride that curb in the Audi in the Manatee Racing Blue car. That car has been shared with Tim Matsky in this one. So Ryan Barnaval, the Benelux driver, is currently in third place. And in fourth place is the Maltese driver, Keith Camilleri, the former Italian F4 driver in the KC Racing Esports car. He currently running in fourth place. And then in fifth place in our GT3 class is Riley Sim Racing, currently been driven by Dominic Push. In sixth place, No Nonsense Racing 888, George Wiseman behind the wheel of that one. And seventh in the GT3 class is the Talk Freak Racing Blanchimont car, being driven by Chris Fuller. As we now look at the Maltese driver Keith Camilleri in his BMW Z4, to say currently sitting in fourth place. And our Porsche Cup leader is Philip van der Herk for Full Speed Ahead. He leads, as you see now on screen. He is our Porsche Cup leader in the Porsche 911 Cup class, and he has quite a healthy lead between himself and Andrew Rogers in the F4H Racing Redgate car. The gap between them is about 30 seconds. And in third place, a further minute behind them, is Tempest Motorsports, being driven by Chris Trickett. So Chris Trickett is the third driver to get behind the wheel of that Tempest Motorsports car. And that one, so that's a 3-driver team, this one. I think that's the only car I've seen so far driven by 3 drivers. Then we have the Hexa Racing Team Black, Joel Dimenshu behind the wheel. And we got a replay here on the screen. It looks like of Chris Daines. Although I don't know what's going on with the replay. Looks like we've got a bit of a problem with that one. But Chris Daines has had a crash for Yearone Racing. So the TCR car of Chris Daines has been bitten by the Nordschleifer, unfortunately. So Chris Daines has had a crash, but he'll be able to turn to the pits and take his fast repair if he has ready. A lot of damage there, looks like, to the car of Chris Daines as well, Ed. It's the same as we saw earlier with that full send car. That steering wheel not looking straight.
Doesn't look as damaged as the previous car, but yeah, it's not in the best of states, not in the state you'd want to have it in.
Just going to go back through the standings we're going through, and in the GT4 class of our Porsche Caymans, it is the car of Lars Bummler who is in the lead, although he has been very closely fought and pursued by Niels Benedict in the Team RSO 497 car. They have about a 20-second lead over Alpine Eagle Racing White's Robert Klotz, who's in third place. And in fourth place is Team R Sim Racing Green, Stefan Nikolovic in that one, with GTN Racing's Connor Groger in fifth. Dirty Talk Sim Racing 96 is sixth place with Yearone Kajainen. And in seventh place in the class is the Devotion Sim Racing 46, currently been driven by Enzo Johansson, as we see the Dirty Talk Sim Racing 95, although it's known as car number 96, as that is the Enzo Johansson car, in currently running in seventh place in his class. And then the next one we'll go down to is the TCRs and the Audi RS3 LMSs, and Dennis Neidhart's going for another lap. Dennis Neidhart has done phenomenally well saving fuel, because Dennis Neidhart has got an extra 2 laps longer than the rest of the field. He leads. Team Mad 136 Miguel Freitas is now in the pits. He was in second place, but Dennis Neidhart's fuel saving is phenomenal. He's got an extra 2 laps, it seems, than the rest of them. Hulk's Experts in Motorsport, they've been our early leaders. They're in third place with Sandro Petroziello behind the wheel. In fourth place is the Full Send Racing 85. That's Ollie Peacock behind the wheel. And in fifth place, another car which has been near the front most of the race is a CQR Club 117 car, currently been driven by Daniel Kraft. In sixth place is Jorge Augusto in the Pro Sim Tech Racing team. In seventh place is the Year 1 racing car of Chris Daines, though we have seen that one have an accident and go into the wall. And wonder if that car will be coming into the pits this time by to get any repairs, or if he's just going to try and grin and bear it for the next 50 minutes. But Chris Daines is in seventh. In eighth place is the GTN Racing 2, Jan Dirks behind the wheel of that one. Then we have Backmarker Motorsport, which is the car being driven by Quentin Young, the New Yorker, in ninth place. And rounding out our top 10, as you see there, the Backmarker Motorsport 91 car, Quentin Young. Rounding out the top 10 is the Excite iRacing Blue, and that car has now been taken over again by Adam McNally, who started the car. He handed it over to Lee Deemer, but Adam McNally now back behind the wheel of the Excite iRacing Blue car. And then we're now into our final class, the Mazda MX-5 Cup, and there has been a change to the lead in that one, because we saw it come in pretty shortly, but Roberto Ferrari has taken the lead. So I don't know what happened to Sergei Lapart, because he was quite a way ahead of Roberto Ferrari. Roberto Ferrari was catching him. There are pit stops, But Sergio Real Leopard is like 8 seconds a lap slower than Roberto Ferrari at the moment. So Roberto Ferrari for casual sim racing team 091 is leading that MX5 class, the slowest of our 5 classes, with Sergio Real Leopard in 2nd place. In 3rd place is the R21 Racing Endurance car being driven by Luis Santiago Grels. In 4th is R3T Racing Club. That is the car being driven by the Central Eastern Europe driver of, as you see here, Thomas Smola. He's driving this car. And then in 5th place is the car that we saw hit the wall a little bit earlier on. The number 19 Trying to Survive. Currently being driven by Adrien Boyer, the Frenchman. Oh, getting very loose there, Adrien Boyer. Well saved, that man. That was very close to being an MX5 spinning or in the wall. In 6th place is Risky Racing 1, being driven by Michael Messenger. Car in 6th place. In 7th place, we have Gareth Brocklesby. He's an MX5 racer. You see a lot in the production car challenge. But I think there is Gareth Brocklesby may be out of the race. No, so Gareth Brocklesby no longer running. In 8th place is the OMEC racing car of Alberto Teixeira. He's racing. He's currently in 8th place, although he can cut in a couple laps' time. They will take the place from Gareth Brocklesby. Alberto Teixeira for OMEC Sim Racing A. In 9th place in class is the Yaroslav Coleman car. We saw that car. I think that's a car that got involved in the incident earlier on with the BMW. I think he'll be out of the race. Yaroslav Coleman out of the race. Another driver who's had problems and no longer running is the Octane Racing car of James Bunter. And SMA Slow Mazda ahead, Jose A. Delgado, also out of the race. So it looks like we currently have 7 MX5s still running. But in total, we'll have a look and see that any other retirements we need to go through. I think we have lost some cars in the TCR class. We've lost the car of David Baker, CQR Club 116. That car 19 laps down, so we lost that one quite a while ago. Also the MPM performance car, Daniel Abelman, he's also been driver out of the race in the TCRs. As far as the Porsche Caymans go, we have a couple of cars which are of lost time. One of those being one of the cars that was fighting for the lead not too long ago, the HM Engineering 19, Norbert Leitner. He's hit trouble somewhere along the line. He's now in 8th place in the class. 2 laps behind the race leader. Other cars in that class which have hit bother. Patrick Lancao, Team RSO 397. They're 6 laps down. Bas Slob for Virtual Motorsport. He's had problems as well. He's now in 10th place in the class. 11th place in class is the Ultimate Deletion, Jesse Takalo. We saw him involved earlier in some fun and games. And Guillaume Radicon also out as well, another driver that we saw fighting near the front. So a lot of the front running drivers in that class have experienced issues. In the Porsche Cup class, Fabio Guerrero, we saw him have that incident earlier on where he was fighting for the lead with the 18 Hexa Racing car, and that BMW 888 went down the inside and caused him problems. We also saw earlier another car which I did still running is that Wilder Sim Racing car of Iker Estefania, who we saw have a dramatic roll. He's still out there in 8th place, although he is 4 laps down on the Cayman leader, which now looks to be Andrew Rogers in the F4H Racing Redgate car. So it's like 4 speed ahead, down in 2nd place in that one. As you've seen, we're now looking at Iker Estefania. That's a car still got quite a bit of damage on the front end of that car. That's the Porsche Cup running car. He's currently 8th in the Porsche Cup class, running 34th overall. So Estefania still running but very compromised. His lap time at 8:28, so he is still quite a bit quicker than some of the cars ahead of him. Not sure if he'll catch up to the TCRs ahead of him, but Iker Stefania still running despite his earlier issues. As I said, Fabio Garel not running. Nick Thiessen is another one not running. Justin Rem is not running, and also Tai Kim in the Oracle car not running. And in our GT3 class, do we have any casualties in that one? We have a couple of casualties. We saw Philip Schallenberg earlier on have his issues. He is now out of the race. So is GTL VRT Reb Philip Oldak. He's out of the race. Sir Strumming Racing, Christian Andres, 7 laps down. He's been severely compromised. And the off-crack car of Sergio Ignacio, that's also one which is 5 laps down. As we look on board, well, we're not looking on board, but we're looking at the Yearone Racing car, the TCR of Chris Daines. Chris Daines is the highest of the Year 1 drivers entered for today's race. Getting to the highest split of our drivers. But as we now look through, that is, see what's going on. Any close battles going on? I don't think there really is. Things calmed down a bit in all of the races, apart from the GT4s, of course, where we've had this battle going on for a long time between Bummler and now the car being driven by Niels Benedict, the Team RSO 497. We have about 44 minutes left in this race, or 43 minutes, very shortly. And this battle has been going on for a very long time. The red car has not been able to shake off the RSO 497, and the RSO 497 was leading for a little while, and it's only going to be a matter of time before these drivers who are in these battles, give it 15-20 minutes to go, I think we might see a bit more risk ed in these battles.
Yeah, you can see just on the screen now that Benedict and Baumler have been going at it for a while. They've been trying to sort of go each other. As soon as they caught back up to each other, they lose a little bit more time and they catch back up to each other again. So it's going to be tricky for these guys to see if they can keep this close battling up for the remainder of the race. We've got about another, just about 42 minutes remaining in the race, going for 4 hours, about 4 hours distance. It's going to be interesting to see if these guys can keep up this close battling. This has basically been a 4-hour sprint race for these two. They've been right at the top field, as we've seen now. Niels Benedict has got a very good run, but you can just hear him on the throttle, just not going for it. He's just lifting out of it, trying not to get too close to the car ahead, saving a little bit of fuel. If he has another stop to take, he's going to want to make it as short as possible, save as much fuel, and see if he can get the jump on Baumler in front. It's going to be to keep an eye on as we watch these cars now come up to the carousel section, do this right-hander, keep it nice and tight, and get on the throttle as early as you dare. Wash out wide, get close to that curb, but not quite touching it. It will unsettle the car, and now you're coming into this the iconic carousel, trying to hook it in, not get spat out. You can see they're both getting a very good job of it. The cars bump around a lot, but as long as you're in that groove, you're going to be fine. As you see now outside, the outside shot of Niels Benedict getting right up behind Baumler, just going to try and keep nose to tail, not wanting to make any moves. It's very, very risky. We've seen it earlier with the TCRs when they go side by side. It often ends in tears, and we've got to see if these cars keep it clean, or if again we'll have another calamity, as you often do at the Nordschleife when you've got cars with close racing.
Yeah, these two drivers, I'm not sure if I think they may have another pit stop, because I've only got them down as making 2 pit stops, and some of the guys a bit further down, like 4th place Stefan Nikola Jelic, has made 3 pit stops. So Niels Benedict could be playing a very good game here, because if he's saving all his fuel, he'll have to take less fuel than Lars Bummler, and that could be a difference between winning and being in 2nd place, purely because Benedict has been behind the Huber Racing Esports red car, saving fuel. And there's not really a lot that Lars can do about it, because he doesn't really want to let Niels through, because if Niels gets through, he could be a bit quicker than Lars and pull away. So Lars is really sort of helping Niels along. He's pulling him along, and it'd be interesting to see if they change drivers at all as well if they have to make another pit stop. So I believe they may have to make another pit stop. As we say, that car with Niels Benedict also has been driven by Robin Hasse in Team RSO 497. So potentially we could have different drivers in the end of the race, but I do think these two drivers maybe owe us another pit stop each.
Yeah, it's also interesting to know what the tyre strategy is going to do if they've taken tyres earlier points in the race, and if they're there's only 40 minutes remaining in this 4-hour-long race, so it's going to be interesting to see if they're confident enough that they can keep their tyres till the end. Obviously, if you put on fresh rubber, you're going to have very cold tyres, and you're going to be threatened if the car behind has kept their fresh rubber, kept their previous rubber on. However, towards the end of the race, their tyres will go off, so it's going to be a trade-off. Do you want to risk the colder tyres but having fresh rubber for the end, or do you want to keep the heat in the tyres, keep the tyres that have had a bit more wear on them but have the heat straight out of the box, and see if you can pass and build up a large enough gap? It's going to be very intriguing. We've had this dilemma before in previous other endurance races we've done in this Porsche GT4, so it'll be very interesting to see how it comes up, because we see these Porsches come up to the cars up in front, trying not to get into the back of, I believe this is the MX-5 up ahead it is, and they're going to the right. Are they going to be going to the pits?
No,
they're not. Benedict had a little look to see what Baumler was doing in front, but no, they've decided they're going to stick up behind Baumler up in front and keep it going. That's smart manoeuvre, I think. You don't want to risk too much. If you've got a confident strategy and you fuel saving, chances are you'll be able to get the car ahead by saving fuel, like you mentioned earlier. It's a battle of wits as much as it is on track pace.
It's like we've got two more of the slower cars though for our leaders in the GT4 class to negotiate. Benedict right on the back though of Bumala there as they go into the braking section towards the GP loop. And what they'll do now is they will take this the club section cut through, and it looks like a TCR car ahead of them. Yes, it is TCR. So, Benedict getting a little bit loose there on the exit, and maybe the tyres are starting to wear out there. That is a common sign of either pushing too hard or not quite having the grip you had at one point.
Yeah, you can see the TCR car just up in front. Is that going to cause them any grief? The difference between the Porsche Cup and the the Porsche GT4 and the TCR is not that great, but you can see drivers getting out of the way, being very sensible about it. Wanted to get out of the way just before you get onto the northern loop here. It's not worth having fast cars harassing you throughout, especially fast cars that are battling. You want to just keep your car safe. You're coming to the dying moments of the race. Stretched, you can see the finish line almost, so you want to keep the car safe and hope that cars around you will make mistakes and you can pick up positions.
Yeah, these two, it's like they're glued together. They have been for a very... As we see, they are very close, and when you're racing at this intensity, it's very easy just to lose a little bit of concentration. But as we're seeing, maybe Niels Benedict is making a couple of slight little mistakes on the... Nothing that's cost him too much time, but on the GP loop, but then again there, just at the start of the Nordschleife, we've seen a couple of little slides, a couple of little moments which are costing him time. But as I say, I think both these drivers do owe us a pit stop. There are some of the other, some of the other GT4 have made 3 pit stops, and they've only made 2. So if they are to owe us a pit stop in the next 36 minutes, you think that Benedict probably will have the advantage because he's used a lot less fuel stuck behind the Huber Racing esports car. I don't think he's necessarily stuck behind the Huber esports car. I think if Benedict wanted to make a move on the Huber Racing car, I think he probably could do. I think he's just thinking, well, if I stay behind him, save fuel, it saves him having to actually make the move on the track, and he can do it in the pits. And I think maybe there is an element of that. I think that is probably what there is an element of, because it's much easier for RSO and Benedict to get past the car in the pits rather than have to try and fight it on track and risk a collision as we've seen earlier in the race.
Yeah, you can also possibly imagine Benedict's tyres might also be a result of having the car ahead just pushing the air around and sort of disturbing it. When you're coming through these faster corners, you can just see that it's mostly the higher speed that Benedict is sort of getting a little bit compromised with, which is effect. Obviously, you don't get as much dirty air effect as you would say for an open wheel high downforce car, but it still does affect these race cars a decent amount. So it's definitely noticeable once you're in the car and driving. The tyres will obviously have an impact on it more so and exacerbate things. But yeah, like we were mentioning earlier, real battle I think is done on the fuel, and only these two drivers know how much fuel they've got in their individual cars. We can't find that out for them or find that out for you watching, but we'll have to use the best of our knowledge of what's been going on, how long these guys have been out on track, just to figure out what the plan is. You'd imagine that Benedict will have the short stop of the two, so you'll want to see him if he's going to try and make the move. He's going to want right up behind Bamler up in front and just latch onto that rear bumper when they come into the pit stops and see if he can make the move just on the run into the first corner. You see now we're going on board with Ryan van der Velde. I believe that they may have to do another splash and dash. I'm not sure. I think it'll be close as we see now they've had a. So we'll look on the replay here. Is that now? Oh yeah, just got into a little bit of a sort of a half spin there. Got very very loose on the rear. That's the thing of these new time model GT3 cars. The rear can just on you a little bit, and even though these Audis do look very planted, it's part of the time model that the cars, when you're really attacking and when you get the brakes just wrong, the rear has got a tendency just to pitch around and try and overtake the front. It's very well done though by Van der Velde to make sure that he didn't have anyone collect him when he was sliding, and also just to get back and moving, and he didn't lose too much time by the looks of things.
Yeah, it also looks like that there's been a couple of cars that have had issues. No nonsense car of George Wiseman, and also the Riley Sim Racing. In 5th place overall and leading our Porsche Cup class is Andrew Rogers, but he's 5th overall. So, although Simon's screen kicks back in, he's actually 6th overall. But it does look like that somewhere along the line that there has been some issues with GT3 cars, because to have the first of our Porsche 911 Cup cars 6th place is not something I would have expected at the start of this race.
No, I think if as long as you can keep it consistent, the main area around endurance racing is consistency. It's not necessarily about out and out pace, and as long as you can keep your car out of any accidents, like the F4H Racing Redgate team has been doing, all three of their drivers I think have been managing to keep the car safe and keep it going nice and easily. As you see, just in the background, he's got one car trying to fill his wing mirrors of David DeWitt there, but nothing too threatening immediately for Andrew Rogers. He's got a gap that isn't too worrying.
That's the battle for the lead in the Cup class. David DeWitt is actually catching him up, and Andrew Rogers is the leader in our Cup class and the F4H Redgate car, but that car behind, the full speed ahead of David DeWitt. This is the battle for the lead in the class, and with just over half an hour to go, our classes are starting to come back together. We got the Porsche Cup battle and also the GT4 battle, but David DeWitt's...
I was just mentioning earlier that the threat wasn't too imminent from David DeWitt, but David DeWitt has had a massive charge on through this last sector, and you can see him now just getting right onto the back bumper of Andrew J. Rogers here. He's going to try and keep him honest, try and get right on him, to force him into a mistake, and Rogers has gone from having a nice drive. So you can see the way his car's being positioned, the way he's fighting it through all the corners. He's almost fighting for his life. He's been by DeWitt there quite a strong margin, as now they're going around the outside of it. He's just managed to make the move stick around the outside. I think that was Andrew A. Rogers conceding that. I don't think he really wanted to risk losing his podium place, and was thinking, right, I'll let you go by and maybe get the draft on the straight and pass you into the next corner.
Yeah, that's a very tame. Yeah, very tame overtake there by David DeWitt there on Andrew Rogers. He said it was almost as if Andrew conceded the position, but David DeWitt won't care 1 ounce, because that's given him the lead now in the Porsche Cup class and 6th overall. Although they do have behind them the GT3 car Chris Fuller for Talk Fleet Racing Blanchimont, they are actually fighting it for overall position. A lot of damage on that car, but it's still going to be a lot quicker than the cars ahead of it. As in fact, has just done his fastest lap of the race in GT4, 8:35.6. So he's a bit quicker, but as I say, Chris Fuller is going to be getting amongst this this Porsche 911 Cup class battle very shortly in his BMW Z4, which is to say, it's got some battle scars on it. But even still, he's a lot quicker than our Porsche Cup cars. So Chris Fuller will take 6th place overall back again. But on the, as we see, Andrew Rogers actually is on an outlap. He's been into the pits. He's on his outlap. He's completed it, 8 minutes 58. DeVitt in 8:14.7. But Chris Fuller, as we can see now, although he's in a different class, they are actually fighting for an overall position in this one. So just watching now, see what happens with Fuller. He's going to go past them. It's just where he's going to make it. He's going to have to make it, try and make it as safe as possible with it. We don't want to see any incidents like we've seen previously in this race with GT3s and Porsche 911 Cup class cars. And that's especially cruel, that one we saw earlier, which denied us of our lead battle at the time. But Andrew Rogers now is behind David DeVitt. The gap is around about 1.5 seconds between those two. But Chris Fuller now should be able to unleash the BMW Z4, the power, although with damage, maybe not as quick as it usually is in a straight line, but he's taken 6th place overall. So Chris Fuller moves his GT3 up into 6th overall. The next is the one to get past. It's going to be David DeVitt, but it's going to be a bit harder for him to get past DeVitt because he's going to have to do it now on a Nordschleifer, unless he can stick it down the inside here. No, he's not. So, although DeVitt moves well out the way there, smart driving from David DeVitt. He knew he had the time with Andrew Rogers not in his immediate vicinity. He had the opportunity to let him through. There's another GT3 car though, which I hide in the background, but closing in on those Cup cars. So that will be another GT3 to negotiate them. And that is the car of Keith Camilleri in 2nd place. So our 2nd place driver, the Maltese Keith Camilleri, has now got to go past our GT3 Cup cars. But the Camilleri car should be making it a lot more easier. He has no damage on the car, like the BMW, which we see in the Chris Fuller, which does have the damage. So what we're seeing now is Camilleri, this won't be the pace tails. Oh, don't go on the grass. That was very close for Camilleri. Went around the outside of Andrew Rogers, nearly got on the grass. In fact, I think he did probably get a wheel or two on the grass, but it was nothing too major. But what it has allowed is Camilleri to go through, but the gap between Camilleri and Dominic Stave at the front is over 2 minutes. But Camilleri has only got about, he's got about a 25-second lead over Ryan. So he doesn't really have a need to rush past these cars, but you know he wants to get past them as soon as possible, which he does now. We've also got a TCR car catching as well, so we have 3 different classes dispersing together. And what we have is the 45 TCR car, which is, just having a look down the timer screen, that's GTN Racing of Jan Dirks. So Jan Dirks has been overtaken by Camilleri and the Porsche cars in our Porsche Cup class. But as you say, we've got about 25 minutes left of our race, and there's still matters have not been solved in into the Porsche Cup. Although I think David DeVitt probably does have the legs now and Andrew Rogers to pull away. But we still have the battle in GT4, which we're watching, with Lars Bumala and Niels Benedict. Both of the cars in the GT4 are Cayman class. In fact, did I say Bumala has pulled away a little bit from... he has pulled away quite a bit from Niels Benedict, in fact. Niels Benedict's last lap was 2.2 seconds slower. And that means he's lost the slipstream. So any chances of him fuel saving the end of the stint, not maybe going to happen so much. You know, last most of the time there, 2.261. Benedict had been faster on lap 20 and 21. Bomala was 0.7 up but Benedict pulled that back on 23. So something happened on lap 24, which cost him a lot of time, and now he's out of the slipstream. Niels Benedict is behind. I'm gonna say he's struggling. It's still about 3 seconds, but depending on how much fuel he's saved anyway, Benedict should gain that seconds in the pits. That's if these Porsche Cayman GT4 cars owe us another pit stop. I think they will owe us another pit stop. If they can do 2 pit stops, I'll be rather impressed. But I think in the last 24 minutes of this race, we will see these leaders in the Porsche Cayman GT4 class head down to the pit lane.
Yeah, I won't imagine it'll be a quick stop, and I think they'll probably try and stay out on the rubber they're on at the moment. If they try and take the pit stops, the amount of time it'll take to put the pressed rubber on, they won't be able to make it back by having the tyres with less wear and having to get the heat back into them. So I'll imagine we'll only see them stopping for fuel. It'll be very tricky for these guys though, because the tyres will have taken a full stint's worth of pushing around this Nordschleife of VLN circuit. So yeah, that's going to be one to watch, and it could easily be an accident, a slight misjudge of concentration by Baumler or Benedict, and the cars behind them in the GT4 field could easily profit from that as well. So it's going to be one to definitely watch, even though the gap has expanded out thanks to some good driving by Baumler or some mistakes by Benedict. Not sure which one. It's going to be it's still not over yet, so we'll have to keep an eye on this one as the race progresses. We can still see them in the same shot, which is good to see. It means that definitely not going to be done with each other until the checkered flag.
I think what we're seeing this though, with it being so short to the end of the race, I don't think we'll see any driver. So I think it'll be Baumler and Niels Benedict who fight this until the end, because with the time it takes for a driver swap, it takes about 30 seconds, I believe. So I don't think there's going to be enough time for those drivers to do the driver swap and for it to be worthwhile. As we see Benedict now being overtaken by that Top Freak Racing the BMW there. So Fuller goes past him. He's not very happy, I think, Benedict there, flashing his light. Fuller, I think he probably thinks Fuller's cost him a bit of time, and he has actually cost him another second. So the gap between Baumler and Benedict now up to 3 seconds. As we say, the track temperature is still quite static. It's at 19.1 degrees Celsius with the track at 20 degrees, and we have not had that fog lift. It's still at 100% fog, so it's been a foggy start to the iRacing and Nurburgring Endurance Championship. But we're now coming towards the end of the race. We've got just under 22 minutes to go, so our leader will probably get 3, maybe 4 laps in on this one. And at the moment, we are seeing that there's not much going on in GT3, obviously, because Dominic Stabe has pulled out a 2-minute and 5-second lead to Keith Camilleri. But other than that, there is action going on. As you see, they've got this GT4 battle. Pits this lap. Benedict and Baumler. We'll have a look. It doesn't look like they're heading there this lap. Nope, they're not heading into the pits now, so they are going to have another lap. As we now go on board with our TCR leader, Sandro Petrocchioso, who has shed the car with Niels Koch in this race, and they have the lead now by nearly a minute to Miguel Freitas. And Daniel Kraft for CQR has actually got that car back up into 3rd place. So Daniel Kraft has been a busy lad in this last stint of the race. He's took over the car from Pete Newman and is up into 3rd place. The big loser in this stint of the race is actually Dennis Neidhart. I don't know what happened to Dennis Neidhart, but he's down into 5th place. Was as high as 2nd place. Let's have a look. Can't see any damage on that TCR, but he has lost a lot of time, Dennis Neidhart. He's now down to 5th place in class. And Chris Daines is actually only about 13 seconds behind him.
I think something happened maybe on lap 24. I don't know exactly what. I'm looking on my tiring sheets and I can see it picked up something on lap 24 for this Neidhart. I don't know what corner it was in, but that might be something to try and find later on as this race progresses. But we can just watch Neidhart now. He's got cold tyres, I think, so he's It's him fighting.
So Neidhart has taken the 3rd pit stop, so that wouldn't have been a planned pit stop. Or actually, Dennis Neidhart, yes, he did take a... he went very long on the fuel, didn't he? So Dennis Neidhart, for whatever reason, has actually made 3 pit stops. And you can see the car not behaving to the best of its ability, but it'd be interesting to find out. I don't think we will find out, but it does seem like Neidhart actually took an extra pit stop compared to everybody else. Everyone else has taken 2. He's taken 3. The only other driver who's taken 3 pit stops is Chris Daines, but Chris Daines took the 3rd pit stop to repair damage, I believe. So Chris Daines has taken 3 pit stops, but Chris Daines is now actually only about 15 seconds behind Dennis Neidhart now. So Chris Daines may have the opportunity to grab a top 5 depending on what sort of pace Dennis Neidhart has. He's obviously on his outlap now with cold tyres, so struggling a little bit. But we do have just under 19 minutes to go. We're now looking at Chris Daines in the car. Chris Daines is slower than Neidhart on the last split by about 0.2. So Chris Daines has got a big gap behind to Jan Dirk. So I think the best that Chris Daines can hope for in this race at the moment is that he keeps 6th place. And one of the cars which had some trouble earlier in the race and has had further issues is that Full Send Racing 85. It took their fast repair, and that car, it looks like, is in the pits potentially, because Jan Dirks is now up into 7th place. Yeah, Fraser Smith is in the pits, so there's been another issue for that Full Send Racing 85, and what that's done has elevated Quentin Young up to 8th place of Backmarker Motorsport 91, and the Excite iRacing blue car of Adam McNally is now up into 9th place. So the Full Send Racing 85 team, we saw them have the initial incident with Neidhart, which needed them to use a fast repair, and it looks like they've come a cropper somewhere else on this 15-mile Nordschleife circuit, on this 15.14-mile circuit, which has required them to come into the pits again. Having already used their fast repair, they are now in the pits repairing damage, and they've dropped down to 10th in class. But we are getting ever closer towards the end of the race, as we say. We are now just over 15 minutes away from the end of our 4-hour race, the first round of the Nurburgring Endurance Championship, which you're watching here live on Yearone Racing TV in partnership with Alpha Life. We're looking at our race leader in the Mazda MX-5 class, which is Roberto Ferrari, the Italian, in the casual sim racing team Mazda MX-5. And he's only going to have 2 laps to go, although he's heading for the pits. So Roberto Ferrari, our race leader, is heading for the pits in the MX-5 class. And what was the gap between himself? It's about a minute, I think, between himself and Sergei Real-Lapart. But Roberto Ferrari making a late pit stop, and I think at this stage of the race, you've just got to go for fuel. The tyres, if they're in any shape where they can carry on, I think you carry on with those now at this stage.
Yeah, I imagine he's only going to be taking fuel, and if you can see on the right-hand side of the screen there, you can see the 35 car just going down the long back stretch of the Nordschleife here. I don't think he's going to have any chance of getting through the Santiago Sergio Real-Lapart. You see him just going down the back stretch here. Not going to be really with any threat, as I think we can see the 34 car is now exit and has gotten out moving, so Lapart is going to have to do an absolute immense charge if he's got any hopes of getting this first place victory, and I can't imagine it happening with the 2 laps that these MX-5s I think will be able to manage.
Dominic Stabe has taken that splash and dash. We said that you may need to take it. So our GT3 and overall stops in his pit box. The Chill Blast Esports Williams Esports Chill Blast driver is taking his pit stop. He has a massive lead though to Keith Camilleri. He can afford to take tyres if he wants to, but he's not going to. And Dominic Stabe now leaves the pits But, whoa, I'm guessing that means Camilleri and the rest of the GT3s are going to be following him very shortly, because Camilleri pitted on the same lap as Dominic Stabe when they need the pit stops. Although, as you see there, Camilleri is still a long way behind. That shows just how dominant Williams Esports Chill Blast have been in this race. And the drivers for the Williams Esports Chill Blast have been exemplary all afternoon. They really have been the class of the field. There's Torjan and Dominic Stabe, who have been driving that car today. And Stig Camilleri now comes on to the Dottenhauer for his 29th time. His 28th time. And Keith Camilleri has got just under 14 minutes. But will he have to make another pit stop? I think they're going to have 2 more laps to go in the GT3 class.
I think Camilleri might be good for fuel. The only one that might struggle a little bit is I think Ryan Barneveld. He's currently P3 with Kevin Volk right behind you. You can see on the left hand side of the screen there the gap between them. They are basically identical gaps to the leaders there. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, both of them. So they're right up each other's gearboxes. I'll imagine if we can follow them through, that'll be certainly a battle to the end, I imagine, with those two, unless Barneveld has to make the pit stop. I think Tim Matzke managed to save a lot of fuel on his earlier stints. So
Camillieri's in. So we thought maybe he wouldn't have to make a stop, but Keith Camilleri brings his BMW Z4 into the pits. And as we say, that battle between Ryan Barneveld and Kevin Volk is running very strongly. Here they go, the two Audi are nose to tail as they come down to the end of the lap here. And the Manatee car and the Phoenix Racing Esports Green, were any of them skipped to the pits? No. In fact, they're both showing as making 4 stops. They do not owe a pit stop, and they're going to go ahead of Keith Camilleri, I think, in this one. But they're side by side, so they go down towards turn 1. It's Ryan Barneveld on the inside, and Kevin Volk on the outside. Volk will try and brake later. Will he make that move stick? He's going to go a bit wide, but on the throttle first is the car of Barneveld, but he's not going to take no for an answer, Kevin Volk. He's got the inside, but just for the moment, it looks like Barneveld's going to hold on to what is now to the 3rd position. Keith Camilleri has come out of the pits. And, no, in fact, Keith Camilleri's 4th. So these two drivers, by doing the strategy they have, they've managed to leapfrog Camilleri. So Manatee Racing Blue are 2nd, Phoenix Racing Esports are in 3rd. And the KC car of Keith Camilleri, who's solo raced this on his own, he's the only driver in the top 4 who's done that. He's solo driven and he is in 4th place, but he has to catch up another 14 seconds. He's going to try and get a podium. But this battle between Barneveld and Volk, I think this is going to be fireworks, because as we say, we are now at the final stages of the race. Any sign of restraint that was earlier in the race will be gone now. These drivers know that they have 2 more to go. Barneveld all over the curb, and now Kevin Volk will be sensing every opportunity to try and force a mistake on that Manatee Racing driver. He's seen that there is not a bulletproof resistance. That was the first mistake for Ryan Barneveld. Will there be a second?
Yeah, you can see that this is going to be till the end. We've got just over even 11 minutes remaining, and this is going to be till the end, I'll imagine. They're going to have to sit behind each other through the Nordschleife, but the whole northern loop of this course here. Got these cars going to be nose to tail throughout. It's going to be any small mistake from either of these two drivers, and this could be they could only finish where they are at the moment. They're going to have to try and keep fighting, try and keep battling. You can see in the draft, Volk is slowly catching up to Barneveld, but there's no doing up to a few flats. Coming up now, there's a little small lift if you dare, a little bit larger one maybe for Kevin Volk due to the aero push. But you can see now, coming down this long stretch here, they're going to be right up each other's gearboxes. Ryan Barneveld is going to be trying to make his car as wide as possible. You can see him just trying to cover any of the possible routes they can use. You don't want to go 2 ways through here. Is he going to try and send a move up the inside? He's looking for it. He's trying to show his nose, trying to put off Barneveld in front, but no. Barneveld has managed to hold it there. Kevin Volk's trying everything he can, trying any corner he can possibly do. As you can see now, there's a Porsche Cup car just in the front of our shot now. They're flashing the lights at him, trying to get him to move out of the way. are battling for position. This is for second place in the race. Obviously, one that's been dominated by the Williams Esports Chill Blast cars up in front. But these two are going to be really battling. You can see them just getting up too close. Just too close to that Porsche Cup car in front, trying to get past it. But there's nothing they can do until they get onto this long back straight and they can get past him. And they're trying to cover off the inside, trying to block each other off. Prevent any way they can get around. This is brilliant driving from these two drivers.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And that Porsche Cup driver, the number 51, he straight out of the way. Anything to do with it. Although I think probably Barnabal would want him to go out of the way a little bit sooner. That number 51 car is Iko Estefania, one of the drivers that we saw earlier, the one that had the roll, but he's currently 8th in class. He's got out of the way to let through the cars battling for second place. And the gap to Camilleri is now gone down. It's about 14 seconds now, so that's another thing to consider. If they're going to fight and hold each other up, I don't think there's going to be enough time there for Camilleri to get past them, because, as we say, there is only 8 minutes and 55 seconds left of this race to go. And I think when Dominic Stabe crosses the line next time, he will receive the last lap ball. It'll be the last lap in this race. But Dominic Stabe is, as we say, he's got a massive lead. But this is where the interest is in this race at the moment. The battle for second place. It looks like Volk there got a better run than Barnabal. He's going to pull alongside the Audi. These two Audi R8 LMS cars very close together. I mean, no, we got about a lap to go. Gloves are off now. This is pure sprint racing mentality now between these two drivers. Barnabal will try and defend. Volk will have to go around the outside. And nearly contact there between the two. This is fantastic racing. Oh, it's an MX-5 in the... MX-5 stays well out of the way there to the outside. The two Audis slip down to the inside, but now we are going down towards the carousel. That was Cluster. They came through Clustertal. They're very close. We down through the right-hander, which leads to the carousel. And this will be the penultimate time these two drivers go round the carousel. But Kevin Volk is trying to put Ryan Barnabal under all sorts of pressure. They both take the carousel in a fashion which will not cost them time. They're through carousel. And the next corner they're going to go towards is, they've got this little kick here. And then they'll be going through towards Hoact and Whipperman for the penultimate time. But there's nothing separating these two Audis in this battle for second. You can hear there Kevin Volk full on the throttle, no backing out. He knows what he's got to do as Dominic Stabe crosses the line and gets that last lap board. This is going to be the final lap. These two drivers of Barnabal and Volk have not yet gone round to start that final lap. But Barnabal and Volk so close together. And after 4 hours of racing, this is what it will come down to. It will come down to a last lap battle between Phoenix Racing Esports Green, who currently sit in third place, and the Manatee Racing Blue team in second. There's a little bit of a light flash there from Kevin Volk. He's trying to put off Barnabal. He's doing all he can to try and make that driver make the mistake, but it's not happened yet. And also, it's in our GT4 class, the RSO car actually pitted before the Huber Racing car. So interesting there. We thought it might be the other way around, but this is what we got going on here. The battle for second place between Barnabal and Volk. And this is all, as we said, gloves off. All bets are on now. This is going to be an all-out battle for the next lap and a quarter. And there is a slower car that's going to get itself involved. But they're going to catch it at a good place. They're going to catch it just going on to the straight. And it's the Yearone TCR of Chris Daines. Chris Daines will stick to one side. And we'll see these GT3s blast past these two Audis. Daines will stay to the left. They're going to go to the right, the two Audis. This is fantastic stuff here at the Nurburgring Nordschleife. We are at the GSM Strecke VLN, 15.14 miles. But Kevin Volk saying, why am I going to wait 15 miles? I'm going to try and do it now. He's alongside Barnabal. He got the slipstream. And this is key for second place and for our podium finish here. Keith Camilleri has dropped a lot more time. He's dropped 22 seconds back. He won't be a factor. It's just what's going to happen here. Volk on the inside. They're nearly door banging. Oh, so close. But Barnabal just gets that Manatee Racing blue car ahead of Kevin Volk, and they will now collect that last lap board as they come down the start-finish line. They have 15.14 miles to sort this one out once and for all. It's Ryan Barneveld and Kevin Volk. Volk may have a look down the inside at turn 1 if he can get close enough. We saw him stick the nose out on the last lap. Barneveld defends the inside. Volk going around the outside. Not quite going to make it, but will Volk get a better run on the cutback? No, he won't. But as we now go through the arena section of the Nurburgring circuit, this is what it's all about. Barneveld and Volk. Who's looked after their tyres better? Who's got more grip? Volk almost trying to find that gap. He's looking for the lightest little gap, but there isn't one forthcoming at the moment. Although it looks like he's got a better run coming out of the section there. And as we go down towards the cut-through, it's going to make his move down the inside. Kevin Volk then pushes wide, nearly contact between the two, but he's through. Kevin Volk into second place on the final lap, and Ryan Barneveld into third. But I don't think, Ed, this will be the end of this one.
I can't imagine that happening at all. I do think that Kevin Volk does have more pace. Without a fight, he's going to be trying to fight tooth and nail throughout this northern loop, keep within him, and then as soon as he gets onto this last stretch here, we should be seeing something great.
So we have Kevin Volk in second place. Ryan Barneveld is in third. This battle, they got another TCR. Looks like Dennis Neidhart potentially. Yes, that is Dennis Neidhart. And Kevin Volk is overtaking Neidhart. Oh, Barneveld's been blocked by Neidhart. That's the last thing that Kevin Volk needed. Oh, that's the last thing Barneveld needed even. Kevin Volk is now clear by a couple of seconds because Barneveld got blocked there by the TCR of Dennis Neidhart. It wasn't on purpose. He just caught him at a really bad time, and that's cost him. There's another Mazda MX-5. That's a second place car in that class. The number 13 car, the retro Mazda livery has gone through, and Kevin Volk, though, has seen his gap now go up to 2 seconds. So what we're seeing at the moment is Kevin Volk, who's made the move, going through into the final lap. He's got past the car of Barneveld, and it looks like Kevin Volk will take second place because he's pulling away now from Ryan Barneveld. I don't know if Barneveld's got the tyres being held up, but a TCR car of Dennis Neidhart really was an issue for Barneveld. But Kevin Volk flashing another MX-5. That's the leader Ferrari in the MX class. He flashes him through. He goes past. No problem there for Kevin Volk. It's almost as if Ryan Barneveld's now resigned himself to third place. The gap up to 3 seconds. And Kevin Volk, it looks like, has sealed the second place with a fantastic move on the final lap. And as we say, after 4 hours of racing, it came down to a move on the final lap to solve second place. Keith Camilleri, 20 seconds behind. Barneveld will not drop back to fourth unless he has a real issue on the final lap. We've got the sixth place Audi that Kevin Volk's come into lap, which is the car of Dominic Push. So Dominic Push has had some issues in the race. He's now down in sixth place, but Kevin Volk has got about half a lap to go to take second place. Dominic Stabe, though, our race leader, he has had no problems all race long. Dominic Stabe in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. He was the one who took over in the second half of the race, and he's carried on the fantastic work which was started in this race by his Williams Esports Chill Blast teammate of Sami Mati-Shogun. And Dominic Stabe and Sami Mati-Shogun have been the class of the as the two of them. And also, in fact, they had a third driver if needed, Josh Thompson, but Josh Thompson wasn't needed in this race. As we now look through the, we're looking to see what's happening through the field, and We're just getting we're getting our pictures back now. We had a technical difficulty. We now have our pictures back, and we're now looking at Dominic Stabe going down the Duttenhauer for the last time in today's race. And as we said, it's been a dominant drive from Dominic Stabe and Sami Matti Trugen in the Williams Esports Chill Blast team, and they are now going to take a victory in the final. This is the final lap. Is this the final lap? I think it is the final lap. Well, let's see when they cross the final lap. Yeah, it is a final lap.
We're going to be seeing Dominic Stabe driving with Williams Esports Chill Blast, I think. Coming through these last corners, the last left-hander. You see him now. He's going to be going down the last straight. You're going to see the checker flag. Wait, why is he? He's gone in the pits. He's gone in the pits. Is this last-minute drama, or is he just going to go take the checker flag through the pits? I can't see the man waving the flag. Is this another stint they have to do? They've already done the splash and dash. Did they miscalculate, maybe?
We got an extra lap we weren't expecting, because the finish line is showing 4 minutes and 50... We've done over the 4 hours. I think there's an extra lap than this one.
I think, yeah, the drivers haven't calculated the fact that there's actually an extra lap going on.
Yeah, Dominic's
This is going to throw a spanner in the works, not just for this race leader, but for the other cars running, I think.
So Kevin Volk, we thought he made the move on the last lap. He hasn't actually done it on the last lap. That's extraordinary. I thought when we got to the 4 hour mark, that would be it. I thought the checkered flag would fall. And that the last lap ball was out. We still haven't had... we've got notification now it's the last lap. So, interestingly, the race is actually going to go on longer than the advertisement. Because when Dominic Stabe crossed the line there, we definitely had passed the 4 hour mark. So, it looks like we're getting an extra lap, and one that Dominic Stabe wasn't expecting. And how many of these other drivers maybe are not going to be expecting the extra lap? Because I'm pretty sure when he crossed the line, there definitely was 4 hours gone.
Yeah, I definitely think that Dominic Stabe was also planning on that being the checker flag he was coming up to meet. So as soon as he came to the line, he realised, oh, there's no checkered. He had to come in and do a splash and dash, I think, which is maybe we might see some other cars doing that. They've planned for laps and doing one extra because this lap is so long. Might be seeing multiple cars coming in through the pits, or even we might see some cars running out of fuel if they don't.
So we got a dramatic end to the race, and Kevin Volk still just as impressive on the penultimate. And we got another car into the pit. Chris Fuller is the car in 5th place in GT3. He's having to make a splash and dash. Will Volk or Barneveld need to come in? We're now watching Kevin Volk in the Phoenix Racing. He's having to come in as well. Kevin Volk needs to make a pit stop. And if Ryan Barneveld does it, he'll get to take second, which he does. Ryan Barneveld does not need to take fuel. He'll go up to 2nd place. And Keith Camilleri could actually take 3rd place back. So we thought we'd seen all the drama for the race, but really it's only just begun. Kevin Volk going down the pit lane. Where's Keith Camilleri? Camilleri is just about to start the straight. Here he goes now. Keith Camilleri will take 3rd place. So the Maltese driver, the ex-Italian Formula 4 driver, will take 3rd place. Camilleri is going to take it. Yes, he is.
You can just see Volk coming out of the pits now. I think Camilleri's just going around the outside, so he's going to have to hold on for this last lap. Obviously, Camilleri has a little bit of damage on the front of his car, but Volk's going to have to try and do all the work himself. He's got to try and get past him. He's got this whole last lap to do it, and the gap is around about 2 seconds.
So Kevin Volk, who made that move on Ryan Barneveld, he's done all the hard work, thought that he'd done enough, but he hasn't. He's got to do it all over again to try and get a podium. In our Porsche Cup class is also drama because Andrew Rogers is going into the pits as well. So F4H Racing Redgate need to make a pit stop, or David DeVitt with 4 speed ahead, he's okay to go to the end. So we've got the car of Andrew Rogers in the pits. I don't think he'll lose 2nd place though. He had quite a big gap. It was about 1 minute and 20 seconds. So Andrew Rogers now leaves the pits in 2nd place. It's not really going to make a change to the Porsche 911 Cup class, but in our GT3 class, this extra lap has caused a lot of drama, and Dominic Stabe was lucky that he had pulled such a lead, because if he hadn't pulled the lead he had, that could have caused them a lot of issues, having to make that splash and dash. But Kif Camilleri and Kevin Volk, they're still racing hard. Camilleri in a podium position at the moment, but he's going to have to work hard for it, as we saw when Kevin Volk was fighting with Ryan Barneveld. Kevin Volk is very racy, and now Camilleri, it looks like a GT4, a Cayman, or there's a TCR in fact, the TCR in his way. That is Miguel Freitas in the Team Mads car is holding up Camilleri, and Camilleri will not be very happy about that. Kevin Volk's not going to get stuck behind him. Kevin Volk flashing the headlights furiously. He's going to get through. So the gap between Camilleri and Volk now down to as low as it has been all race. And Kevin Volk's tyres, even though he stopped, I don't think they really had enough time to properly cool down. They still would have had heat in them. As the third place Porsche Cup car now enters the pits, Joel Dominichel. So the number 18 car is having to pit as well. We've also got Pereira in the pits as well, another one of the Porsche Cup cars. So it seems like the majority of the Porsche Cup field are having to go into the pits. But the battle for the podium is not over by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to be Camilleri and Volk. Volk's already made one move, which he thought was going to be for a place on the podium, but Kevin Volk seems to have so much more speed than that BMW in front of him of Keith Camilleri. And now, really, this is going to be maybe a matter of not if but when, because Kevin Volk's got the long Duschenhauer straight if he needs it, but I don't think it'll be too risky to make a move. But it'll be interesting to see what happens as we go through. In the GT4s, it doesn't look like that Barmuller's had to make a third pit stop. He's mainly made 2. Niels Benedict has made 3 for Team RSA. So that GT4 battle, at the moment, looks like it's going to go the way of Huber Racing. But the battle for the podium in GT3, unpredictable. Camilleri got a very loose car. And as a result, Camilleri fighting off Kevin Volk all he can. He breaks into the corner now, and we really are at a stage where Camilleri is fighting for his life.
This is why when endurance racing, I always try and fuel for one extra lap at the end, because you never know what's happening. This is why I love endurance racing as well. It's always excitement, and it always comes at the end. Different strategies coinciding, different things, and you can see Barneveld's and Tim Matzke's fuel saving has definitely paid off. They took a slower strategy, they took a different attitude to the race than the other guys around them, and it's paying off. They're in second place, just behind the Williams Esports guys. They're managing to keep a respectable gap to the cars behind as well. 23 seconds, so they're almost certainly securing that second place, as we now see Kevin on the back of Camilleri up ahead, just getting so much more of a drive as he tries to put his nose down the inside, going too wide. I would not do that if I was him. It's going to be on the outside, on the inside for this corner. He's cleared him. That's straight line speed, I think, from Kevin Volk. He's got that car set up just the way he wants it. I think he's got more straight line speed, as well as there's maybe slight damage on Camilleri's car. I don't know. It's also partly down to the BMW just having less straight line and more through the corners, but Kevin Volk's not going to be ever taking no for an answer. He's man on a mission. He's had that second place denied from him, as now we see Dominic Stave already celebrating down the back straight as he comes now down to the last second. You can see the lights flashing, and he knows that this race has been his from start to finish, and his teammate have worked very hard as now we come down through the last few corners.
Yeah, they're a bit of a scare with the fuel, but it doesn't matter, because Dominic Stave and Sammy Matic are going to cross the line, and it's going to be Dominic Stave and Sammy Matic, Williams Esports Chill Blast take round 1 of the Nurburgring Endurance Championship. It's Dominic Stave who takes the line, and Dominic Stave celebrates in style. Williams Esports Chill Blast take victory after 4 hours of racing. They are the ones, they celebrate with the donuts. It's Dominic Stave and Sammy Matitrojan. Second place, Ryan Barneveld. Now, does Ryan Barneveld have enough fuel? Well, I think he does. Sector times are looking good as well for Ryan Barneveld. No sign that he's having to slow down. So Ryan Barneveld, there's an MX-5 in front of him as well, the 444. Get past him easily. But Ryan Barneveld and Tim Matzke for Manatee Racing Blue look like they are about to take second place, unless there is more drama to be had here on the Gissem-Streck VLN circuit here at the Nurburgring. Ryan Barneveld will take the Hugenbash fleet for the last time. Starts the straight now down the Duggenahole. And as he goes down for the final time down Duggenahole, we see the TCR winner take the line as well. Petrozilioli and Niels Koch take victory for TCR. It's House Experta Motorsport 50 winning the TCR race, and in quite some style as well. So House Experta Motorsport 50 have won our TCR class. We've seen Dominic Stabe and Sami Matishojan win the GT3 for Williams Esports Chill Blast. And in second place now, just about to finish his final lap, is Ryan Barneveld. Barneveld, he crosses the line for the final time to take second place. Manatee Racing Blue on the podium. Didn't have enough to beat the Williams Esports Chill Blast, but they'll take second. And rounding out the podium, it looks like it is going to be Kevin Volk. Keith Camineri very close, but Kevin Volk, despite a pit stop, he's made two great moves in the last two laps of the race, which have got him his podium. Kevin Volk is in third place. He has a podium with his teammates, and Keith Camilleri, the solo driver, takes fourth place. So Keith Camilleri, our first solo driver, is in fourth. And in the Porsche Cup class, we're now looking at David De Wit, who has quite a big lead over Andrew Rogers. The gap is now 25 seconds. Andrew Rogers had to stop on that final lap, but David De Wit, no such problems for him as he comes down to Dottenhauer for the final time towards Tiergarten, and David De Wit is sixth overall. And is he running out of fuel? That car does sound like it's down on power. Surely not. That car doesn't sound as healthy as it should be. Is he out of fuel? Yeah, he's out of fuel, I think. He's short shifting it, but it's going to be enough. David De Wit takes victory. I don't think he had much fuel in that car, but David De Wit, it doesn't matter. He takes the win in the Porsche Cup class, a full speed ahead. Second place in that class is going to be Andrew Rogers, and incredibly, in our GT4 class, Lars Bamala looks like he is going to take victory from the RSO 497 car. Lars Bamala was the car that was in front. We thought that the RSO car would beat it on a fuel mileage race, but that is not the case. And Huber Racing Esports Red, Lars Bamala takes victory in that class as well. So GT4 has gone to Huber Racing Esports Red. Lars Bamala taking victory, and Team RSO are going to have to settle for second place with the team of Niels Benedict and Robin Hasser. So that race is over, and in our MX5 class, Roberto Ferrari is coming down to Duttenhauer now. He is our potential class winner, and Roberto Ferrari for Casual Sim Racing Team has now literally just got to finish the Dottenhauer, go through Tiergarten, and that will be Roberto Ferrari claiming victory in our MX5 class. He goes down for the final time through Tiergarten. It's Roberto Ferrari. He took the lead early on. Lepart, though, did very well in the middle section of the race to lead for a while, but Roberto Ferrari it was who came back, and Roberto Ferrari goes through Tiergarten for the final time, and he will take the checkered flag and win the Mazda MX-5 Cup class here in the iRacing Nurburgring Endurance Championship. It's Roberto Ferrari, the Italian, who takes victory, and that is all 5 of our class winners have been seen across the line. There are still a few cars who have not finished the race yet. They are now coming across the line. One of those now. So Roberto Ferrari, will he do donuts? I don't think he is, you know. Joel Dimenshaw crosses the line. He will take 3rd place in the Porsche Cup class. So a podium for him. We are now watching Florian Lebiger, another one of our Porsche Cup drivers. He's going to take 5th place in that class. Not far behind him, in about 8.5 seconds, is the car of Grisia. But it looks like we only have like about 3 or 4 to take the flag. Just looking through the Porsche Cup standings. As we watch Florian Lebiger about to take 5th place in his class. Goes around Tiergarten for the final time. And that is a 5th place finish for the Kids Sim Racer VLN team. Oh, he's lost it. He's spun on the line. Well, that's one way to finish your race. I haven't seen that for a while. Well done, Florian. Didn't hit the wall. Conor Greiger for GTN Racing is going to cross the line as well in the Porsche Cayman. So Conor Greiger crosses the line. He finishes in 16th place. Ariel Gomez Menas in the Mazda MX-5 is one of our last remaining runners on the track. I think he is pretty much. There's 3 more after him. But he will come across the line now to take 7th place in class. Had a few problems along the way. You see he's got that damage on the left-hand side. But he will take 7th place. He's done well to keep on running. And his reward for not stopping is a 7th place finish. Looks like we just have 3 more cars left to take the flag. Enzo Johansson. We have 2 more cars left. It's Enzo Johansson in the Devotion Sim Racing Porsche Cayman. He has been about 6th, 7th sort of range all race really. He is now 7th place. Goes around Tiergarten for the final time. And Enzo Johansson will finish in 7th place in the Cayman class. He finishes the 4 hours. And we have 1 final car left to take the line, which is Quentin Young in the Batmarker Motorsport TCR car. He will cross the line very shortly, as we say. Through Tiergarten, he's 8th in the TCR class. Goes up to 5th gear. And he will cross the line as well. And that should make our race final. Yes, it does. That is official. So our race has been completed here at the Nurburgring circuit. The Gisam Streck VLN produces another fantastic race and 4 hours of racing.
Yeah, it was a great race by all the competitors in that one. Absolutely dominant performance. You can't go without mentioning that dominant performance by Williams Esports Chill Blast guys. Darnik Stabe bringing it home for Williams Esports by Chill Blast. Absolutely amazing run. Well done to all the class leaders and all the podium finish. Now on the screen we have our GT3 race results. So in first position we have Williams Esports Chill Blast. Winning by a margin of just under 2 minutes. Manti Racing Blues in 2nd place. Then 3rd place is Phoenix Racing Esport Green. Had a very good race towards the end there, but just got caught out on the fuel. KC Racing Esports. Very good job by them to come home in 4th place. 5th place was Talk Freak Racing. Riley Sim Racing in 6th place. 7th goes to No Nonsense Racing 888. 8th goes to Off Crack. 9th, Surstroming Racing. 10th, GT VRT ED. What an acronym. Racing Fuel Academy, All Stars by Aristo rounds out the 11th place and full GT3 standings.
And in the Porsche Cup
go on.
class, we've got the Porsche Cup class, 911 Cup. It's Full Speed Ahead who take the win by 16.5 seconds with F4H Racing Redgate. In 3rd place is Hexa Racing Team Black. They were 2 minutes and 14 behind. In 4th place is Project FG2 with Kids Sim Racer VLN in 5th. Tempest Motorsports in 6th. They were competing at the front for most of the race. 7th is Simsa Esports NLS Cup. 8th is the World of Sim Racing team. 9th is Oracle. 10th is Dutch Mountains Racing 2. And we saw them have the very unfortunate incident with Hexa Racing team and that BMW GT3. 11th place is the NAB Racing Pink team. And rounding out our 12-car field is the 9112 team Justin Rem. And Ed's going to go now through the GT4.
And our GT4 field was won by Huber Racing Esports Red. A rather dominant performance, managed their field just right and won by a margin of 46 seconds. That was partially almost down to just their strategy. So Team RSO comes in second place ahead of Alpine Eagle Racing White. Then Team R Sim Racing Green takes fourth place ahead of fifth place GTN Racing. Sixth place goes to Dirty Talk Sim Racing 95 with Devotion Sim Racing 46 in seventh. 8th is HM Engineering 19. 9th is Team RSO 397. Virtual Motorsport takes 10th place. 11th goes to the Ultimate Deletion. And then 12th place goes to Team Guillaume Racolon. And now Dan will take you through the standings for the TCR field.
Yeah, TCR was won by House Expert. They won by 57.3 seconds. CQR Club 117 takes second. Rounding out the podium is Pro Sim Tech Racing Team. Fourth place is the Team Mad 136. In fifth place is the Yearone Racing 900 car. In sixth place is the .exe esports team. Seventh is GTN Racing 2 with Backmarker Motorsport 91 in eighth. Ninth place is Excite Racing Blue, 8 cars, finishing on the lead lap in TCR. In 10th is the Full Send Racing 85. 11th is the MPM Performance White. And another early retirement in 12th place with CQR Club 116. And for Ed's favourite car, the MX-5, he'll go through the standings.
Yeah, as you can see, the X5 was a little bit more spread out. You can see Casual Sim Racing Team 091 taking the win by a margin of 53 seconds. That was a very good performance there by that guy there. That was, I believe, Ferrari who managed that race. Very well done. They had Sergey Rail Lop home in second place, just ahead of R21 Racing Endurance in third place, rounding out the podium. Then R3T Racing Club takes fourth place. Fifth place goes to Risky Racing 1. Trying to Survive takes sixth, ahead of OMEC Racing Sim A in seventh. We've Got the Runs is taking eighth place, followed by the PSR Race Team, ahead of Slowmaster ahead. And in 11th place, rounding out the finishers, is Octane Racing. Those last 4 cars had a few issues, but it's good to see them at least getting out there.
And as we see now on screen, we have our overall leaderboard on the screen. At the top, Porsche Cup car finishing in 6th place. So not bad going for them as well. As you say, got 4 Porsche Cup in the top 10. And we've seen 4 hours of racing here today. What's been your highlights, Ed?
It's got to be those last sort of 3 laps. I think that intense battling for second place, just missing out, and then the drama last lap with a miscalculation of fuel, and the fact they went 1 extra lap than I think everyone else calculated. That was certainly exciting, and just seeing how all the different strategies unfolded. I don't know if that was the same for you, but it was definitely the most exciting part I found.
Yeah, especially the fact we had the extra lap, but I think no one was expecting we saw the leader come across the line, Dominic Stay, with over, I think, like 4 hours and 1 minute. We thought the checker flag would come out. iRacing thought differently. They let them go for 1 more lap, and as you say, it caused carnage. It saw the Porsche Cup lead change because F4H Redgate looked like they were they were putting pressure on David DeWitt after he got past them, and maybe that's why they made it so easy to get past, because they knew they were marginal on fuel. But unfortunately for them, they had to pit, and it sort of ruined any battles. There's been some quite good battles throughout the race. That Porsche Cup battle we had earlier in the race was quite a good one. I enjoyed that one until it got curtailed by a GT3, unfortunately, and it put one of those cars out as well. So very unfortunate for them. But it's been a fantastic race here on the GSM Strike VLN circuit, and just to think we got 8 more of these rounds to go.
Yeah, we're going to be in for a good old season. I think if each race is going to be like this, we're going to be in for an absolute cracker of a season, battling all throughout. There was always one car within 1 second of each other for position, I think, in this race. Always some battle going on, no matter where you looked on track. And yeah, all of the classes really had at least one close battle at some point or another, which is very good to see.
Yeah, TCR was very close as well. We saw almost all the way through until the last sort of hour. There were 3 or 4 cars fighting hard for the lead, fighting for second. TCR, as I say, very close as per usual. And we also saw Yearone Racing driver Chris Daines take a top 5 as well. He'll be happy that had a small incident which cost him some time, but he did find that 5th on the final lap. So drama for one of the drivers ahead, saw him take the place very late on, but a top 5 finish for Yearone Racing as well. I think overall it's been a fantastic race, and that is it has been a fantastic race. And if you're wondering, next iRacing Nurburgring Endurance Championship races, we have in 2 weeks' time, on the 12th of April, there's the 4-hour race. On the 3rd of May, we have another 4-hour race. 14th of June is 4 hours. And then on the 19th of July, we are going for 6 hours, the longest race of the season. 26th of July is a 4-hour race. The 23rd of August is 4 hours. Round 8 is on the 13th of September for 4 hours. And the season finale on the 20th of October will be another 4-hour one. And this is the first broadcast as well that we've had here on Alpha Live, Yearone Racing TV, in partnership with Alpha Live. And as you see here, Dominic Stabe celebrating victory for Williams Esports Chill Blast. Him and Sammy and Matty Rudgen finishing this race with quite some style. And I think right from the start of the race, in the first 20-30 minutes, it got to the point where you thought if they didn't have a mistake, they were going to win. They just seem to have so much more pace.
Yeah, there's a reason why they're racing with Williams Esports wing. They're obviously very quick and consistent guys, and they don't seem to show any signs of down. And we could see them coming up in future races and dominating those ones as well.
As you see there, the celebrations from Dominic Stabe, he was clearly very ecstatic, as anyone would be, with his victory in the first round of the Nurburgring Endurance Championship. I say the first round of 9 that we see in the 2020 season. And unlike the real racing, it's pretty sure that these races will go ahead all year. So we don't have to worry about them being cancelled, which is always good. There'll be some racing for people to watch. And I believe very shortly we'll be saying goodbye, as you see Dominic Stabe doing his donuts. I'm Dan Blake. I've had Edwin May as well commentating, Graham Sessford on the production. Any last words for you, Edwin, for the spectators?
No real last words other than hope you enjoyed the show, and you'll have more exciting races to look forward to in the coming months of our partnership with Alpha Live.
Yeah, and the next time that you can see Yearone Racing TV and partnership will be next Tuesday for the BSR Pro MX5 series. And if you haven't seen the British Sim Racers MX5s before, you're in for a real treat. Coverage will start at 8 o'clock with myself and Tyler Maxson in the commentary box. Tyler Maxson, of course, established racer himself in the he's in the TCR Championship in America. He won his first 2 rounds of the SRO TCR Championship. So another real world racer. So you'll have myself and Tyler. And as I say, thank you very much for watching the broadcast. As I say, it has been a Yearone Racing presentation in partnership with Alpha Live. Until next time, take care and goodbye.